theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it so it zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we rev in frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, welcome to Julie B Deep Dives finale edition. We're going to be diving into the finale from season 4. Very polarizing finale, unfortunately. I really didn't expect it to be that way. I mean, all indications looked like it was going to be another widely well-received finale like we've always had. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a finale that caused controversy in any way of this show. If you think back, they've all been really strong. They've all had really, just captivating, what do you call them? Cliffhangers. Captivating cliffhangers and intense action and not kind of up and down, putting on the gas full throttle and all hell breaking loose and then slamming on the brakes. And there shouldn't be that much calm in it. I think the pacing was the biggest problem. There were a bunch of problems, but the pacing was the biggest issue with it. I was just so confused when it went from total chaos and then, oh, the sun's already back and the lightning stopped and was just kind of all bluster, but didn't actually do anything. And I mean, as far as we know, who knows, maybe the lightning will be important later, but so far it just looked cool and it didn't do anything. And, there was no flood yet. Everything just kind of died down and slowed to a crawl after a really intense first section of the episode. So that was a problem. And I think it was the weakest ending yet. Normally there's an insane cliffhanger or just an insane final moment that's really worthy of the ending of a finale of the show. Like the 3 cliffhangers of season 1, which had Boyd at the bottom of the well and the bus pulling up. And what was the third one? There was a third one. Can't remember what it was at the moment.
Was it the ambulance or no?
No, that was season 3, but that was later, like during the season.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember, but those were like 2 of the really big cliffhangers in season 1, and then season 2, Tabitha waking up in the hospital. Season 3, the man in yellow coming and ripping Jim's throat out, and now it's just Fatima turning into a monster, which wasn't out of left field at all. We all knew it was happening. I mean, it looked. I mean, obviously, some people thought that she was going to get over it, but it was a reasonable conclusion to come to ahead of time that it was going to happen. It wasn't a big shock that she turned into a monster and stayed down in the cave. It was not at all shocking. It was upsetting. It was shocking to actually see, but it wasn't surprising. So yeah, definitely the weakest final scene, the weakest for a finale. If this wasn't a finale, then we would judge it by completely different standards. But you have to judge a finale in a different way. However, actually, what am I saying? That wasn't the final scene, was it? The final scene was a very short 30-second coda to the finale, which confirmed my overall theory for the show. I mean, I don't know how I just forgot that, but I just forgot it momentarily. But the man in yellow, aka Sophia in yellow, and the boy in white meeting at the tree, and confirming that this is a game between the 2 of them, which has been my overall theory framework for the show since the end of season 3. So I was psyched about that. I feel like I was the only one who liked that. maybe the only one. Let me know if anyone else actually liked that. Maybe I just liked it because it was my theory and I'm biased, but I was happy with it. I mean, yes, it's very much like Lost, but I still think it's a cool setup for the show. I think it's a cool concept, and I enjoy it. I like that it's a game, and you know, they've had so many game references and chess references from the beginning, so it makes total sense. It makes total sense that these are our 2 entities, the boy in white and the man in yellow, and they're opposed to each other. They're not working together. They're opposed to each other, diametrically opposed. They have diametrically opposed goals, and I mean, I think it's a logical progression, but I guess it took some people by surprise. It was out of left field for some people because they weren't catching the vibes, the chess vibes, the game vibes. But for me, it was there. It was there from the very first episode of the whole series. We had chess right in our face. So, you know, it's just like backgammon and Lost. That was there from the beginning. And so there you go. I made my theory videos like 1.5 years ago on that. So later I'll link them in the description of this video. They're not there now. I have a bad habit lately of forgetting to put everything that's supposed to be in the description in there, but I'll put them in later. So when you're listening on the replay or after the stream, you'll be able to find all my most recent video links in there, and right up near the top, I'm going to link those theory videos, the boy in white and man in yellow cosmic chess game theory that I put out. December 2024 is when I made the theory, but part 1 of it came out in December, and part 2 took me until January to actually make it. The second part didn't get a lot of views. It didn't even crack 1,000 views because it was the off season. People weren't watching from content anymore. So you'll notice the view count is low. So I kind of wish I had released an updated version of the theory to get it out into the algorithm and get more people to see it. But I frequently referenced it. I mean, if you follow the channel, it's impossible that you haven't heard my theory on this by now, because I certainly talked about it often enough in my videos and live streams. So I was happy. It's nice to work hard on a theory and get confirmation that, you know, you're not crazy, and it actually is where the writers were going with this. And I don't think it was something that everybody was talking about and that everybody agreed on. You know, I think a lot of people were taken off guard by it. But yeah, I'm psyched about it. So, but yeah, the Lost comparisons are unavoidable, and it's definitely, that's a polarizing thing because people don't want this to be another Lost. Most people don't want this to be another Lost. And a lot of people were disappointed by the Lost ending. I wasn't, but a lot of people were. They don't want, and they also, even if you liked it, you don't want this to be a rehash of it. But I don't think it is like a carbon copy of Lost, though. There are elements of Lost. There are elements of Welcome to Derry. There are unique elements like the reincarnation storyline and the manifestation realm thing. I called it a nightmare realm before, but I think it's more of a manifestation realm because things that it's not just things that you have nightmares about that can become real. I think that it's nightmares, fears, dreams, and hope that can manifest things into reality. Now that's different from Lost. That's something different. So I was talking about that on Tony's live too. I called into Tony's live last night and I talked about that there, you know, because there's a lot of negativity out there. I want to try and spread some positivity about From, and you know, I still love the show. It's not the best finale they've ever done, but we shouldn't all just give up on it and think that they're just copying Lost now and forget about all the ways that this show is different than Lost. There are a lot of differences. So, you know, but that being said, if you have, you know, feel free to speak your mind in the chat. If there are a lot of things you don't like about this finale, all opinions are welcome, and you don't have to like everything just because we're fans of the show here. You can just be honest about how you feel, and we'll talk. You know, the good, the bad, the in between, all of it. You know, you can share all your opinions here.
You could ask the man in yellow himself why he wasn't in the finale, in the final scene, since he's in the chat.
Oh, he's in the chat right now. Let's see. Where is he? That must be at the very bottom of the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Doug. Yeah, I was very disappointed that Doug was not the one in the final scene. That is the only thing. And good evening, Doug. Hope you're having a good night. That was the only thing that stopped the final scene from being perfection for me. I think that it was a big mistake that it was Sophia and the boy in white. Does it not make sense for it to be the man in yellow and the boy in white together? The man in yellow is the iconic villain of the show. They're both nameless figures named after what the color they're wearing. They're revealed to be the two polarized entities that are playing a game, and it should have been him. That was a huge letdown that they didn't have Sophia turn back into the man in yellow for that scene. We know she can do it. She has the suit. She can do it anytime she wants. So that was lame, if you ask me. I'm so done with Sophia. Enough, Sophia. I'm so sick of her. And now it looks like we may get more of her in season 5. I was counting on her to get exposed in the finale, so that Doug could just completely take the reins back. I thought Sophia seems to love being in the man in yellow the man in yellow form. So I thought she would, get exposed and then turn back into him. But no such luck. We're stuck with her, at least for now, but I really hope that this doesn't last much longer. It just can't. Doug says, I thought it was a brilliant finale. I think the whole season was brilliantly structured. I enjoyed it too. I think that it's getting a lot of excessive hate. I don't think it was the strongest finale. It may be, I consider it weaker than the others, but that's a high bar to meet. That's a very high bar because this show has some of the best finales I've ever seen. This one just didn't have the same momentum as the others. But I really was confused, honestly, in the watch party when it ended, and most of the talk in my voice channel was negative, and that's fine. You're free to express however you feel about it, and I had criticisms of it, but I was confused. I was genuinely surprised that there was so much disappointment. Yeah, I thought it was a great finale, just a little weaker than the others, in my opinion. Doug says, I guess I have more of a taste for cross-dressing than I realized. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Darrell. Every season gets a lot of hate. This isn't new to season 4. Yes, that's very true. And honestly, season 3 got a lot of hate. And now all the people who hated season 3 are saying how great it was. Like all of a sudden, oh, season 4 comes along. Oh, this is trash. Season 3 was way better. Like, make up your mind. But yeah, don't hold back. Express how you feel in the chat. Don't feel like you have to leave or hold back on how you feel just because I didn't hate it. If you hated it, that's okay. You can be open about it. This is a space for you to express your feelings about it. This is the most interactive from live stream out there, and I mean, you can take that to the bank. I just try and find another one that's as interactive as this one, and you won't. And I'm not gonna, that's not going to be an issue just because you might have a different opinion than me. I still want to hear all your ideas, and I'm still gonna highlight your comments, even if we disagree on anything, and we'll have a great discussion as always. Hey, Jordan. Hey, Zap. Hey, with Alice. And thank you for the well wishes for Karl. He is continuing his journey to recovery. Hey, Greedy God. Let's see. Yeah, Smiley stayed killing people in the clinic. He does have a liking for that. I was getting like a flashback to that very first time he walked in the clinic and he killed he killed Mr. Liu. I don't know if they actually showed it. They didn't. They just showed him like at the door. They never actually showed him killing Mr. Liu. But yeah, he does have a liking for that, doesn't he? It was him and the old lady, the librarian looking monster. And then he showed up at the clinic in a dream with Marielle's dream in season 2. Sorry, I can't talk right. Hey, Kim. Hey, Bill Chill. Hey, Nene Rochelle. So nice to see everybody. Hope you're all doing well, having a good start to your week. Hey, Akshita. I'm going to actually say your real name. I'm going to call you by your name now. Even though I'm sure I'm getting it not quite right, but close enough, hopefully. Let's see. Yeah, people complain about the ending of every season. Yeah, but did they complain about Tabitha waking up in the real world and, the man in yellow ripping Jim's throat out? I don't remember a lot of complaints about the season 3 finale, but
people were thanking Doug for that.
Yeah, people were thanking Doug for that. Were they complaining about the season 1 finale? Because that one had like 3 cliffhangers, and that one, for my money, I think that was the best finale out of the 4. People always say this finale sucked. We got no answers. Okay, yeah, that I believe. But those are the people who don't understand this show enough. If you ask me, you're not watching it for the right reasons. If you expect them to spell out everything, in the finale. This is a mystery box series, and it's a slow burn. You got to wait. You've got to be patient and hang in there. Hey, RCO. Darrell says this is it. Wow. I figured I could count on you for positivity. Darrell often has the unpopular opinion and likes things that the other fans dislike about the show. He says, I love this finale. It's my second fave. Oh, how about that? I knew the flood wasn't going to happen yet. That's a final season thing. That's what I thought too, but then when Elgin looked like he was about to die, I thought maybe because his nightmare might have something to do with a flood, something to do with water. And Elgin's nightmare, one of my theories going into next season is that Elgin's nightmare is going to manifest now that he's dead. Thrown together like Victor's drawings. Maybe Victor wrote seasons 2 and 4. Oh, yeah. It was kind of cobbled together in some ways, I felt like. And season two was kind of the same way. Hey, AA, you're here early today. Nice to see you. Hey, One Black Panther. Getting rid of all the talismans and seeing the boy in white and Sophia together was a cool ending. I was so psyched about that. I was so freaking psyched. So I've been covering this show for 2 seasons now, and it's really cool and gratifying 2 seasons in a row to have my major theory confirmed in the finale. This is the second time it's happened. In the season 3 finale, I was one of many people who theorized that Tabitha and Jade had been reincarnated, and it was confirmed in the finale. This time, there weren't that many people theorizing that the boy in white and the man in yellow were playing a game. I don't think. I mean, have you heard that many people saying that, Karl? I haven't this time.
No, they're saying it now.
Yeah, but before it was revealed, I don't think that many people were saying it. But that is my main theory for the show, and it has been for a year and a half. So I'm really psyched about that, and it makes me kind of feel better because I feel like I've been really off my game this season. I needed this shot in the arm because my pain has been way worse than it was during season 3, and as a result, you might have noticed that it's taken me way longer to get my videos out, and they wind up coming out either at the end of the week or even after the new episode had already come out. You'd see a video for the previous episode, and it's because I haven't been able to manage my pain condition as well anymore. It's gotten worse, and I'm not functioning the way I was then. So I've felt kind of like, I'm falling short, and my channel growth is not the same either. It has not grown at the same rate as it did then. So to be able to have my main theory confirmed, I really needed that. I really needed that pick me up so I don't feel like I've completely fallen off. Akshita says, I think this season's finale deserved complaints. It was underwhelming. Season 3 had the strongest ending still. It wasn't bad. It was an episode 8, not a finale. I think that's the most common complaint I've heard, that it's not finale worthy. And that's understandable. That's an understandable complaint, that it's good enough for an episode of From, but not good enough as a finale. I understand that feeling. Maybe as a penultimate episode, I would say an episode 9 would be perfect. Although, honestly, the way it started, that felt like a finale. All hell was breaking loose. If they had kept going at that pace, and the sun didn't just come back up like a few minutes later after the sun disappeared, then we would have had a different situation. AA says, also, Julie, I want to ask this before the live starts and the comment gets lost. Before season 4 for From started, I asked you if you were still going to cover Yellow Jackets, and you said yes. Yeah, I'm probably going to cover it. AA, I don't know when the next season comes out, though. So yeah, I have to look it up, but yeah, I'll cover it when it comes out next. I'll cover it. It's definitely in my wheelhouse, the kind of show that I cover. So sure, what the hell. And the next show, on the topic of what I'm covering next, or what else I'm covering, I'm going to be covering Silo Season 3, which premieres Friday night. That's going to be kind of tight, but I mean, it's kind of perfect timing. Now I have a show to cover right after From, but I would have kind of liked a week off in between, but it's like right back into it. However, I'm not going to go as crazy over Silo as I do From, because From is not, I mean, Silo is not, it's nothing like From. It's not the kind of show that I can theorize like crazy about to the same extent, not even close. So it's going to be a lot less work. My videos will be not as long, and the live streams will also be not as long. So starting next week, we'll do live streams for Silo. I'm thinking probably we'll stick with Monday nights. I like Monday nights. Might as well stick with it going forward. I'll probably stick with that. And yeah, so that'll be fun. That'll be fun. It's not like a show I'm passionate about, but I like the show. I like it enough to cover it. So you don't have to be crazy over the moon for every show you cover on a channel. I mean, a lot of people cover shows that they're not even into. I have to at least be into it to some extent to cover it, though. So I was wondering if you were still going to cover Yellow Jackets before the final season, because I was really looking forward to it. Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hopefully it's not coming out that soon, though, because I have a lot of catching up. I have to watch the first 3. I think there are 3 seasons of that show, and I have to watch them all. Bad Miracle says, I loved it. I always wondered if the boy in white and man in yellow would interact. Yeah. Oh my God, I was over the moon excited. Again, I just wish it had been Doug. I just wish it had been Doug there, and not just because we're biased over here and Doug is our friend. Doug has been on the channel here with us many, many times. For those of you who are new here and don't know, we did a long running live stream segment with Doug called Story Time with Doug. And he told all kinds of stories from his career in theater and playwriting and just life. And it was a lot of fun. And we also read his 2 novels and discussed his novels. We also talked with him a lot about From, but for now he's taking a break from live streams. MGM, kind of put the kibosh on live streams for a while. They don't want that for the time being, but maybe that'll change in the future and they'll allow it as long as he's not talking about From. So we'll see. But obviously we're biased over here, and all of us would rather have seen Doug in that scene. But I'm not just saying it because of that. I'm saying it also because narratively, story writing wise, it made more sense to have the man in yellow and the boy in white there together. Those are the 2 archetypal figures. Those are the 2, it just makes sense. Boy versus man, white versus yellow, not Sophia and the boy in white. It just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? So that's my only problem with that scene. But I'm glad someone else loved that ending. Damon says, I don't trust those dead kids. Yeah, you're not the only one. I've heard other people say that, but I think that they're just looking for help. I do. I think that you can trust them. Bill says the Zomtima ending, or I don't know what that means. What is the
Zombie Fatima?
Oh, Zombie Fatima. Yeah, that was something. Hey, Amory. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Lightning storm versus earthquake. Yeah, I really wish the lightning storm had actually been something. It was cool looking, but what was the point? Can anybody tell me what the point was of the lightning storm other than just, ooh, this looks cool, we made this place angry? Like, it needed to actually do something, like the storm in the season 1 finale knocked the Colony House radio tower over, and it crashed through a window, and all the bulbs broke, and some glass flew in Clara's eye. Like that was a storm scene. Bad Miracle. Okay, that one's a duplicate comment. Let's see. RCO says season 4 proved a lot of my theories. Me too. This was one of my theories, my biggest one that got proven, but I had a bunch of other theories. I'm going to have to go through before the next live stream and like even just, make a list of all the theories that got proven this season. There were a few off the top of my head. I can't think of them. But yeah, this a lot of answers. We got a lot of answers this season. Akshita says this gave me Stranger Things vibes when the actors and the creators overhyped the last season. The season was decent, and we did get confirmed answers, but they were answers that we kind of knew. They were answers we kind of knew, but a lot of people, honestly, I feel like we're, there are the really in the know fans, the smartest of the fans, and I feel like, those of us who come to these live streams and dissect the show, a lot of us, the diehards, tend to be like the smartest, most perceptive fans. Whereas some people needed their hands held, and they needed to have certain answers spelled out for them. And it is nice to have absolute confirmation. I don't like ambiguity. I do like to have total confirmation, even if I pretty much already figured stuff out on my own. And yeah, Stranger Things, I wouldn't call it like Stranger Things personally, because that was a total shit show. Stranger Things was really disappointing, and I wouldn't say this was nearly that bad. Not at all. Not at all, but you're absolutely entitled to your opinion, of course. Hey, Wendy. Damon says, I feel sorry for Boyd's son. She just turned into a monster right in front of them. I know, that was heartbreaking watching Ellis screaming while Boyd had to drag him away. That was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And Fatima didn't even warn him at all about what had just happened. Ellis asked her what happened after Smiley killed Marielle, and Fatima said nothing. He just smiled and walked away. She didn't tell him about her monster screech. She didn't tell him. She literally screeched at him like a monster. I mean, she could have at least told him something to prepare him so that it wouldn't have been the rug getting completely pulled out from under him. But I guess maybe it was better this way, because he could have his last time with her, feel more normal and not be full of fear, like, oh my God, what's happening to her? He could just be with her a little bit longer and not have to be fearful before they had to part ways. So maybe it was better that way. Yeah, Bill, I need to put those descriptions in, though. I'm going to put it in as soon as the live stream ends. You'll find after the live ends all my links to my latest videos, the Discord. Well, the Discord link is always in there anyway. It's automatically in there. So if you want to join the Discord, you can always find that in the description of any live stream at any time. It's down there. Yes. So maybe we should be looking at what characters might represent different chess pieces, like Bill is listing here. I wonder if it's going to line up like that, or if it's just going to be a loose metaphor. I don't know enough about chess to try and assign a chess piece role to a character. We've talked about this on live streams here before. Like, can we assign roles to anyone based on chess pieces? Because I've broken down my theory here many times, but I have the chess theory, but I don't play chess. I know enough about it to be able to land on that theory and see that they're shoving chess in our face from the first episode for a reason. Akshita says the boy in white and man in yellow scene was cool. It would have excited the audience more the last episode better than it was. Yeah, maybe so. Wendy wasn't thrilled with the ending. How do you all feel? Yeah, use this as a space to get all your feelings out, whether it's positive or negative. Darrell says the season 3 finale had a good ending with Smiley coming back and Man in Yellow showing up, but the season 3 finale as a whole was my least favorite finale. Okay. I'd say season 4 is my least favorite finale. RCO says I don't want it to be another Lost either. Understandable. Even if you like Lost, you don't want it to be like a carbon copy of it, but I really don't feel that it is. Emery says her coworker used to call her it too. I drive her crazy. Oh, okay. Wendy says I want it more. Akshita wasn't thrilled with the ending. You're supposed to feel whoa when you're expecting it to go somewhere better than it ends. Yeah, when it ended, I was literally like, wait, that's it? That was what I said. I was like, no, it's over. I mean, I was really excited by the scene with Boy in White and Man in Yellow, but I was like, no, it can't be over yet, because it just felt like it went by way too fast. But then again, it always feels that way to me. It goes by too fast. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way in. Please hit that like button, and that will tell YouTube to show this to more people, so I can try to, crawl my way to more subscribers. It is a crawl. So please hit that like button. And let's see, Chris Barmore says the ending of that episode would have been acceptable if it was episode 8 or of a 16 episode season. Damn. Okay. Wow. I mean, shit. Like the middle of the season? I don't know. I mean, I feel like some major stuff happened in it. I think it would have been good enough as a penultimate episode, meaning episode 9 of 10. Damon says the whole season is a build-up for the final season, in my opinion. They definitely set up a lot of things. That's for sure. But it wasn't all set up. They did also progress the plot. And we'll break it down, and as we break down the whole episode, we will I will point out where I feel like the plot did progress. But first, we'll have a general discussion of the episode before we do a scene-by-scene breakdown. Hey, Benjamin Williams, welcome. Darrell says, Tony has never liked the idea of the boy in white being good. That's just a personal thing. I love the boy in white being good. Me too. But some people, I think, have gotten the wrong impression of that final scene. I think it's the wrong impression to conclude that the boy in white must be evil because he's playing a game with the man in yellow. Tony said he's playing a game with people's lives. And I know when you say it like that, it sounds bad, but I don't think that he's playing it for fun. I think that this is something he has no choice but to do. That
the man in yellow game.
Yeah.
And he's trying to maneuver it so that people are saved.
Right. That's a good way of putting it, Karl. It's the man in yellow's game, and the boy in white is trying to maneuver it so that people are saved. I agree with that statement. That's what I think, too, and I don't think he has a choice but to play the game, and I don't think that they came off as friends. Tony thought that they came off as friends, and again, this is no hate on Tony. Tony and I are friends, but we disagree on a lot of things, and he knows that, and we always have our friendly debates, but like last night on the phone a little bit, but we mostly didn't really debate last night. We just talked for I was on the phone for 10 minutes. And I think if you want to watch it, it was close to the 2-hour mark, if I remember right, if you want to see the phone call that I made or hear it, I mean. But yeah, I don't think that they seemed like friends. The man in yellow entity, Sophia, said, "Oh, you're getting so big now, or you're all grown up," to the boy in white. And she was friendly, but she's always friendly. This entity is always friendly to everyone, even when he just ripped your throat out. That's just the nature of this character. It was her being, her creepy, lighthearted self. The boy in white did not seem at all friendly with her. He didn't smile. He didn't say anything that sounded friendly in return. RCO wanted more killings. And the boy in white is not evil, period. I do not believe that. I believe he's trying to help. He's as good as he could possibly be in a place like this. I think he's had to do some messed up things for the greater good of all at times. So I wouldn't say purely good, but I would say Machiavellian good. I would say he's trying to help everyone break the curse and get home. And sometimes I think he may have had to do some messed up things in the service of the greater good, the trolley problem. Anyway, RCO wanted more killings. Well, that sounds like such a messed up statement out of context. I wanted more killings. I know a lot of people felt like there wasn't enough, once again, not enough deaths. But I mean, 2 people died and 1 person got a fate worse than death, if you ask me. So it's almost like there were 3 deaths in a way. Marielle, Elgin, those are 2 mainstays of the show, 2 of the major supporting characters. And then Fatima is a huge one. Fatima got a fate worse than death, being turned into one of those creatures. And yes, I believe she's going to be stuck that way and trapped in that state. And I think she may even be forced to kill people with the rest of them, because she told Ellis, remember who I was. She's not going to be herself anymore in any way, shape, or form. That's it. It's done. She's done. And that is an enormous loss. So, I mean, I guess they saved that for the last scene, because that was the biggest gut punch. That was the biggest consequence of this finale. This was their Jim getting killed moment. She's not as big of a main character as Jim, but she's been one of the central characters from the very beginning. So, I mean, I think that was enough. That satisfied me to establish that the stakes are real, that these three characters had these horrible fates. That was enough for me. I don't need a lot of death and mayhem. However, I think they could have killed off some red shirts, and they should have, to add to the body count. That would have helped. Anne-Marie says it feels anticlimactic, but I love the boy in white and man in yellow scene. Great. Another one who loved it. Awesome. Miss Joan Michael, thank you so much for the support and welcome. Thank you so much. Please like, subscribe, share, and hype. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the hype, like I always like to point out in every stream, for anyone who might not have heard the speech before, the hype is your new superpower for helping small channels grow. So when you give it to small channels, you have a much bigger influence than when you give it to a bigger channel. Every hype that you give to a little guy like me is worth more. Literally, I get about 2,000 points per hype, whereas a channel with like 100K subscribers gets only 60 points per hype. So you have an outsized influence when you give your select few hypes that you get. You only get 3 per week. When you give them to a small channel, it makes a huge difference. It helps push us out in the algorithm so that we can get discovered by more people. It's a way of YouTube giving us a leg up. You can fund it on phones, tablets, and Chromebooks. So mobile devices only, no PCs or MacBooks. So computers, it's not on there yet for some reason, but phones, tablets, and Chromebooks, you can hype. You can hype 3 times on the same video or spread them out between 3 different videos. You can do it in the same day, and they refresh every Monday. And if you want to hype something for me this week, I would ask that you please reserve a hype for my episode 10 breakdown video, which I'll get to work on starting tomorrow, and I'll try to release it in a few days. So instead of hyping this live stream, if you want to show your support, if you want to hype something, please hype my episode 10 deep dive, which will come out later in the week. I will also be releasing a theory video soon as well, but the episode 10 breakdown will come first. And other ways to show support, other ways to help, I better put up my banner. Speaking of that, since I'm not monetized, you can support by donating. I have PayPal, Cashapp, or Venmo. Unfortunately, I don't have super chats. I don't have memberships. YouTube doesn't pay me for my videos, for ads, or anything like that. So the only way that I get, that I'm able to make content, the only thing that helps at all is the occasional donations. So those are ways to do it. PayPal is international, so that's the easiest one. And you just search for my email address, which is JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com. And it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen right now, along with the Cash App and Venmo. They'll be in my description too. Once the live stream is over, I'll add them to the description of the live. And thank you to the donors from the last month. I'm doing a new thing where I gave basically honorary executive and associate producer credits to anyone who donates. I put up credits in all my videos. Everyone who donates in any given month gets added to the list of donor credits for producer. And I've seen other content creators do that, and I thought it was a nice way to say thank you and recognize people who donate, and any amount helps. Any amount is helpful. YouTube is very expensive. So with Alice says, this episode finale was quite surprising to me. After thinking about it for a bit yesterday and today, I think the ending is full of symbolism from the Bible. The faraway tree represents Christ and the cross, and so does Elgin's temptation and death. The darkening sky, eclipse, and the earthquake are two events that happen as Christ was on the cross. Wow. And then the lightning could represent the veil being torn. Matthew 27:51. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in two from the top to the bottom, and the earth quaked and the rocks were rent. Interesting, Alice. Thanks for sharing that. That makes a lot of sense given all the other Bible references and symbolism in the show thus far. So I wouldn't be surprised if that stuff was intentional. If those connections were intentional. Absolutely. What do you think, Karl? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I like the point that she's making. It's interesting.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. And then, hey there, Ricardo. Welcome. Lost season 4 equals from season 4. I'll have to go back and see what happened at the end of Lost season 4. I forget. Akshita says Fatima had the most perfect arc, in my opinion. This explains why they gave Fatima and Ellis so much screen time in seasons 1 and 2. They wanted this scene to be as emotional as possible. Yeah, I think absolutely they've been a centerpiece of the show. They've been the show's like Adam and Eve. To go back to the biblical references, they were compared to Adam and Eve in this weird, perverse paradise that they were living in. This strange paradise where it was eternal summer, unlimited crops, and no rent, no need to work, just had to follow the rules. But they started eating of the forbidden fruit, seeking knowledge, and then Paradise Lost. Now that they've been seeking knowledge of the past, it is all hell is breaking loose now. So that's a definite connection to the Bible. The way that whole story has unfolded. And thanks, Michael, for sharing earlier my Discord link. And you can also find that in the description of this live stream too. Chris says Sophia does a pretty good job of being creepy. She does, but I'm tired of her now. Yeah, Charisse says Sophia is so played out that I cannot believe it. Absolutely agree. They're saving the best for last. I hope so, Damon. I think season 5 is gonna be epic. I definitely think so. And I think they kind of had to spin their wheels a bit and put the brakes on some stuff because they're waiting for the final season. Anne-Marie says, I think that when season 5 does air, that season 4 ending and season 4 as a whole will shine. Yeah, maybe in retrospect, it'll come off better. It might. Agree with Darrell that Christie's actress was great when Marielle died. She really did a great job. Gut-wrenching performance. Hey, Trace. Benjamin says Sophia needs to get found out the first episode of next season. Yes, please. I hope so. Yeah, she needs to get found out. Enough already. Hey, M. Abdul. How did no one in town see Clara and Sophia take the talismans? I found that a bit hard to believe. They're just going around taking all the talismans and nobody noticed. No one saw even one. I find that really ridiculous that they were able to take them all at once in one day and nobody noticed. It's getting a bit hard to believe some of the stuff Sophia's getting away with. There are a lot of people who think, though, that maybe there's one more out there. We don't know that they got them all, but I think they probably got them all. I think that's implied. Sophia sent Clara to get a bunch of the others. She probably went to Colony House and got the one there and the one in the basement. What do you think? Do you think they got all the talismans?
Does Clara know about the one in the basement?
That's a good question. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe Clara on purpose left one, because there was a bit of a pause when she's like, "You got him," and she's like, pause and handed the bag.
Right.
That's an opening, right, to her having pity on somebody and leaving one.
Right.
But other than that, I think she got all the ones that she knows about. Maybe there's one that she didn't know about, like, for example, the basement. But did we ever establish how many there were?
I think there are 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Clara, if she had any decency in her, would try to double cross Sophia, since Sophia is relying on her word and she's not omniscient in her current state. So maybe Clara doesn't know about the one that's down in the basement on the door to the tunnels.
Right.
We can only hope. If they have one, they could all hunker down in Colony House together. Hey, Manasa Space, welcome. Football Affinity says fans expected more. Yeah, I understand. And I think the finale was good, but too short. Yes, it was too short, M. Abdul. That's another of my critiques. It was only like 47 minutes long. That's short for a finale. Oh, you dropped off for some reason. Yeah.
Oh, maybe my phone died. Let me charge it up.
Wendy says too weak. Ricardo says the finale highlight was the lightning storm. It was a really cool scene. I just wanted something to come of it. Some kind of, damage. Like, I don't know, take out their electricity somehow, their electricity that shouldn't work. Maybe the electricity, so now they'd be left without talismans or electricity as retaliation. Benjamin says, I wonder how Clara is going to get rid of Elgin in daylight. Yeah, how is she going to get rid of his body in daylight? And Sophia is just like, not my problem. Okay. And all by herself, too. Elgin is a big guy. How is she supposed to get his body out of there on her own? Hey, David. Season 4, like the River of Grief itself, was a bridge from seasons 1 to 3 to season 5. It answered many questions, confirmed many theories, and sets up the final stage in season 5. I would say that's a great way to put it. Absolutely. It's like a bridge. Damon says, I like how Elgin went out. He didn't turn on his friends and he prayed before he died. I liked it too. I thought he had an honorable death. I liked that he didn't agree to the bargain and he went out without breaking, without giving up his soul to this place, as Sarah says she's done. So I thought it was wonderful. I was proud of him. And I got to say, I've never cheered on a death as much as I've never cheered on a death, period. But I cheered on Elgin's death only because I want his nightmare to manifest into reality. I want to see what he was dreaming about that scared the shit out of him on the bus at the beginning of season 2. We never got the full story. We never got an explanation for what scared him so badly. Because there's no damn way, I don't care, there is no way that the boy in white reciting the cicada nursery rhyme scared the shit out of him, made him throw up, made him say, you got to turn the bus around, bad things are going to happen. No, there's no way. And he said something about the Brundles, that there was a body of water in his dream and he thinks it was the Brundles. Fatima took him there. And so something horrible has to happen involving a body of water, maybe a flood, perhaps. That needs to happen. That's been a theory of Justin White, a friend of mine in the fandom, and I think that's definitely going to happen in season 5. Elgin's nightmare, it will manifest. That's one of my predictions, and it has to. This is a realm where nightmares can become reality. Well, now we need to see it happen in real time. Somebody we know from this cycle dies, and their nightmare becomes real, and this is the perfect person to do it with. I can't think of a single other person who's had a nightmare we know about that could come to life other than Elgin. And we don't know exactly what scared him so badly. This would answer that question and close that plot hole. So it would be perfect. It has to happen. So I'm already making predictions for next season. That's like my top prediction. Chris says, as much as I think Elgin is a moron, he went out with dignity. Yes, he definitely is a moron, but he went out with dignity, indeed.
Ghost Elgin. You heard it here first.
Ghost Elgin could be coming.
Yeah.
Darrell says, I've watched seasons 2 and 3 as it was airing, and it's all the same complaints. Okay. Wow. Doug says, I think the complaints generally stem from a couple of sources. Number one, I think a lot of people are watching the series for the wrong reasons. That is the hardcore horror fans. Yeah, I understand that. I agree with that. He says they're essentially there for the blood and guts, and they don't have the patience for setup. This is a very intricately constructed story that requires tons of setup. Yes, that's true. That's true. And he says this ties in with the impatience for answers, too. If there's one thing I love about this series, it's that virtually all the questions that are raised are eventually answered, just not immediately. Right. Definitely. I have to agree with all of that. And he goes on to say, I think a lot of complaints about the series and the characters stem from a lack of empathy on the part of the viewers. Yeah. If people really put themselves in the shoes of the characters they're watching, they would realize all the incredible stress they're dealing with. Like Patty, for instance. Oh yeah, a lot of people couldn't stand Patty in this episode. I mean, admittedly, she was annoying when she was like, hurry up, please hurry up. It was like, shut the hell up, lady. But I mean,
that was bad A&D to take her on the mission.
Yeah, they shouldn't have taken her with them because she seemed unstable to me, even before this.
How did she pass the psych profile?
Right. Why did they even take her out there? They shouldn't have taken her. She wasn't up to the task mentally or emotionally. It says, I also think the season 4 finale will grow on people with repeated viewings. Mm-hmm. It grew on me already. I mean, I enjoyed it on the first viewing, frankly. But, you know, I do think it'll grow on people with time. There are always really high expectations. And when expectations are so high for something, it's hard for it to really, you know, please people. And, you know, you're expecting so much. So it's easy to feel let down. Mr. Snickle Fritz, welcome. Salute, Julie B. I'm still bothered by Patty's annoying ass. That wasn't the right tone to set for a controversial finale. Yeah, I did find that annoying. The You know, I just feel like her caterwauling was a bit excessive. But I do understand that she was very triggered at that moment. Doug says, exactly, Julie. This show isn't about satisfying the viewer's questions at the end of every episode or every season in a nice, neat fashion. No, not at all. Not at all. And yes, from Boyd Stevens, that really is Doug. That is his real account, and he's often in our chat. And if you look at my playlist on my channel, I have a playlist of all of our Doug Hughes live streams where he appeared in person on video on our panel. He's a longtime friend of the channel, and it's very cool of him to hang out with us. Doug says, my feeling is for those who were unimpressed with the finale, what else would you need? I mean, look at all the shit that went down. And yeah, I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot that happened. Hey, Muncher Luncher, I'm gonna need a timeout for Sophia. Yeah, enough. I'm so sick of her. Hey, Knickknack Studios. Michael says, it's funny, Doug asked, what more did we need? We need more of him as Man in Yellow. Right? Exactly. It would be great if we had more of him. 100%. Thank you so much, Michael. Hey, Ryan. I am all for Monster Fatima. Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah. I think that needed to happen. I personally have felt that Ellis and Fatima have gotten off too easy for too long, and it needed to happen. This felt like the logical conclusion to her storyline with the Smiley birth. I always felt that it just seemed impossible that she managed to survive that ordeal. Well, in reality, they didn't save her. They thought they saved her, but in the end, she got a fate worse than death. So, it just made sense. Hey, Sprinkle Kitty, we have not started the recap yet, so you are actually coming at a great time. Muncher Luncher thinks the show is straight jumping the shark. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I think it's I think it may not have been its finest finale, but I'm still happy with it. Doug says, I think we've already been given way more answers than a lot of people realize. But we have been given a lot more answers than people realize. We really have. Hey, Francis, From needs more Douglas and less Julia Doyle. Ouch. Yeah, I would say we need more Man in Yellow and less Sophia. Just no shade. I'm not going to shade on the actress. I think she's good, but the character Man in Yellow is just superior to Sophia. Period. It's not even close. It's not even a competition. And part of it is also in the writing. I think the writing is better. Doug's lines are better than the lines that they've written for Sophia, and I don't really understand why. I even mean, I'm not just talking about when she's in character pretending to be normal. Even when she's in her evil self, talking, to Clara or someone else who knows who she is, like the boy in white, her lines just aren't as good. Her lines aren't as well written for me as the lines they write for the Man in Yellow, for Doug. And I don't really know why that is. I don't really get the disconnect. Hey, Lori, Real Cinema Therapy, welcome. She says, I am upset we won't see Eloise, and the showrunners said the fans created a conspiracy around it. Yeah, I'm very upset about that as well, and I just think it's ridiculous. Don't even get me started. Oh my God. I'm pissed about that. It's just, they're full of shit. They said in a Reddit AMA, the writers, that Eloise is dead and that sometimes the fans make up their own mysteries. Like, are you kidding me? Are you for real? You laid a trail of breadcrumbs for 3 years. Let's see, seasons 2, 3, and 4. So 3 seasons worth of breadcrumbs about Eloise. The license plate, the comment from Victor that Eloise, whenever they'd play hide and seek, he could never find her. She's so good at hiding. When they got to her grave, he says, I think so. Is that Eloise? I think so. There were only pieces. She was so small. They would never just close the door on it and just definitively say Eloise is dead. I hate that. And then they gaslight us by saying that, we just made this up in our heads. We invented this mystery about Eloise. What a load of shit. Give me a break. That makes me so mad. Yeah, I'm so pissed about that. It's just, I call that bad writing, what they did with Eloise. That's stringing us along. It's a whole string of red herrings, and they're lying about it if they say that we just invented all that. Eloise is dead. Only way we possibly see her is from Victor's flashback or Julie's story walk. Hey, Annie. Fuck. I've never heard so many fucks in my life. Lame writing, write better words. So you think there are too many fucks in the show? Hey, Shepard. Eloise isn't dead. The creators are just throwing a curveball. Well, I don't know. They sounded like they were pretty serious. Hey, Red Star. I think I'm most disappointed by the endings of Victor, Sarah, Kenny, Donna, and Julie, because their stories either didn't have an end or a flat ending. Okay. Yeah, Julie was really... She was disappointing because she didn't do enough in the second half of the season. She was sidelined. Yeah, it's Shepherd, yeah, like it is a chess match between the boy in white and the man in yellow. Like I've been saying for a year and a half, and I feel very vindicated now that it's actually it's been proven. And they didn't say chess, but I think it's gonna come down to being very much like a chess match where they're using the people in town like chess pieces, and that's why they keep showing chess all over the place. Let's see. Yeah, I think oh, I thought you were saying I hope we get more airtime with Doug on the show. I was going to say, oh, yes, we will. But you're talking about our live streams. Yes, I hope we do too. If Doug is allowed to, hopefully we can do more story time with Doug live streams in the future. If the MGM people will let him, we may have to just avoid talking about From at all. I would guess, but I'll keep you posted on that going forward. And but as far as Doug on the show, the one of the good things about the AMA was they said that we are going to get more Doug on the show. That's what they said. They confirmed it that we have not seen the last of Doug as the Man in Yellow. So he will be in season 5, according to the creators, which was uh, a great piece of news. I was very happy to hear that. Let's see. It's kind of so if I obviously I can't. If I don't skip some comments, we'll be here till the middle of tomorrow. But I'm gonna just kind of jump around here, and David says, I believe we have had all of the answers since season 3. That arc with Victor is a microcosm of the show. From season 3, we can already make up our own mind what it all is and means. Yeah, I think that we got the most important answers by the end of season 3, for sure. The reincarnation reveal and the monsters origin, and absolutely. Okay, so Ricardo asked for my top 5 from mysteries. So like the ongoing mysteries. So I would say, well, I would have included what happened to Eloise, but I guess we have to cross that one off the list now. I loved theorizing about that. Let's see. I would say the spider webs from season 1. I want to know what's going on with that. In the AMA, they said that the spider symbolism and the spider references, they do matter. Stay tuned on that. So I would say, like basically, something is going to happen. Something is going to come to fruition in season 5 regarding the spider stuff. That's what they said. I don't remember the exact quote, but that was the gist of it. So I think it's giant spider time in season 5. So the spider thing for sure. What else? I would say like the mystery of how the hell they break the curse. Like what are they supposed to do? What do they do with the bones? Do they take them to the Lake of Tears? What is the Lake of Tears? That's another one. What is the Lake of Tears? What does it do? Is it I think it's probably connected to how they escape in the end. But does it actually have healing properties? Can it bring anyone back from the dead? What does save the children mean when they're already dead? And that's kind of connected to something. Well, that's not really the same as one of the other things I said. Yeah, how do they save the children when they're already dead? No, what does that mean? What's another one? I mean, everybody is curious about the dragging of the tent, but I And they mentioned that in the AMA and said that they're going to bring that back eventually. They're going to answer who dragged the tent. So, yeah, those are the ones off the top of my head that I can think of. Let's see. Let's see. What else did I miss here? Yeah, Annie, I agree that it was obvious Fatima was going to change. Like that wasn't surprising. It was obvious. And MGM did spoil it all. MGM spoiled the road show so many times this season. It drove me insane. It really did. Yeah, I liked Sophia's performance. I just got tired of it eventually. I feel like they dragged it out too long. And in the end, they should have revealed, at least by the finale, they should have exposed her. It just became played out. 5 answers. And 5 answers. The voices. Sophia creates at least some of the voices in Sarah's head, number 1. Number 2, Sophia controls, meaning the man in yellow entity, controls the jukebox. Let's see. Other answers. What are some other answers? Number 3, nightmares and fears really do manifest into reality. We found out via the ragdoll monsters. What else? What are some other answers that we got this season? Clara was a mole, so there really is a mole. And what's a 5th one? Oh, I know. The man in yellow. The man in yellow entity is a shapeshifter and eats people's organs. So those are 5 big answers we got. So yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot, and that's not even all the answers we got this season. There are quite a few, and we'll do another post-mortem. We'll do a few more of these from live streams. We're gonna do from live streams all through the off season, year round. We're gonna do them. And we'll do another one later this week where we go through and we look at all the different answers we got this season and all the lingering questions too. Hey, the Ragman Pappy. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever one of them it is. Well, all you missed was just a general discussion of the finale so far. We haven't started going through scene by scene yet. Right now, I'm just kind of jumping around in the chat. I can't read every comment, unfortunately, or we'll never get through them all and we'll never get to the breakdown, but just jumping around and trying to recognize all the different names I'm seeing in here at least once. Chris says, I think the golem will allow Fatima to remain good and be their protector. That would be nice. It would be nice for the golem to mean something, because right now it seems like it's a nothing burger, and I'm really surprised at that. Because I was certain that golem was going to come to life by the end of the season and pay off what they were setting up. All those scenes that they put in that now seem pointless, where she was making that stupid golem. Damn it. Ryan says, I need confirmation, even though I already know, because we can finally put the official stamp on it. Are we all reincarnated? No. Confirmed. Yes. I think that's it. Yeah, and I think they said that during the AMA as well on Reddit, that it's just Jade and Tabitha who are reincarnated. Red Star says, I think she knew he'd never let her go down into the tunnels if she told him she was turning into a monster, but it seemed like he figured it out. Oh yeah, he figured it out by the end of that scene. That's for sure. And my, let's see here. Yeah, this is something that this season kind of revealed. I mean, it didn't confirm it, but it was Julie's hypothesis, and I think she's right that people have dreams outside of Fromland, which is why Ethan's books have stuff from Fromland, and why Bacta's grandma knew the nursery rhyme, and why Ethan knew what the Lake of Tears is. Yes. So we're going to have to accept, guys, that just prepare yourself to accept that not all questions, the myriad of questions that this show has produced, they are not all going to be answered explicitly. We're going to have to deduce some of them have been answered indirectly from stuff like this, from Julie saying, what if Fromville kind of leaks out into the rest of the world and into their world, and that's why people have dreams about it, and that explains how Bacta's grandma knew the cicada nursery rhyme, and that's probably the only explanation for that we're ever going to get, because who cares about Bacta anyway? Let's be real. Like, Bacta is not important to the show at all. She's a side character at best. So, yeah. Like, that's enough for me. I don't need an explicit answer now. I'm good with that answer. Christine really liked the part where Fatima slowly started turning into the monster and then finally did turn into the monster and said, "Remember who I was." That was really heart-wrenching. Remember who I was. And what a tragic figure. She was the most hopeful person. She was the most hopeful person, a beacon of hope. She's the one who said even a nightmare can look like a dream when you climb up high enough. Who could possibly have that positive of an outlook living in a place like this? But she did.
She's living underground.
And now, oh my God! And now she's living underground. That is so. Oh my God! That is so dark and ironic, isn't it? Oh, if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. Well, nothing's looking like a dream for her anymore. She's living underground now. Damn, that is dark. The Ragman says, I slapped the heck out of that like button just as I came into the chat. Thank you. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. Please, please. Also, a whole lot of my theories, my whole headcanon in general since Season 2, Episode 7, has been proven, except some details. Yeah, I mean, this season gave us so many answers. I got a lot of confirmation, too, for my theories. Oh, and I missed that. I missed Doug saying goodnight, but belated goodnight to Doug. It's pretty late. It's pretty late at night for him. It's only midnight for me, but he's an hour ahead of us. I'm in Central Time. For me, midnight isn't late. I know it sounds weird, but midnight isn't like excessively late for me. So Darrell has been listing more answers here that we got. Boy in White is against men in yellow. Yes, I think that's pretty obvious, but not everyone really picked up on it by that final scene, The totems kill the scarecrows. Jade and Tabitha are on the talismans. Oh, yeah, the talisman meaning. Absolutely. The talisman, those two figures on the talisman represent Jade and Tabitha. That was a cool answer that we got, that she figured out. The Lake of Tears is in Fromland. Only Jade and Tabby are reincarnated. And we don't know for sure about the Lake of Tears being there, but I think it's a safe bet that it is. Now, for some reason, I didn't see your first few things in this list. I saw, like, starting with number 4 or 5 or something. I don't know why. Oh, no. Wait, here it is. Man in Yellow is Sarah's voices. Yep, I got that. I mentioned that. Man in Yellow is fake Thomas. Oh, that was a cool reveal. I loved that. That was one of my theories, too. Man in Yellow controls the jukebox. That was another of my theories. Fatima is a monster. Man in Yellow causes the seizures. I don't think he causes all of them, though. I think that the Boy in White, when he can connect with people via dreams and visions, he also causes seizures. Not because he's trying to hurt people, but look at Julie. Look how she goes into a seizure just from story walking. I think that sometimes when these people tap into this place on a deep level, it overwhelms their body, and that's why they have a seizure. Elgin had a seizure after having a dream with the boy in white in it. So I don't think it's just Man in Yellow doing that. 6, Jade was seeing his past lives. Oh, that was another one of my theories that got confirmed. That was my theory since the middle of season 3 when I committed to the reincarnation theory. I believed that Jade was seeing all his past lives in those visions. That's another one. 7, the monsters can't go into the light, which was something we pretty much knew already. Okay, yeah. Now I've caught onto all of these. Yeah.
I think it was confirmed that the massacre happened like that the sky went dark, and that's how all the townspeople got killed in 78 or 81, whenever that took place, leaving Victor as the sole survivor.
Yeah, there was probably an eclipse then too. I think that's right. I agree. Yeah, it could explain how all those people got massacred. That there was an eclipse, and we've been waiting for an eclipse, and it finally happened.
Maybe that's how Miranda got trapped at that bottle tree too. The sky went dark, and it was like, uh-oh, because otherwise she would have just made it no problem.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there was an eclipse, that explains why when Miranda left the root cellar, she left the kids down there, it was still light out. But by the time she made it to the tree and Smiley got her, it was the dead of night. I think an eclipse happened. Yeah. Absolutely. Definitely. So the Man in Yellow doesn't play fair late in the game. He can just flip a switch and then there's an eclipse, I guess. But I think there probably have to be some conditions met for that to happen in the game. Red Star says, I think the ending at least proved that the boy in white isn't trying to harm the humans like Man in Yellow. Yes, exactly. RCO says, I wonder if the Man in Yellow's true form is a spider. I think it very well may be, but then we're going to have another plagiarism problem. We've already got too much. This is too much like Lost, people are saying, and if he's a spider, I mean, that's a little too much like It by Stephen King, and it already is too much like It, because this is an ancient evil shape-shifting entity that feeds on people's fear. That's It. So you throw in the giant spider, and it's even more like that. So they definitely borrow heavily from it. Ryan says, I don't think they are friends, but a kinship like the Archangel Michael and Lucifer. So, meaning Man in Yellow and Boy in White. I do believe they are both playing a game together consensually. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Boy in White wants to be doing this. I think the Boy in White is doing this to try and save, break the curse and save people. But if he could just end it and everything would be fine, I think he would. I think he's forced to play the game to try to help them, if that makes sense. That's just my opinion. Annie says, Mariel's death is for us to feel bad for Christy. Only problem is we don't care about her now. A lot of people don't have love for Christy these days, and they've really ruined her character, if you ask me. But she was definitely making us feel for her in this, for sure. Emma Abdul thinks that Boy in White is another player on the board. The game is between Man in Yellow and Tabitha, maybe Jade. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It maybe, but to me it seems like these are the two entities playing each other. Emma Abdullah says, if Tabitha and Jade sacrifice their daughter, then they should be monsters, not stuck in an endless game with the Man in Yellow. But they didn't choose to. They just failed to stop the others from doing it. They tried. That's why they're not monsters. Okay, so yeah, From is definitely lucky to have a fandom like us, Annie. You're right on that. They should put some respect on the audience name. Yeah, they definitely shouldn't be like gaslighting us and saying we make up our own mysteries. yeah, give me a break. They led us down the garden path with Eloise bullshit. Why did they even? What was the point of introducing a forgotten sister and Victor's amnesia? What the hell was the point? Uh, I I don't understand at all. If they wanted to do it just for soap opera drama, character drama, then they should have said Eloise is definitively dead. Victor should have said, I buried her body. She's dead from the jump, or at least not long after. And they didn't do it, and that doesn't make any sense to me. They were trying to string us along and make us theorize ourselves to death about it. Akshita says Patty was supposed to die. Harold said it. She was supposed to shoot herself in the car, but they changed it because it would have been too much. Too much? We would have been cheering it on. We would have been like, oh, thank God. Oh, God, enough already. Yeah, that was a bummer. They should have definitely let her go. David says the way Fatima said "remember me" suggests she will be a monster eventually, but I think with the golem still in play, they might be able to use Fatima as protection until it is deactivated. Then she fully turns like Jasmine possibly did the same way. Yeah, that makes sense, David. That could be. And David, yeah, like Jasmine, I've also thought of that too, that Jasmine seemed like there was something about Jasmine. I have always said, if you go back and listen to what I've said about Jasmine, I've always said it seemed like there was some vestige of humanity in her that felt bad about being forced to kill Kevin. And like there was emotion. It seemed like real emotion in her eyes just a little bit for a brief time. And she stared at herself in the mirror like, look at what I've become. And now looking back on that scene, and also when she said it wasn't my choice to be this way, I think Jasmine was another creature that was forced to birth a monster. So absolutely, I think that there's credence for that. Absolutely, this is not the first time that someone has been forced to birth a monster and then turned into one. I'm sure it's happened before, and I would say Jasmine is another one. And that explains why, why she was staring at herself in the mirror, like looking at what she's become, looking like part of her was still human. Part of her felt bad. Hey, Green Who, can you do a poll whether boy in men in yellow and boy in white seem like friends? Sure. Hold on. Hold on. I just have to do that in my YouTube tab here. And just give me a second while that loads. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start that poll, and I'm going to skip through and look for any names in the chat who I've missed so far. And then that way I can catch up with you guys quickly, and we can get into the full breakdown. Hey, Choco Beauty, nice to see you. Darrell says the criticism is the same it's been for the whole show, and the show is amazing. So them not listening to it has been the right thing to do. Yeah, maybe so. 35 likes, 94 watching. Please hit that like button. It really does help. It's not just a pat on the back for me. It really helps the channel. It helps tell YouTube that you're interested, and that means YouTube shows it to more people, and I'm able to get more subscribers as a result. Yes, Ryan, I'm with you. I am so done with Sophia, but I think they're going to have to wrap up her arc by showing her get exposed in season 5. So they're going to have to do that. But I vote for season premiere. She gets exposed, and we're done with her. Choco Beauty says, I think they forgot the talisman in the school. It's still under the desk. Maybe. They did get it out from under the desk. They took it to a back room. And they tried to hang it up on the wall, but then Smiley burst in the door before they could do it. So that's a possibility that they might have missed that one. So good call on that. That's possible. That is possible. Anne-Marie, Jade, and Tabitha had one in the caves. Did they have one on them, though, in the caves? Or is it just the one that's on the door at the entrance to the tunnels in Colony House basement? I think it's that, but not sure. I think it's that. The Ragman says there are at least 3 talismans that they didn't get. The clinic, Colony House, and the basement of Colony House. Right, but where did Clara get them from, though? Clara got some of the talismans and brought them to Sophia, and we didn't see where she got them from. Clara lives at Colony House, so it stands to reason she got the main one from Colony House. And maybe the basement, too. I'm not sure. It depends on if she knew it was down there. But I would guess she at least got it from the main part of Colony House. She needed a whole bag for them, too, so it seems like she had multiple talismans in there. She probably went to some of the houses. Bad Miracle says, do you think Fatima is fully a monster now or more like a hybrid? I'll do a poll on that, too, after this first poll. I think she's just about, she's not quite fully a monster yet, but she's almost there. She hasn't lost her hair yet, but she did the full shapeshift face thing, and monster screech, and the claws on her hands, the veiny stuff popped up on her neck now. It's everywhere. And I think she's turned now. She was able to still remain herself enough to be on her people's side and hold the rest of the monsters back, screech at them, keep them away. But I think that's going to be the end of that. I don't think she's going to be able to keep her humanity beyond that point. That's it. That's over with. Francis thinks that was the best part of the finale. Yeah, it was definitely a very strong part of the finale. Elena Vora, sorry if I'm messing that up, says, is there a talisman inside Victor's peach truck hideout? If so, that would be another one that Clara and Sophia probably didn't know about. As far as I know, I don't think there is one. No. Boyd brought one the night that they were holed up in there. Boyd had one with him and they hung it up. But Victor didn't have one, so he and Tabitha were just being really quiet. He never had one in there. And then when they left, I'm sure Boyd took his with him. So I don't think so. Victor just has so much plot armor that he just can hang out in his peach truck with no talisman. Like, I remember we talked about that before. Okay, so let me do a poll here on the Man in Yellow by request here. Let's see. What is the nature of the boy in white, man in yellow relationship? Or game, I guess. And okay, they are enemies. This is a hard one to put in a poll because it's very nuanced, but I'll try to do the best I can to come up with good enough breakdowns of options. They are enemies, they're friends, both evil. Let's see. Friends, both evil, play for fun. Not for fun. And they're frenemies. some combination or some gray area. They're the same entity. Or I'll say different versions of the same entity. So I think that scene pretty much proved that they are not the same entity, the man in yellow and boy in white. But some people still think that there's grounds to believe that they're different versions of the same entity through some kind of time travel situation. So I'm putting that as an option just for those people. So there, I started the poll as best I could, it's a very nuanced thing, but I broke it down as best I could into 4 options. And we'll see you later, Brian. Let's see. Hey, Lucas. Both deaths were very effective in this episode. Yeah, I thought so. Darrell, I only cheered from a theory crafting standpoint about Elgin's death, just because this means hopefully we'll see his nightmare get manifested into reality. Finally, that's always bugged me, not knowing what Elgin was so scared of when he woke up from that nightmare. What the hell was he so scared of? We never found out, and now we have the chance to find out. Marielle and Elgin were both very brave. That's for sure. He also dreamed he was being drowned by the kimono lady, so water is something he fears. That's true. So, my friend Justin's theory is that his nightmare is going to bring on the flood that we've all been anticipating. So, and I think there's a very good chance of that, indeed. Hey, Soul Divide, welcome. Who likes Patty in any episode? Good point. Very good point. Yeah, Annie, imagine telling people who stay up on streams for hours that they don't have the patience. Yeah, the creators, they really should give us a bit more respect, for sure. Let's see. All empathy for Patty went out the door when she almost got everyone killed because she wouldn't get in the van. Yeah, good point. Good point. Patty Melt was pissing me the fuck off. I would have tossed her out the car after she reached for Boyd's weapon and fired it. She endangered everyone in the car. She should get the box. Should Henry get the box? Let me make some notes for polls to do next. Should Henry get the box? Patty would be another one. And then there was another poll I said I was going to do. Oh, about Fatima. Fatima, what is it? Is Fatima a officially a complete monster now? So I'll do some more polls after we let this one run for a while. Let's see. Yeah, she definitely endangered everyone, and yeah, that's a good point. It's one thing to panic, but it's another thing to endanger everyone. Alice says Elgin may be an angel similar to maybe Kotri or Tom. Man in Yellow did not take Elgin's tooth. He may not be able to use Elgin at all. Well, not that we saw. We don't know. The scene cut away, and then she just walked out of there. Or wait, did it cut away? Come to think of it, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe she didn't take his tooth, because I don't think it did cut away. Yeah. Charisse says Fatima and Ellis couldn't hold hands, skipping around forever. Exactly, Charisse. I really think that they've gotten it too easy in this nightmare land. It's not that they didn't suffer. They did. But they still had each other. They still had their beautiful, shiny, happy love scenes. They're not love scenes, but like romantic, sweet scenes. And it just felt like their kind of happiness as a romantic couple could not endure at a place like this. Hey, Lady Smith official, welcome. Wendy says, here's my theory about Sophia throwing the talisman. Maybe they will, in the faraway tree, maybe they will end up where Boyd found them. Just a thought. I thought of that too. Maybe in some kind of crazy loop, they go back in time and they wind up in the talisman hut again. It could be, like a bootstrap paradox. Um, and yeah, like Darrell says here, Phil, the issues guy, he puts out spoilers when he finds them, but he labels them as such. So if you don't want spoilers, you definitely don't want to watch those videos, because he labels them and he warns people about that. He likes spoilers, and some people also like spoilers, and that's why he makes those videos. Um, but but then some people are really rude, some people are really messed up, and then they go around spreading those spoilers around to other people, and then that's wrong. The people who hear them and they go around spreading them to people who don't want to hear them. Knickknack says, I'm not too convinced by that AMA either, Julie. They're trying to throw us off for sure. That's so disingenuous, though, if that's the case. That's really disingenuous. To just lie. David says it's the trickster shadow assuming faces of other people they know, like the smoke monster and Locke. Yeah, definitely. It's some kind of a trickster entity. The man in yellow, for sure. Like the smoke monster, too. Will Fatima remember who she is before she became a monster? RCO, probably not. I doubt it. But maybe we'll get a window into their psyche a little bit more now that someone we know has actually become a monster. But yeah, I would guess no, because most of their humanity is gone, almost all of it. Maybe just a teeny tiny bit is in there somewhere, just to make them suffer, so they have some awareness of who they used to be. And that's what I think Jasmine was feeling when she looked in the mirror after killing Kevin. So Sprinkle Kitty thinks Clara should get the box along with Patty. I know she's being manipulated, but she's putting the whole town in danger by taking most of the talismans. That's worse than what Patty did. Oh, yeah. I mean, Clara is a horrible person. And she's only doing this to try to get herself sent home, not even so that everybody can go home, like what Sarah bargained for, or what Sarah agreed to do, so that everyone could go home. So it's terrible. Terrible. Clara is just absolute piece of shit. So Francis thinks Eloise isn't dead. It's a curveball. Well, let's hope, but I'm not holding out any more hope for that. I'm done with Eloise thing. I am so done. I am not making any more theories about Eloise. I'm not wasting my time. If anything happens with that, I will be pleasantly surprised. I'm not going to get my hopes up anymore. It's like living in Fromville, like they like to build our hopes up just to take it away, and I'm not falling for it anymore. You're going to weaponize my hope. Darrell says if Eloise really is dead, that's the show failing to make that clear. I don't look too deep into things. The Eloise thing is on them if Eloise really is dead. Yeah, exactly. Darrell, you're not somebody who's like a tinfoil hat wearing theory crafter. Your theories seem very, earthbound, very level-headed, like evidence-based theories. Nothing wrong with tinfoil theories. Those are fun. I like doing those too. But Darrell, your theories tend to be very grounded, very evidence-based, based on things we see in the show. And you saw all the breadcrumbs. You saw all the clues related to Eloise. So thank you for validating those of us who obsess a bit more, and that we're not crazy, Hey, Neo Blue, welcome. Yes, Chris, I'm one of those people. I think that the food in the woods was manifested by Kenny's mom before she died. Her hope manifested those crops because she said, we plant new crop in new place. And then she dies, and the next morning, boom, new crops in a new place magically appear out in the forest. Her hope did that. So hope is powerful. And in season 5, they need to figure out that hope can manifest things too. And that could be a game changer if they realize that it's not all nightmares and fears manifesting things. And I don't think they even need to die for their hope to be powerful enough to manifest something. I think Boyd has manifested things with his hope while still alive. I think Boyd manifested the livestock that he found in the woods because he was so convinced he'd find resources out there. I think he manifested Donna's pulse to come back. Anyway, hey Kaiser Bowl. Hope all is well with you too. Oh no, he says this season was dog shit. Well, I'm sorry that you hated it that much, but nice to see you. Hey Dave Dorf. I heard that Jeff Pinkner and Jack Bender did an interview on Friday night, and they were quoted saying Eloise is officially dead. It wasn't quite an interview. It was an Ask Me Anything that they did on Reddit. And yes, they did say she's officially dead. It is true. I have the AMA link right here. I'll put it in the chat right now for anyone who wants to see it. It's basically a kind of a summary. Let's see, from creators, Reddit, AMA. It's like a summary of that. As far as I know, that's what this is right here. So for anyone who wants to check it out, you can bookmark that for later. And there's a lot of other really interesting stuff in there. I definitely recommend checking it out. Yeah. It was always a long shot that Eloise was still alive 40 years later and no one knowing Charisse, but they put a lot of clues in the show that she was alive. That's the problem. So I mean, yeah, Donna's heart attack, I do feel like they used up too much screen time on that in that episode, Red Star, but I think it was important because I believe Boyd's hope manifested her to come back to life. And so that is an important plot point, but I think they dragged it out a little too long in that episode. So Chris says at this point, since they didn't expose Sophia, it pretty much has to be Julie story walking or Sarah who figure it out. I would say Sarah, based on the teeth, she'll find some of her teeth that she's been collecting. She'll find teeth, and that'll connect to the man in yellow, who also had that big bag of teeth. Karl had posted this a while ago. 42 likes, 76 in the chat. Who hasn't liked? Is it you? It's 88 in the chat now, and I'm not sure what the likes are at, but please hit that like. Yeah. Hey Martin. I'm just looking for any names that I missed so I can catch up to the chat and then jump into the breakdown in a few minutes. Martin says, I think Eloise is the big hitter in the season 5 finale. It's Abby, and it's going to be a Lake of Tears revive or timeline thing. I only called Donna, Ellis survive, Marielle, Elgin, Roger deaths, Clara Mole, etc. Yeah, Martin called it that Clara is the mole, and Donna and Ellis would survive. Marielle, Elgin, and Roger would die. Yeah, you've got a really great track record. Great job. Good work, Martin. So, hey, if you're saying something, we should definitely consider it. I mean, it would be interesting if it were Abby, and that would be a cool way to reveal it because Abby's already dead. And so it would be a shame to not get a chance to ever see Eloise if she actually did survive. So some people think that the Lake of Tears is going to bring back people who have died, and that means, it could be Eloise being brought back too. And MG in the chat, MG, how do I say his name? MG, it's like Michael Gmerkin, that's it. His Michael Gmerkin, his theory is that Eloise was Abby, and it's a great theory. It's cool. Watch the Lake of Tears be a temple. We didn't get to see the healing powers in Lost because Jacob was dead by that time. Yeah, wouldn't that be interesting, Martin? That would be interesting. Okay. Saw an AI reel on Instagram with the golems coming to life. It's hilarious. Oh, thanks, Nick Knack. I'll look for that. That's funny. Yeah, that should have happened. Anyway, some of the mysterious things, the whole forest and the worst things are mysterious. There are, worse things than the monsters out there. There are worse things. What was the quote? There are things out here worse than the monsters. That's what the voice said to Sarah in her head. Um, and I think that in season 5 they need to explore more of that forest and show us more of those things out there worse than the monsters. Because so far we've only met the cicada entity and the ragdoll entity, and they're technically worse than the monsters because the cicada entity could strike at random, killing people in their sleep, and probably would have taken out the whole town. And the ragdoll monsters can come out in the daytime. We saw little Tabitha had a dream about one in the daytime, where she was seeing one in the daytime. That is, they also can't be. Talismans can't protect you against them. They attack. They attack no matter what. They can come inside. You have to have one of those totem sticks to kill them with. So technically, that makes them worse than the monsters, but they still didn't seem like they were that much worse. We need more. We need more entities out there. The forest must be full of all kinds of other things. So my tinfoil theory for season 5 is that because they don't have the talismans anymore, and I already had this theory before the finale. I put it in my latest video. Oh, incidentally, I should have said that in the beginning of this stream. I released my episode 9 breakdown late, unfortunately. I wasn't able to release it until Saturday evening, and because of that, it didn't get that many views. It suffered a lot because it came out late. So if you haven't had a chance to watch it, if you haven't noticed it or seen it, please still watch the video. I would really appreciate it if you'd still watch my episode 9 breakdown. And you'll notice I got a few things right for my finale predictions. I got a lot wrong, but I got a few things right. Let's see. Latest video. And then I'll pin this to the top of the chat. But I gave my tinfoil theory for season 5 on what they could do as an overall concept. And it was basically that Elgin's nightmare will bring on the flood, and they'll have to abandon their town, and basically Boyd's boat would manifest, take them to another part of Fromville, and they'll spend the rest of the season exploring the forest and encountering all the other things out there that are worse than the monsters. That Martin was talking about as well, because Martin said that there are horrors you can't even begin to imagine. And he said, remember Martin told Boyd, I always thought the town was the worst part. And he said that there's darkness in the forest, nightmares you can't even begin to imagine. Okay, so show us that. Have we seen anything to really live up to what Martin was hyping? There's darkness in the forest, nightmares you can't even begin to imagine. I always thought the town was the worst part. Okay, time to put your money where your mouth is. Season 5, they need to show us what else is in the forest. Abandon the town. It's getting repetitive and tiresome anyway. And so, obviously, the flood hasn't happened yet. And I think Boyd's boat will manifest later. I do think Boyd's boat is going to manifest from his hope. But yeah, the theory could still happen that now that they don't have talismans anymore, what's the point of staying in town? They have no ability to keep themselves safe in town anymore. They'll just be sitting ducks there. They'd have to go back to hiding in holes every night. And I think they'd be better off going out into the woods and trying to find the Lake of Tears to bring the bones there. I think they need to bring the children's bones to the Lake of Tears. So they should spend season 5 searching the forest for that Lake of Tears, and in the process find all these other nightmare monsters, these different these different things manifested from people's nightmares and fears. Just think of how many people have lived there over the course of centuries. There must be a lot of other entities out there that were manifested from nightmares and fears. And think about how many people are afraid of spiders, arachnophobia. There's got to be a giant spider entity coming. So I'm going to pin my video to the top of the chat. So please check it out. And you can hear how wrong I was about a few things, but I did get a little bit right. I predicted, for one, that Henry was going to obtain Victor's old gun, that he'd find it in the sheriff's station and try to kill Victor, but that somebody would probably intervene and save him. So, anyway, the lighthouse is very mysterious. The boy in white, too. Very true, Akshita. Very true. So there are still a lot of mysteries. And Kaiser Bowl, I'm actually going to do a live stream about Widow's Bay. I know that the season is over, but I think it's still worth having a discussion about it since I didn't get a chance to cover the show. Oh, and we just went over 100 viewers. Thank you for watching. Please don't forget to hit the like on your way in. We're about to get into the breakdown in a few minutes. We still have to do the whole scene-by-scene breakdown. So if you're just joining, you're joining at a great time. Anyway, I'm going to be doing a Widow's Bay review soon. Not a review, but like a live stream discussion. And I really wanted to cover it, but with From on, I just had to devote all my energy and attention to that. It's all I could do. I'm fighting a pain condition every single day, and it's all I could do just to get my From coverage done to the extent I wanted. So I couldn't do Widow's Bay, even though I love the show. I freaking love Widow's Bay. And I will definitely cover season 2 of Widow's Bay. But in the meantime, I want to do a live stream to talk about it. And so I'm going to do a poll. I want to do a poll and see what you guys think of that and how many would watch a live stream about Widow's Bay. Not a lot of them, maybe 1 or 2. Because obviously it's the off season now, but since I didn't get a chance to talk about it before, I think it would be nice. And last week, a bunch of people said they wanted me to do it. So, okay. So I'll do a poll to try and confirm if a lot of people still want that. So, real life Ethan going to be older than Victor before these showrunners answer what the actual F Fromville is. That's all that matters. Yeah, Muncher Luncher. Ethan is definitely getting big. But yeah. We'll get enough answers in the end. Just try and have faith. I think we're gonna get the answers we need in the end. Yeah, Alice. I don't know. I don't think Fatima's gonna have the choice to be a good monster. I think once you become one of those things, that's it. But you never know. Maybe we can hold out some hope for her. And he says, okay, hear me out. The inconsistency of her powers is that making you also lose interest. So she can touch people and kill people and change the weather. But she needs to spread her blood due to the ritual. Okay, fine. Right. You know, like she can, it does seem like really confusing how she can change the weather. I don't think she's the one who caused the lightning, because that came out of the hole where the tree was cut down. But I do think she brought in the storm at the end of season 1. That storm that knocked down the radio tower and punished them for building it. So, like, how could she be that powerful and have to do blood rituals and incantations and use an actual mole to report back to her, and she's not omniscient currently? It is inconsistent. I think that when she's not in corporeal physical form, I do think that she was omniscient. But when she takes a physical form, I don't think she's omniscient anymore. That's how I explain that part in terms of knowing things, knowing everything, knowing everyone's names and getting in people's heads, things like that. There's a lot of evidence that the entity was omniscient before it became a corporeal entity. But yeah, the stuff that she was doing, like bringing on the eclipse. How did she bring on the eclipse when she was in a corporeal form? That doesn't make sense. She made it go dark. Martin thought the scratch on Julie's face was Fatima, so I didn't get that prediction yet. Yeah, maybe you'll still get that one. Yeah, the bones are important. Another answer. Yes. So we got that right. That the bones are important and that they are necessary and a good thing for them to acquire. The boy in white said they got the bones and, but the tree is gone. So we also got confirmation that the tree being gone is a bad thing because Sophia said, yeah, but the tree is gone. Now what exactly that means as far as the tree being gone has yet to be shown, but my theory, and this also goes with Michael Gmerkin, who's often in the chat, he has said that once they cut down the tree, he thinks that there won't be any more reincarnation, no more lifetimes for Tabitha and Jade. So this will be their last chance to save the children, or everyone will be trapped forever. And I agree with that theory. So we're on the same page with that because I think that tree was the engine of their reincarnation. That was enabling them to come back. Right, like you can't use magic just to grab the talisman. You need to physically get them. But how do you telepathically call by phone and move cabinets? Right, how did she make the phone ring and become the Thomas voice again while she's in corporeal form? And then the cabinets. Yeah, I do think that it was probably her trying to scare the kids with the cabinets this time. I thought it was like Jim as a poltergeist the last time, but now I think it was the entity trying to scare the kids into thinking Tabitha's dead too now. Because the last time the cabinets banged like that was when? It was when Jim was missing and it turned out he was dead. So it seems like the evil entity made the cabinets bang in the finale to make them think Tabitha's dead. Yeah. And then someone that powerful don't need to make bargains. Yeah, it seems like a kind of contradiction. I hear you, Annie. Story padding equals Gollum. Yeah, Kaiser Bull called it that Gollum wasn't going to come to life, by the way. He said it during one of our watch party voice chats. And we were all convinced that it was going to come to life. And he said he just couldn't see it. And it turned out it would be true. Hey, chilly outside. Why is no one talking about how it's now confirmed the monsters don't like the daylight? No, well, we touched on it earlier. It's confirmed that they can't step into the light. Now, why is another story. I think it's just part of the game. I don't think anything would actually happen. I don't think they'd burn up like vampires. I think it's part of the game. Like they're banished to stay in darkness as part of their punishment for sacrificing their children. The children were born in the dark and they were murdered in the dark. They kept them down there in the darkness. The kids were all vitamin D deficient to the point where their hair was falling out and they were so pale. And so I think the punishment, the karmic punishment, is the monsters can't come out of the darkness. They have to live down there in the dark, in the caves, and now it's their prison. And, that's just part of their rules. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Annie, in advance for watching the replay later. Okay. So Neo thinks the golem is going to protect everyone in Colony House like a big talisman. So you still think it will? Well, maybe it still will. I guess it's possible. It could. Lucas says the monsters dislike sunlight enough that it prevented them from protecting the bones. Right? Indeed. I don't think it's that they dislike it, though. I think it's that they can't. They can't come out. It's impossible. It's part of the game. They're not allowed to. Well, David thinks Julie's conversation with Tabitha in season 4 is the most important conversation anyone has had on the show. Well, that's a lot. That's saying a lot. I'm not sure which one you mean in particular. I'd be curious to know which one specifically. I'm gonna try and find that answer, but I might miss it as I'm trying to catch up with the chat right now. Hey there, Robert. Welcome, Robert Mecha Man Robertson. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but welcome. Fatima is definitely dangerous now. I would say so. Imagine her trying to get Ellis to let her in, and Ellis's dumbass would probably fall for it and be another Kevin and let Fatima invade Colony House just so he can make out with his wife again. Oh man, it's gonna be bad. Hey, Michelle Williams. Where is the Lake of Tears, and what do they do with the bones? Those are definitely important questions. I think that they need to bring the bones there, so put those questions together. And maybe it's underground, but I think it's probably out in the forest somewhere. So Chris thinks that the boy in white is trapped in the game. The man in yellow enjoys the game. I think it's possible that they're all trapped, including the man in yellow. Remember the cicada nursery rhyme. They touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free. No one here is free. Everyone is trapped there. I think everyone is trapped there. Hey, Code Knox, welcome. Kenny out of there. Christy going asexual. Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe. The Fromley proved to be too smart for them. And maybe Kenny's back in the game. Oh, 100%. And maybe Kenny's back in the game with Christy when she gets over her mourning period. But, yeah, the Fromley is definitely too smart for these writers. I'm with you on that. We come up with better ideas than the frickin' writers themselves. I'm sorry, but it's true. All right. So Michelle says, I'm starting to believe the night monsters are not actually the townspeople who sacrificed the Ankui children. So, yeah, some people I know think that it's like that the monsters are kind of a stand-in for those people. And the people who actually sacrifice their kids are the townsfolk who were reincarnated or something. But then again, I don't think so now because I didn't think so anyway. But the creators said during that AMA that Tabitha and Jade were the only ones who were reincarnated. Damn. David said, I would have loved it if Patty shot herself. Also, if Henry shot Victor and Ethan, then didn't have a bullet for himself. That would have been dark as fuck. God, talk about a fate worse than death. But I'm glad that nobody got hurt in that scene, honestly. Let's see. Chris says Jasmine was being sincere in some of what she said. Also, the look she made in the mirror when she cleaned the blood off. Exactly my point. When she was trying to take the blood off but couldn't. She couldn't get the blood off, and she looked like she really regretted being forced to kill people in that moment. Darrell says boy in white and man in yellow are clearly not friends, but people got to see what they want to see. Very true. You know, people are just gonna go with what their bias is at this point, and their confirmation bias is going to make them see whatever they want to see. And Code Knox agrees that boy in white is not friends with the man in yellow. Soul Divide says they are siblings, brother and sister. Either NY Stock Exchange. Why didn't boy in white warn Victor about Sophia if he doesn't work for her? His statement was ambiguous. My opinion, I don't think it's allowed. I don't think he can. It's part of the game. I think his hands are tied in a lot of ways. I don't think he can tell them more, even though it seems like he should. But I think that it's more complicated than that, and it just doesn't work that way. And we'll understand more in the end. Oh, that's right, Chris. Jade put up a talisman down there. So they do have one down there. That's right. I forgot about that. He put it up on the tarp. Yes, to keep the monsters out of the chamber. So they still have one talisman with Jade and Tabitha. That's very good to know. They could all just crash at Colony House together. That's excellent. But Manasa thinks that the talismans won't work even if they're available. I disagree, because if that's the case, then why did Sophia and Clara go to the trouble of collecting them all? I think that they would still work. Otherwise, why bother? I think if they would still work, then it would make more sense to just let people believe that they're going to work and go about their night as usual and feel safe, and then boom, the monsters just come in anyway. But instead, they took the talismans, so I would say they're still going to work. And that'll help prevent it from descending into complete and utter chaos immediately. If they have one, since they'll have one talisman at least. That's good. That's good. I'm glad about that. Let's see. I want to see a fight between Monster, Fatima, and Smiley. Yeah, maybe Robert. Maybe in the beginning, if she hasn't 100% turned yet, and she still has a little bit of herself in there, we could see some interesting scenes there. Let's see. No, nothing happened with the Sarah actress behind the scenes. And why? Clara seemed to take over her arc. Um, just a second.
Go back to your room and close the door. Bring some cookies.
Okay, sorry, guys. Did, so let's see. No, nothing happened with Clara's actress behind the scenes. Clara, it just seems like they wanted someone else to be a mole, and they didn't want it to be Sarah. My guess is because Sarah is a sympathetic character, and Clara is, they didn't mind throwing her character out the window and making her a terrible person. So let's see. Maybe they're both evil. They just take turns on what side they're on. It's possible, Green Who. I mean, you never know, but it seems like the Man in Yellow has always been the one doing messed up things. Like in the last cycle, Man in Yellow was eating people's organs. Let's see. Okay. Now I'm way behind you guys still, so I'm gonna skip ahead a bit. Sophia could do literally anything and not get caught. She might as well just kill everyone at this point. It seems that way, Charisse, honestly. It's like, come on. She's getting away with so much right in front of people's eyes. Akshita, Karl is doing a lot better. He's way better than when he was in the hospital. So, we're just hoping to get some good news going forward. There's some really important stuff happening this week. So just keep us in your thoughts, because, there's some really, some important doctor appointments and tests coming up. Hey, Flyboy. Man, we need season 5 immediately. I hate the way they ended this season. Yeah, I know it makes it harder when you're frustrated with the ending of the season to then have to wait. To have to wait for the next one. That sucks. I feel you on that. Okay, so trying to see if I missed any other names in here before we. Oh, here's one I missed. Hey, Mark. Hello, all. Glad to be here. Although I wish I could sleep. Yeah, sorry about your insomnia, and hope you can get some sleep soon. But it's always nice to see you. And yeah, I hate the Clara plotline too. 100% hate it. Kaiser Bowl. Cannot stand the Clara Mole plotline. It is stupid. It is poorly written. And I can't stand it. Okay. I'm gonna skip through a lot so that we can start the breakdown. So here's one I gotta read. Hey, Title Guardian, nice to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So if I miss any comment that is like a really burning comment that you wanted me to see and read, then feel free to write it again and tag me, because I'm going to skip ahead so that we can get into the breakdown, the scene by scene breakdown. So David says in the Reddit post, they said Miranda is a reincarnation of Tabitha. That isn't a typo. It confirms my theory and what we are seeing. Our Tabitha grew up in From, her dreams, the slither of reality. That is really interesting. That is so interesting, David. I like that. I mean, and not a typo. It seems like it would be, but the way that you explain it, it makes sense. And Michelle says, I'm so sick of Sophia and her slinking around wreaking havoc. I hope they move on from this storyline as it is tired now. Absolutely agree. Absolutely. Taito says, if Victor never running into Sophia in season 4 becomes important, in season 5 I'm going to be angry. There's no need to write in such plot convenience. Just have Man in Yellow transform into someone he doesn't know. Yes, she was around in the 70s, so maybe he would have recognized her. But, he's forgotten so much, so he probably wouldn't even remember. And thanks, RCO. You like that suggestion of going to another part of From. Someone else liked it in my comment section, too. The boat helps them escape Fromville. No, but I think it really will. I think in the end, the boat is going to manifest and help them escape. I'm serious. I really think that. So I'm not on board the Victor recognizing Sophia theory train. And since they didn't listen to Victor about ripping up the tree, they'll definitely listen to him when he says he remembers Sophia in season 5. Right, Flyboy. It's not believable that Victor didn't see Sophia at all this season. That's a great point. That is a great point. And Mark says, I just hope that all these elements of plot and theme that are marinating don't get abandoned. Oh, absolutely. I don't think that they will. I think that they're going to stick the landing with the final season. I have faith. Hey, Guns N' Roses. For a long time, I was tiptoeing on the edge of Boy in White being bad for Fromily. Yeah, I was for the first 2 seasons. I was, but not anymore. By season 3, I think they gave us enough proof that the Boy in White is trying to help break the curse. Guns N' Roses says it's clear Boy in White and Man in Yellow are enemies. At least I think so. I think so too. And I have a poll running right now if anyone hasn't participated in it. Okay. Skimming through here, the rest of this. Yeah, I don't think Sophia caused the earthquake either, Robert. I think that was caused by the magic tree itself as a failsafe to help out, because that earthquake deliberately helped both Tabitha and Jade. It saved them from the monsters 2 different times. I don't think that was just dumb luck. I think that was built in, a built-in failsafe. If the tree should be chopped down, that this is something that could help whoever would be down in the chamber below this earthquake. And it opened up a new passageway for them to escape. I mean, come on, that was not a coincidence. Then it helped again it helped again when they got to the Ankui Kid cage, and it stopped the monsters from following them in there. Code Knox thinks that was the energy the bones were protecting that caused the earthquakes. Could be. It could be that too. Definitely trying to help them on purpose either way. AA says omnipotent, all-powerful is any entity all-powerful. I feel that like the man in yellow is he is. I don't believe he's omniscient though. Okay, so you think he is all-powerful, but not omniscient, which means all-knowing. Omniscient means all-knowing, and omnipotent means all-powerful. I think that I don't think he's necessarily omnipotent, but omniscient, yes, when he's not in corporeal form. In corporeal form, clearly not, because he needed Sophia to tell him stuff. Sophia needed Clara to tell her stuff. So Robert thinks it's Jim's spirit moving the cabinets. It only happened when the Matthews were around, but then why'd the cabinets just move again at Colony House with Donna? I think it's the evil entity messing with them, making them think Tabitha's dead too, stoking their fear. That's the vibe I got. Chris Rice says Fatima is Monster now. Oh, that's a good one. Monster. I like that. We should call her Monster. That's perfect. Smiley saying mother to Fatima was fan service. It definitely felt that way, Robert. Definitely did. Because people were just waiting for that, waiting to hear that. They probably heard the fans talking about it at the end of season 3.
You just need to call Boyd Papa now.
Yes. That's the other thing the fans wanted to hear. Code Knox says the golem has literally done what it was supposed to do. What has it done? I don't know. What has it done? I'm not seeing what it did. It gave her the strength to save the others. How? It was supposed to do more than that. If you look up what a golem does, the golem in Jewish mythology, it's supposed to literally come to life and protect people. It's a champion. That's the purpose of a golem. It's not just supposed to be metaphorical, like Taito here says. If it was just metaphorical, they should have explained it in one episode, not 4. Exactly. They shouldn't keep going back to it and using more screen time on it. David says maybe the boy in white is pissed because he has been in the losing side for centuries, and every cycle he has to go through puberty again. Nobody wants to go through puberty more than once. That's true. I wonder, yeah. I wonder if he's ever grown and then resets. No, probably not, because he was little when Victor knew him, and now all of a sudden he's grown. So I think this is the first time he's grown to this extent.
Remember, Sophia said, "Oh, you're all grown up."
Right. And in the AMA, the creators said that they anticipated, of course, the actor would grow, so they built his growth into the mythology of the boy in white figure. But I still don't think they explained it well enough, personally. Soul Divide thinks the boy in white definitely caused the earthquakes. Too convenient that both quakes saved Tabitha and Jade from the monsters. I don't know. It could have been the boy in white, but I would say the tree itself did it. When they took down the tree, I think it was kind of a failsafe built into the magic tree that it would protect them. But it could have been the boy in white. Absolutely. That's another possibility. I don't know if he's powerful enough to do that, though. I don't think he's as powerful as the man in yellow entity. AA says a theory I saw that I liked. The boy in season 1 who asks Julie if she remembers him as Ethan. Someone pointed out that their haircut was the same, and that actor does look like an older Ethan. Oh, I hadn't heard of that one. Yeah, that's interesting. I think people made so many theories about Julie story walking and changing things, and people who made all those theories must be kind of annoyed that she didn't do much story walking after all. Her story walking was very limited. But I always anticipated that she wouldn't change much, that she would mostly story walk to gain knowledge to share with the others and help them figure out what to do in the present. I figured that she would do one big important thing, though, which I was wrong about. I thought she would go back and save Eloise. But Eloise is dead, folks. Damn. I hate that. I really hate that. Tito says the townies might as well go into the forest now that they are without any talismans. The nightmare monsters don't seem to go there if you go in deep enough. Exactly. That's my tinfoil theory for season 5, that they're going to spend most of that season trekking through the forest looking for the Lake of Tears. And if you go in deep enough, you don't see the monsters anymore, but they will run into other threats that are out there. I hope lots of new threats. We need to see more. There have to be a lot more. Yes, the cowboy monster pushed right through the plastic tarp that had the talisman once the tree was pulled out, Guns N' Roses, because once you pull the tree out, it's like opening a window. The talisman is no longer effective anymore. If you're in a house with a talisman and you open a window, they can walk right in. So it's the same thing. That's the metaphor Donna used. Darrell says Clara wasn't even a character before this mole plot. At least now she's a character. Yeah, but does she deserve to be? I don't like her as a character. I don't think her acting is nearly good enough for this. And I just don't like any part of it. Let's see. Hey, Eddie Harrington Hellfire. Nice Stranger Things reference. Clara is the most selfish person in Fromville. Well, that is definite. That is for sure. I'm glad Donna is not evil like everyone wants. Yeah, I'm with you on that, but some people still think that she's evil and got more fuel for their theories because in the finale, Donna encouraged Henry to go see Victor right when he was thinking about killing him. So now they are using that for their Donna is an evil mole theories. So it's still on the table, but I don't believe she's evil or a mole in any kind of way. Donna has nobody to go home to. Her sister is gone. I don't really blame her for wanting to stay. Agree, Eddie. Absolutely agree. David is going with Boy in White causing the earthquakes or the children. Could be the children. I don't know. I don't think the children have that kind of power. So, yeah, it's likely that it's the Boy in White. Football Affinity says, I for sure thought Julie would story walk or at least get the scar. Yeah, I mean, I thought she'd do it one more time. It's been several episodes before she did it. Martin says, you just reminded me when I used to say, don't forget to listen to I'm on a boat, motherfucker, so everyone can manifest Boyd's boat for a happy ending. I've never heard that. I've never heard of I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Yeah, that they're gonna get that boat. They're gonna get that boat. Unplugging the tree was the same as unplugging the heart of the island too. Unplug them all, right? Like on Lost, after the Fellowship of the Bones, of course. Right, exactly. And so David says, I think the poltergeist action is directly related to Ethan's state of mind, showing he can't cope with the information his parents are dead. Okay. So it could be related to that. And Eddie, yeah, Jim being the crow at the funeral, I've heard that theory, and that's a cool one. I like that. Greedy God says, did y'all see the interview Elgin did on E-Man's YouTube earlier? No, I didn't. I'll have to check that out. I haven't watched a lot of the interviews lately. Watching the monsters freak out during the earthquake was kind of funny. They were looking up, like wondering, why is our house falling apart? Yeah, Guns N' Roses. I thought that was really weird how human they acted, covering their heads and crouching, just like people do. That was interesting, seeing them react that way. I found that really fascinating to watch. Smiley became my favorite character with the hello mother thing. Acosta rose to number 2 with the shut her up line. Yes, Taito, yes. Those were excellent lines. Yeah, when somebody shut her the fuck up, that Acosta was all of us in that moment. Yeah, Flyboy, Acosta, I mean, not Acosta, Eloise is gone. Eloise is gone, ripped to shreds, never coming back. I think that is just so sad and ridiculous. David, this is interesting. It seems like they have similar but mirroring powers. Man in Yellow can take on the form of everyone that dies. Boy in White could be all of the positive mentors that show up, mirroring the powers. So maybe he also does it, you're saying? Like he takes the form of the positive mentors like Ghost Khatri. So not in a physical way though. Yeah, I mean, but they are physical though. They're very corporeal because like Jim was able to hug Ethan and stuff. So it's hard for me to reconcile how that would work. Like, is the boy in white actually turning into Ghost Jim, Ghost Khatri, or is he sending the real ghost entities, the real spirits? I'm leaning more in that direction, but it could go either way. I do think either way that they're on the same side, the ghost entities and most of the ghost entities and the boy in white. Not Ghost Abby. She's clearly evil. Straight Edge Junkie says, TBH, the show explicitly told us that Eloise is dead. We just didn't listen. No, they didn't. They didn't say that explicitly and definitively, because when Henry asked is this Eloise's grave? Victor said, I think so. There were only pieces. She was so small. So he couldn't even identify the body. That's not definitive proof. That's deliberately leaving the door open for more speculation. They should have closed it. That would have been the time to finally close it. That is infuriating to me. That is bad writing. Another shitty red herring. Yeah, why do they introduce the Eloise license plate if she's dead? That's mean. Yes, New York Stock Exchange. I love that name, by the way. Yeah, that was mean. They were just teasing us. Absolutely. So David says the same could be for the environment as well. Man in Yellow causing the day to go dark. Boy in White causing the earthquakes. Opening the seal. Okay. And it seems like just cutting down the tree caused the lightning, because the lightning came right out of the hole where the tree was. Football says the boy in white pisses me off so much. Why doesn't he go to the town and show himself as well? Well, like Victor says, it doesn't work that way. That it's part of the game. I don't think he's able to. I don't think he can. So we're just about caught up with the chat here, so I can pull up my screenshots and we'll go through scene by scene the finale. Hey, Island Aquatics. Hey, Gabrielle. Hi, Fromily. Can't believe the man in yellow mostly just stole all the talismans and cut a hole in a rope ladder like a cartoon villain. We needed more Doug. Cartoon villain is right. She really turned into a very cartoonish, flat, two-dimensional villain. And the Doug man in yellow character was much more nuanced, had much more depth, better writing for his lines. I did find Sophia to be a very mustache twirling, cartoonish villain in the end, and I did not care for that. Good night, Mark. Thank you for being here as always. Sleep well. Hope you can finally get some sleep. Nothing worse. I hate insomnia. I have been there. Hey, Laura Butler. I saw a meme of Julie's wig causing Frumtown to go dark. Too funny. I love the wig memes. I love the Julie wig memes. That's great. Flyboy, I'll show you right now the Eloise license plate. You don't have to go find anything. I will pull it up right now. I know exactly where it is in my image folder. As I'm about to pull up my images anyway, I will start with that. Let me find it right now. It was in the season premiere when the pastor's car first got there. So I will just go straight there and show it to you. And it's not like literally Eloise's name, but it looks very much like Eloise. And that seems like it was intentional. Where did my water go? Just a sec. No, my flashlight is not working. Hold on. So let me just pull up that image first. It was in the season premiere, which was called The Arrival. Where is it? The Arrival, right here. Oh, okay. So when it was right when the pastor got to town, that was when they showed the license plate. When he not to town, but when he pulled up to the tree. I just have to locate that scene in the episode here. Let's see. I think we're almost at the scene. Nope, that was before. I missed it. That's the car flying into town. All right, so it's before that. Wait, did I just blow by? Nope, that was the car speeding. And wow, it was early. It was early in the episode. Here it is. Now you can see how it looks very much like it says Eloise. It's got the XO there. It has a 3, which, if you flip it around, it could be a backwards E. And then if you take the XO out, LOI, the 5 could be a stand-in for an S, and then it's just missing the E. But yeah, it's like Eloise, and then the XO, and then some people, like Martin, connected that to, in the same episode, or I think it might have been the next one, Boyd was looking at a note he got from Abby, and it was signed XO Abby, which I'm sure MG, our community member, was excited about, because his theory is that Abby was Eloise, just connecting them. And Martin has also theorized the same. So it's like, maybe that was supposed to be a clue. The XO on the Abby note right around the same time as this was here. So, and it says stars fell on at the top. Another little connection to stars, aliens, like Star Magic, the Star Magic Hotel. Not that I think this has anything to do with aliens, but the man in yellow entity could be an extraterrestrial being, kind of like Pennywise from Stephen King. So there you go. There's the license plate that is now going to go down in infamy, because Eloise is dead. I believe the showrunners when they say she is dead. Code says, I'm fair. That's definitely an ode to Eloise. Yes, it is. It is. And Island Aquatic says 3 things. She plays hide and seek, and I could never find her. Eloise license plate, and Victor didn't know if it was her he buried, as there were only bits. Right. All of those were clues. They had Julie in that ugly wig just to story walk like twice. Please get her a lace front for season 5. Just cut her hair. It would look so much better. It would be cute, and then it'll grow back. Screenshot Julie B is her middle name. Brother, just ask her. Wait, what? What are you talking about, football? I don't know what that means. Khatri, the bartender, young. So David says Khatri, the bartender, young Jade, all act and speak like the boy in white. I definitely can see connections there for sure. But in Shrooms, he actually made sense because normally symbols is the language of the unconscious, not words. They are all psychopomps, essentially. They act the same or are on the same side. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much with you on that. I am. And Taito says, I think the ring stuff was just an homage to Lord of the Rings, TBH. There were several shots in that episode that were right out of... wait, is this Lord of... Yeah, I think this is Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. It's like Nosferatu. Right, Omari. Exactly. And... yeah, it's going to be tough to fit in the ending to all of this mystery in 10 episodes, Kaiser. Definitely going to be tough. Yeah, the license plate thing was just mean, 100%. It was just mean. Yeah, the wig is returning for season 5. And yes, someone in the town was collecting license plates, Omari. It was Victor. He had a whole bunch of them. There's no way that was pure coincidence. I agree. Oh, okay. Football said, you are the queen of screenshots. Someone said they were looking it up and you already have everything. Sorry for the vagueness. No, don't be sorry. I can get a little confused sometimes because my pain is always, making my head foggy. So you probably weren't that obscure and I was just being, obtuse or something. But yeah, thank you. I have a screenshot for everything. Of course, I've got a screenshot for this, and I could call it up right off the bat, no problem. My only problem is I take so many screenshots that it does take a while to wade through them and find it. So, yeah, if you wanna know, if you want to like a screenshot for something in the show, if you want, I can probably find it. And I do remember when things happened pretty much. It's not too hard for me to remember what episode something happened in. So if you want to see an image of something, I can probably call it up pretty easily. Is it another year skip? I don't think they're going to do any kind of time jump, if that's what you're asking, in the show. They could do 11 with 10 being part 1 and 2. Oh, that would be nice to have an extra episode. I would appreciate that. We could hope for 12 episodes. I hope so. I really, really do. I really do. So anyway, let's get to the full breakdown now. We've done enough mourning Eloise. R.I.P. Eloise. I will always be pissed about that. So if a tree falls in the forest, and so of course, if a tree falls in the forest is the philosophical quandary. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? And this, once I saw that title and we really thought about it, what the episode titles meant and what could happen, I guessed that they were going to take down the bottle faraway tree. I just didn't guess the circumstances exactly, but I did guess that they were going to be taking it down. And so it opens right where the previous one left off, with Tabitha facing down the cowboy monster, and you really shouldn't be doing that. And then on the outside, they're waiting. They're waiting for a signal so that they can take the tree down. And now they just have to collect the bones, and it's like it's a sobering moment for them to see the bones of the children. And Tabitha's leery of it, like, it's horrifying. But Jade just says, don't think about what they were, just grab them. They don't have any time to be hesitant about this. And then that's where Tabitha finds out that the bones won't protect them. Jade lied. He tells her that, he's not going to give them the signal yet to pull up the tree, not until the bones are ready to take up, because she's got to get up that ladder with those bones first. And, she's like, what are you talking about? He tells her that he lied because if Boyd knew that there was so much risk, he wouldn't have let them do it. So he had to lie that the bones would protect them once there's a hole in that space and the talisman won't work anymore. So that was pretty like shitty of him to lie to her, but he did like plan on sacrificing himself. So that was the right thing to do. He lied to her, but his plan is to sacrifice himself so that she can escape with the bones, which is a really noble thing. And who would have thought that of this selfish, self-centered prick who first got there in season 1, that he would actually sacrifice himself for her so that she could get her kids out. He told her, you deserve to get your children home, all of them, including Victor. So once they collect the bones, he starts doing his signal with the radio wires, and everybody flies into action. They start yanking the tree out by the roots using this truck, and then immediately, as soon as there's a hole in the space above them, the cowboy monster, just yanks the tarp aside, walks in. As long as there's a space big enough for a person to fit through, then the monsters can get in. But here's something. I don't know how they didn't think of this potential outcome before. How did it not occur to them that the monsters may not be able to come into the light, so they might actually be safe? How did they not think of this? The monsters only come out at night, so it stands to reason that when you rip a hole in the ground above and the daylight comes in, they're not going to be able to step into that light, and you'll be able to get out. It's kind of a no-brainer. They don't have definitive proof. They didn't have definitive proof of what would happen if the monsters were out in the daylight. But, like the smiley monster, he was laying on the ground in the daylight, but he was already dead. So we never got to see what would happen to them if they were in daylight. And apparently they can't be. Now, is it because they would burn up, like a vampire? No, because they're immortal. They can't die. So I think it's just one of the rules of the game, and it's as simple as that. It's just one of the rules, because we know they can't die. It's not going to kill them. So they all stepped back out of the light, and Tabitha realized what that meant. Tabitha was the one having all the great ideas in this episode instead of Jade, which I thought was odd. It was not typical. So yeah, they ripped the tree out by the roots. Had this cool shot where the camera was panning into the hole underneath the tree. Jade and Tabitha are there in the background waiting, and Boyd was just like yelling down there, like, Tabitha, Jade, are you okay? Can you answer me? It's just like, throw down the rope, dude. Come on. Jade's like, yes, throw us the rope. And so they do. He does. And here's something dumb. Why didn't they stress test this rope ladder before using it? Sophia weakened it by cutting into it with her knife. Why didn't they pull on it and test it, really yank on it before they brought it out here. It was really short-sighted of them not to, because they made this in a crude manner and they couldn't be sure that it was truly secure anyway. So they really should have tested that out. And because this is right in that circle of light, they're safe for now anyway. So she's climbing the ladder and she gets near the top when the thing snaps. And I think that was by design. Remember how the evil entity loves to give people false hope that they're going to make it, that something is going to work out, and then take that hope away. So I think she intentionally weakened the rope in the spot which would be close to the top. So she'd think she was almost out. She almost made it out. And then it snaps, she falls. And so it's like, now what? And then it was the real what the fuck moment. And all of a sudden it just gets dark. It gets dark like the beginning of evening, like early evening, nighttime. The monsters immediately change form and advance on them. And they're trying to figure out what the hell to do. I mean, that was wild. It was very much like it was the eclipse that we've been waiting for. It was the eclipse that a lot of people thought might happen in season 3 for some reason, and we finally got it. And I think it was the Man in Yellow entity doing this so that Tabitha and Jade wouldn't be able to escape. The daylight protected them from the monsters, that circle of daylight, and so this was a way of getting rid of that protection. So I guess because they transgressed and they unearthed the bones, the Man in Yellow entity, I guess if they transgress in a certain way, I think, then it can play dirty and introduce an eclipse. I think that's probably what happened. They didn't unearth the bones back in the 70s, but I think they transgressed enough. They made the entity angry enough that it was able to bring on an eclipse and wipe everyone out that way. Also, if that's the case, I wonder why it didn't wipe everyone out here and now, because it could have via the eclipse, but I guess it's not time yet. It wants to savor the game a bit longer. But anyway, then there's the earthquake, and it's the monsters are covering their heads just like the people are, which I thought again was interesting, very human of them. And that's the end of the opening scene, the cold open, as it were. But let's go over to the chat and see what your thoughts are on that. Also, I'll end the first poll that I did, and I'll start another poll. Mike Light says, I think Boy in White is the collective hope of the children, while the Man in Yellow is their collective fear. I like that a lot. I really like that that metaphor you have going there. Nice. So let me go up a little bit. Scrolling up the chat just to see your thoughts on this opening scene. So Code Knox thinks season 5 will be all flashbacks. I suppose that's possible. I think we'll get a lot more in terms of story walking. So Julie, I think, will story walk to past timelines, and we'll get to see more from past timelines through Julie's eyes, which, I mean, I think that would be very interesting. I would love to see more from the past through Julie. I wouldn't say all flashbacks, but, because then we wouldn't have our current cast to watch. But I think we'll probably get a lot more than we did. A movie-length finale would be awesome, David. I would love to see that. Yeah, I hope that happens. Because this season finale we just got was definitely not enough. And for the series finale, I think to wrap it up, that would be really helpful. Yeah, I would love to see that. See, talk about taking a year to release the next episodes. Well, I think in season 5, I think we're gonna get a lot. I mean, we're gonna have a much shorter wait, is what I want to say, for season 5 than we did for season 4. Maybe not by a whole lot, but maybe like a 6-month less wait. I think they're gonna probably start filming soon. Straight Edge says there's a time jump in season 3. Tabitha was out cold for a few days, and those days were skipped. They were also unaccounted. Oh, they were also accounted for in from. Yes, that's true. That's true. So there was a time jump, and it wasn't much, but it was something. So they could give us a bit of one, but I think they're gonna need to show us the immediate aftermath. I think they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to show us that night when they realize, oh no, there are no talismans. Like, that's got to be a night that they show us when the talismans are gone. So, same as Stranger Things, last episode was the full length of a movie. That would be great, Guns N' Roses, for sure. Do you have the drawing of the boy, Sophia, and the dog? The boy, Sophia, and the dog? I'm not sure which one you mean. Sophia and the dog. I didn't think there were any drawings that had Sophia in them at all. Oh, you might be talking about, there was a boy and a girl and a dog at night. So if you're talking about that, I'll pull up the one that I'm thinking of right now. That is the one I think you mean. Let me see. It was a boy and a girl at night and a dog in between them, outside no less, which I always found really weird. And I believe it's in the opening credits, if I'm not mistaken. I think. So let me see. Yeah, there it is. Episode 1. Go to the opening credits. And it should be... where is it? Where is it? Thought it was in the opening credits. Yeah, I could have sworn. Yeah, it is. It is. This one here, if this is what you're talking about, a boy, a girl, and a dog. And I wouldn't say Sophia. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is the one you are thinking of. Why do you think it's Sophia? Is what I wonder. I guess you never know. Anyway, so we'll pull that back up now. The From dogs just disappeared. Well, in the AMA, the writers said that we have not seen the last of the dogs, so they will be back. I wish they'd show them again too. I found them interesting. They confirmed they are the children's bones, and she found their daughter's skull. Yeah, that was a sad moment, David. That was sad, but I was wishing that she would come up with a flashback for it, though. Yeah, I love that Jade was going to sacrifice himself. I love all the Jade and Tabby scenes in this episode. Yeah, Darrell, you're shipping Jade and Tabitha, so you definitely got some fodder for your ship there. Definitely. Taito, I was glad that Henry didn't succeed in killing anyone. I wouldn't say I was frustrated with how it ended. I thought the whole thing was sad as always. I'm glad that he didn't kill anybody. Eddie says, I think Jade will sacrifice himself for real next season to save Tabitha, Ethan, and Julie. Yes, I agree. And I think this was a preview of it. He was willing to do it now, but it didn't have to happen. And I think this was a preview of what Jade is actually going to do. He said, you deserve to go home. He said, your children deserve to go home. And so I really think in the end, he will sacrifice himself and Tabitha will bring her kids home. Soul Divide says he should have shot Ethan. Damn, you are a savage. Tony said the same thing, actually. Yeah, Tony Teflon last night said the same on his live, that if you're going to have a scene like that where he's pulling a gun on Ethan, then he should have shot him. Otherwise, what was the point? It was, there was no impact because nobody got shot in that scene. But I don't know. I liked that Victor saved Ethan. I was glad that it worked out the way it did. Omari says, I wonder if the bones and teeth that Victor found should match or be combined. Yeah, I wonder. It's probably just from all different victims, though, I think. The monsters were mildly annoyed by the light, right? They didn't start to burn, etc. They just kind of squinted at it like, oh, fuck, this is blinding me. This is burning my eyes. We haven't seen light in centuries. Fuck. Lucas says, for all they knew, the monsters are just nocturnal. I never thought the sun would stop them. Yeah, I think it's just against the rules of the game. Annie says, better writing equals the monsters tried to jump out the hole when the eclipse came, then they leave in the car. Tried to jump out the... Oh, yeah, I could see that. Jump out the hole. Sure. Then they leave in the car. Wait, the monsters get in the car with them? Or you mean when they leave in the car? Yeah. I can see that. Cowboy confirmed he was an original parent altogether again. The 12 parents and the bones of the 7, the white figures, 7 slabs, root symbol, and 2 figures above it. Yes, in the cave painting. And he said, oh yeah, isn't this nice? All together again. He said that to Jade and Tabitha. I really liked that bit of dialogue. That was cool. They're all together again. Ethan is not annoying. It's his mother Tabitha who's annoying. Yeah, Eddie, I agree on that. I find Tabby annoying, but not Ethan. I like Ethan. Yanking it before they are about to use it is risky. Well, I think they need to stress test the rope ladder, though. I think that's just smart. If the rope ladder is going to hold up, then they need to pull on it and make sure that it's sturdy enough to hold their weight. That's just, to me, it's common sense. But Taito says Ethan is just a kid. He's not that annoying when it comes to child characters. Yeah, I think he's fine. I'm with you there. We all knew the rope was going to fail. There was no suspense in this scene. Agreed, of course. We all knew it. We saw what Sophia did. The monsters move extra slow. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness will never understand it. Sophia's biblical quote. The light shining into the tunnels, into the subconscious, and root trauma in their root chakra. Nice. I love that esoteric analysis there. Beautiful. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness will never understand it. Ethan sacrificed himself for light. Or Elgin, sorry. Elgin. Yes, he certainly did, Omari. I was proud of him. David says, I hope season 5 continues the current timeline, but every episode has story walking to juxtapose the past cycles with the present cycle. I could get on board with that. I would like that. Straight Edge says Julie may only story walk to Jim's death, and that's it. Don't make the same mistake twice and expect too much of Julie's story walking. Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to get my hopes up too much there. But I do think she'll do a bit more appearing in the past timelines to show us a bit more. That's our chance to find out more. Flyboy says, wait a minute, wasn't the Lost series finale super long? We might end up getting a longer series finale for From, too. Sure, we might. We might. And we definitely, David, we need Tabitha touching more things because she keeps, every time she touches things, she seems to get flashbacks. So she needs to go around just touching everything in town. That's what I keep saying. Hey, the nonfiction. So Darrell says, I read that filming is happening from July 6th to November 28th, but it's not confirmed. Well, we'll definitely find out soon enough, won't we? That we'll definitely hear something. The nonfiction, yes. I have all throughout tonight so far discussed the AMA. Anytime a subject comes up where I think of something that the writers talked about, I've brought it up. Some really interesting stuff in there. And the Eloise thing being the most interesting and infuriating, if you ask me. That Eloise is dead, and what a load of bullshit. Sophia reset the game. Oh, you think so? Okay. Let's see. Season 5, episode 1 will need to be the wrap up to season 4, which would kind of make it the real finale. Yeah, in a lot of ways, which sucks. Yeah. Yeah, Lost is a bit old-fashioned in terms of network TV shows, Guns N' Roses. You're not really wrong there. But I would recommend watching it, seriously. I would recommend it. It's a great show. It's worth the watch. Hey, Molten Fetus. I think the boy in white is closer to good than the man in yellow, who appears to be pretty evil, but I think they're both playing with people's lives. For some reason, I can't tell yet. Right. I do think the boy in white is closer to good. He's not pure good, but I think he's trying to help as best he can break the cycle, and he has to play the game in order to make that happen. He has to. It's the only way, as he would say. Or is it the drawing Victor was doing with teeth out, man in yellow eating a girl? Girl could be Sophia. Oh, right. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that that's the drawing. Okay. Yeah, no, AA, we never saw the Puritan woman that we were supposed to see that they cast for this season. We never saw her. That was a letdown. It sucks when we theorize for nothing, which is a lot. Oh, okay. Alice. So in this drawing right here, she has the blue dress with flowers on it, like the 70s Polaroid picture. Let me look for that. Hold on. I'll pull that up. Yeah, yes, that picture that dress that Tien Chen later wore, it got buried in. That was right near the end of the episode, so that's easy to find. Yeah, so that could be Sophia. Imagine if they've had Sophia in a drawing all along in the opening credits. That would be crazy. I think that's a coincidence, guys. And the reason I say that is because the writers said that they didn't plan on the man in yellow entity being a shapeshifter from the beginning. That wasn't in the plan. So I don't think this is Sophia because it wasn't planned from the beginning. And this picture has been in the opening credits since the first episode. And here's the picture of Sophia for reference. It's a little different. There are no pink flowers on it. It's blue with like green flowers on it. So yeah, it's a good catch, and it could, you could make an argument that it's Sophia, but it's probably not. It's probably not, just because they didn't plan on her being a shape-shifting entity. The man in yellow, anyway, being a shape-shifting entity. That was not part of the plan, according to the AMA. It was something they decided on later. So anyway, we've got so all hell breaking loose here. The earthquake, and then Kenny and Victor, they're in the middle of the earthquake too. It's happening all over, just wreaking havoc. And Victor is yelling for help. He never should have been locked up in there to begin with. Kenny lets him out, and then they stand in the doorway for protection. And Victor is like, "What? What's happening? I told you not to pull out the tree. Why didn't you listen?" Yeah, Victor has every right to be on his high horse. Like, I told you so right now. He deserves an "I told you so" if anybody does. Poor Victor. That was terrible what they did to him. So then things start to calm down. The earthquake stops. The monsters advance toward them again, and then they notice that there's another exit. So the earthquake opened up a whole new tunnel down in a different direction. So I'd say the earthquake did that on purpose. It was trying to help them. So it was either the boy in white or the magic tree itself. When they removed it, it had that built-in failsafe to protect them in the event that something like this would happen. Definitely deliberate. No doubt about it. Boyd is up there calling them, trying to get an answer, and they're all telling him, everyone is telling him, we have to leave. We can't be out here in the open like this, in the dark. And he is so unreasonable that he wants to grab the chain from the truck and climb down there. And Christy has to tell him, you're going to lose everybody here if we don't leave now. So then they see the monsters advancing, and Boyd has to accept what they're saying and get the hell out of there. Here's that bride who looks strangely pregnant, I swear. And Patty just starts wigging out instead of going with them like she should have, like a reasonable person. And she had just said, we need to get out of here. She was with them on that. But now she just freezes and like stares into space like that. And Boyd has to go grab her. Yeah, she really got on my nerves like everybody else. Yes, doesn't this bride monster look pregnant? What is the deal with that? Why does she look pregnant? I don't understand. What am I looking at here? She definitely does. But I digress. So, yeah, Boyd wastes bullets and shoots at the monsters. Don't ask me why. I don't understand. Maybe it slightly slows them down, and that's why he does it, but I don't know. It just seems kind of dumb to me. They don't have an endless supply of bullets. They have only about, I think he said they have a stockpile of 47 bullets, the exact, magic number of the series. Once again, Boyd has to usher Patty into the car. She's dragging her feet. Tabitha and Jade make their way through some small crevices, and then they find themselves at a dead end. It's just an Ankui kid cage that they've strangely stumbled upon here. So, and they're about to be sitting ducks. So they hear the monsters coming up behind them, coming through the cracks, and just at that moment, another quake hits and stops them from advancing, stops them from cornering them in there, and they would have both been dead. There's no way that's a coincidence. There's no way both of those quakes saving them from the monsters is a coincidence. That was a deliberate act to save them, whether it was from the boy in white or the tree itself, the magic tree itself. So now over here in the van, it had some cool camera work, which was just like when Ellis got stabbed and he was taken to the clinic at night, and they were in the van and the camera kept panning around in circles. Really brought you into the tension of the moment. So it did that again, and Patty is wigging out like, hurry, 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 please, hurry. Like, what do you think she's trying to do? And Acosta tells Boyd, will you shut her the fuck up, please? So Boyd tries to get her to shut the fuck up. And she's like, he tells her that they're going to be back to town soon. And she says, well, doesn't matter. We've made it angry, and now we're going to be punished. We've made the place angry. And she isn't wrong, but it's just not helpful to act like this here. And throwing a tantrum like a child. And at that point, this monster comes banging up against the side of the vehicle, like insanely. It was really weird. It was like something out of a haunted hayride attraction, or like the monsters come up and grab at the vehicle that you're in, or the trailer thing with the hay in it, whatever you call it, the tractor, not the trailer. You know what I mean? Yeah, this was not a typical thing. The monsters, we've never seen them attack a car like that. They bang on the side of a car, and even Boyd was like, what the fuck? I personally think they did it on purpose to trigger Patty, knowing what a bad state of mind she was already in. I think they triggered her on purpose so that she would do something to endanger them and herself. While Boyd was distracted checking on the front seat people, she grabs his sidearm, points it at her head, and Boyd manages to get the gun away from her in time, but it still goes off, shattering the window there. Good going, Patty. They need the window on that van. So Sarah and Bacta don't look pleased with the loud noise. And Boyd is just like, the fuck is wrong with you? Sit down. That was very satisfying, just to see her get shut up like that. The fuck is wrong with you, indeed? And she just sits there hysterical, still crying hysterically. So I think that's a good place to pause and go to the chat. Oh, I didn't realize I had a comment still up there. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, David said he noted that the boy told Victor the boy in white is just one of those things this place does to people. Yeah, that's just Boyd being cynical. Oh, he's just one of those things that's lying to people and tricking people, essentially. But we know that there are things that are not lying to them and tricking them. I mean, at least I sure do. Guns N' Roses says, ever noticed how you can tell when a movie is from the 80s versus a new movie? Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can always tell. Okay. Nonfiction says, I was happy Henry didn't kill Victor, too. It felt like a W over the L's in The Man in Yellow Sophia has been serving up. It definitely did. And we've had enough of the losing parts that we've been facing from her, watching the residents face. It was nice that at least she didn't succeed in getting him to kill his own son. Let's hope that doesn't come to pass in season 5 and this Henry storyline can just go away now. I hope, anyway. Jade's gonna sacrifice and realize he has millions of dollars waiting for him and change his mind. Oh man. Yeah, that'd be a typical elitist. Filming for season 5 starts very soon, sometime in July, I believe. So very likely season 5 premieres April next year, if it takes as long as season 4. Right. Yeah, I can see that. That timetable makes sense. So, yeah, that's close. Actually, that's really not far at all. That's not even a whole year's wait. I honestly don't want it to be that quick. I don't want it to be that quick because I don't want the show to be over forever. Henry, yes, Eddie Henry definitely is a liability for sure. Taito says Smiley wasn't in that scene, so does that mean he wasn't one of the OG parents? Yeah, very well could mean that. He wasn't in the scene where Smiley was reborn. So maybe it was just the parents who were. Annie says Jade and Tabby run into the cave, still get lost, but the monsters could have come out when it got dark, or when it went dark, instead of getting trapped. Yeah. Well, I think they got trapped by design, though. The earthquakes were awfully selective in the damage they did inside the cave. Awfully selective. I think that was not a coincidence. There's no way. So, season 5, answers will be questioned instead of questions will be answered. Nice nonfiction. Oh, let's hope not. Let's hope not. They said everything will be answered in season 5. Yeah, they did. Darrell, let's hope they can actually deliver. Omari says season 5 should show the creation of the town or creator of the entities. Yes, that would be excellent. The creation of the town. Like we should make a list of all the things that we need. Like I'm gonna make a list and make a video on this topic. Like all of the unanswered questions and the answered questions too. I'll make more than one video covering that. But we definitely need backstory on the entities. 100%. We need a backstory on both. So Harold canceled going to a Comic-Con event that's happening on July 12th, 11th, and 12th because he's going to be filming season 5. Well, that definitely seems that way, Darrell. So let's hope so. Lost is easily one of the best TV shows ever made. I would have to agree with that, Flyboy. I think it's an investment of time and energy, like David says, but I think it's one of the best TV shows ever made. Soul Divide says the man in yellow told Tabitha that she didn't remember Miranda's memories, that they were like best friends. Interesting. Yes. He said, he says, you remember me? Oh, okay. You haven't remembered yet. So there's more coming. She'll remember him from the past as Miranda, and he's also told her, see you soon. So I think he'll see her again in the present too. So Martin thinks Lost is the best show ever. It will never be topped. Nice. I wanted Locke to work out the mystery and in Lost and Jim in From, and they killed them both on me. Oh shit. Spoilers for Lost, guys. There will be occasional spoilers for Lost as we talk about the ending of the From finale, but I'll say that before I say anything, just in case people don't want Lost spoilers, even though it's a very old show. Okay. Title liked Lost's ending. Oh, that's good to know. I like to hear when some people say they like it. That makes me happy, It gave me hope as I was watching the series that I wasn't gonna hate the ending. Darrell says Lost has an ending that a lot of people misunderstood. That is so true. Yes. It was a spiritual ending. Right. Maybe Sophia is the true form of the man in yellow. I doubt it, Alice. I mean, it just makes sense that if anything, I think his favorite form would be the man in yellow. Man in yellow, boy in white. It sounds right. It sounds right from a story writing perspective. The names. I don't know if it's the true form, even that, though. I think the true form could be something like a spider or who knows what. Some kind of entity that doesn't look human, that's for sure. Let's see. Okay. Glad to hear everything's good with you, Ryan. David says, I originally looked at From as being based in Sidewise World from Lost, like it has been 4 seasons of the Sidewise World, and season 5 will be the return to normal/reality. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. A sideways world kind of thing. Oh yeah, this was another answer we got confirmed this season. The man in yellow can only take the form of people who have died there. And Title thinks From is in its own universe from Lost. I think it probably is as well. But it would be fun if it were in the same universe and connected in some way. I would personally like it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe the red door could lead to the Lake of Tears after the earthquakes. That's a fascinating idea, David. I think that would be a bit too easy for them, though. I think they should have to trek around and find it. I think if it's just there magically, then I'll be disappointed. I want it to be harder to find. I already think it was too easy for them to find the chamber with the bones. And we love you too, Ryan. We do. Always here for you. So, yeah, Sophia low-key brainwashed the redhead. Maybe so. Yeah, maybe so, Omari. All right, let me try and catch up quickly. Hey there, Carla Way. Nice to see you. Why didn't they just have Patty shoot herself? That's what they were originally going to do. I don't know, and I wish they had, Taito. I really wish they had. Patty should have been slashed, the rest run, bingo scene updated. Are we really ignoring her name being Patty and half her face is cooked like a patty? Come on. Yeah, maybe they did that on purpose, Patty melt. Absolutely. They could have done that on purpose. Oh. So, my overall theory for how season 4 might pan out wound up being correct. I thought that the man in yellow might come to town and they'd think he's just an ordinary person, but he'd be in disguise. And it actually turned out to be true. I didn't put it in a video, but I did talk about it in a live stream or two. That it was just a loose theory. It wasn't anything I was super committed to, but I thought maybe I really wanted that to happen, and it wound up being true. Except it wasn't Doug as the man in yellow. It was Sophia. Unfortunately, that's where my theory differed. So maybe my theory for season 5 will be right too, and it'll take place more in the forest than anything else. And seeing all the other nightmares that have manifested into reality, all the other kinds of monsters. Hmm. Hey, LDN King. Good morning. The sun is out. Let's see, about where I work. So I guess it's safe for me to roam out. I still think Patty was given those lines to please one of those who are in charge. So you think she was a mole, are you saying? Because I've heard others say that they think Patty was a mole, is another mole. I think, who said that? Ryan. Ryan said that. All right. The people of the town mean nothing. He is protecting it from what is about to be released. And Laura says, if Smiley is the leader and Fatima is his mother, does that make her the new leader of the monsters? They seemed to be listening to her. Good question, Laura. I don't know. It's possible, but how long will she be able to maintain some control over herself and some semblance of who she is? She already told Ellis, remember who I was. So I don't think she'll be able to retain control much longer, and she'll become just like them and have to kill people, be compelled to kill people. For the moment, they seem to be listening to her, and she shouted them down. She out-screeched them, literally. They stopped screeching and just looked at her. I think they were just surprised. They weren't expecting that. Okay. All right. Let's move along. Let's see. Did I miss anything important? Yeah, people don't want law spoilers. Where were you 20 years ago? I know, Ryan, but some people still don't want spoilers, so I'm trying to avoid it. I won't say anything unless I say a spoiler warning first, but they're going to be unavoidable. We're going to have to talk about some law spoilers. Yeah, and we may not get Doug to be able to come on a live stream until after season 5 of From. That's possible, Ryan, because MGM doesn't want him doing live streams, and maybe they'd agree to it if he doesn't talk about From, but I'm not sure. And he says, I started the questions over on Discord. Not sure if you realized I'm No Day Like Tomorrow on there. Also a video, what we need. So I have 3. Oh, okay. I'll take a look over there and see what you've posted. Thanks for letting me know. And I remembered that you're No Day Like Tomorrow. It took me a while to remember that, but now I finally have remembered and made the connection. So Chris says, so far it seems like Man in Yellow pretty much only kills people that discover some kind of knowledge. Jim and Elgin both discovered something important. Exactly. Yes. That's what it seems like to me too. And yes, writers confirmed something spider related next season in the AMA. I think they said too much, to be honest. Okay. Let's see. Anything else I have to highlight before we go on? So LDN says Lost ending isn't for everyone. I loved it. It touches me so deep. I think some didn't enjoy Lost because it didn't show them what happened to the 2 entities. From ending will be about the entities and their war. I hope so. I really want it to be like that. If you think about the plans they had for Walt but couldn't because of age, Boy appearing magically in the jungle saying shush to Shannon, for example, and the plans for Man in Black versus Jacob that they couldn't do, and the Lake of Tears temple. It seems a lot with what they were trying to do in Front, or it explains a lot, sorry. Yeah, definitely. They had to learn from that. Never mind copying all the storylines and mysteries, right? Indeed. All right. Okay, let me see if I can try to say this. Abi? I'm going to say Abi. I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but welcome. Sophia will become Elgin, and then all the people will go against Boyd, Jade, and Tabitha. Oh, yeah, that could be. It could be. My personal theory is that the Man in Yellow only assumes one form per timeline. That she doesn't, start changing forms into different people pretending to be to be normal as a mole, herself as a mole. But I could be wrong. Like some people thought she was going to also be Jim, but I never thought that. If they could hope things into existence, why hasn't anyone hoped to find a weapon that could take out the monsters? Because they don't know, Flyboy. I don't think they know that hope can actually bring things into existence. I don't think they know that, but they need to figure it out. Ryan, I will try to get Doug on here for a story time without any From, because he's not allowed to talk about that. I promise I will try, and I would love to have him back on here. We had a great time with him. So hopefully they'll allow it. All right. So don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Those just joining, please hit the like. Check out my latest video, which is on episode 9, and it's pinned at the top of the chat. I would really appreciate it if you would watch it, even though it's not about the finale. It's about episode 9 and theories coming out of that. It's still worth a watch. Please watch it. Please hit the like on that one. Comment if you can. I would ask that instead of hyping that, though, that if you want to hype something for me this week, that you would save that for my next video, which will be on episode 10. 9, there's really no need to hype that one at this point. You only have a limited number of hypes. So if you want to hype something, I'd appreciate it if you hold your hype for my next video on episode 10, which will come later this week. And Abi. Okay. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that sort of okay, Abby. I'm trying. Chris says, I think Christy is going to blame Boyd for Marielle dying because he made her go with them to the tree. Yeah, I could see that. Boyd gets blamed for everything. Hey, Zulinator. Fatima becomes the very thing that she was trying to build, a monster / golem to protect them. Dreams manifest. Yeah, I never thought of it that way, but pretty much. Except how long will she be able to hold on like that before she just completely loses all humanity and can't stop herself from killing people? I don't think it's going to be long. So, all right, let's continue. I am fighting some drowsiness, so let's keep pushing through here. So Marielle and Fatima go back and forth here at the clinic, and Fatima wants to just like run outside and go looking in the woods for Ellis, Boyd, and the others. That's just not reasonable. That is not like the least bit reasonable. What is she gonna do outside at night? Well, it's not nighttime, but it's dark outside. That would just get herself killed. So, although I don't think she can get killed now. So actually, maybe some part of her sensed that she couldn't get killed at this point, that she's already turning into a nightmare creature. So she could have run outside and looked for them actually. And she doesn't understand how Mari can be so calm. And Mari, this is just how she keeps it together. Because freaking out doesn't do them any good. That's great. That's a good skill to have, to be cool in a crisis. So Fatima goes to try and leave because she wants to go look for them. And Mari stops her. Fatima demands to know what they aren't telling her about her condition. What is happening? You're making me stay here and do puzzles every day. What is happening? And before Mari can say anything, and honestly, they should have told her condition, about her really freakishly low pulse and blood pressure and everything. They should have warned her. I don't know why they didn't tell her. So then she gets more Smiley vision, where she's seeing from Smiley's perspective as he's advancing on the clinic. So it's happening again. I knew it would happen again at least one more time. And Smiley approaches. She's able to feel him there, feel him in his presence getting close. And Marielle, she sees him coming out the window. She's like, it's okay. We have a talisman. We can't get in here. And then she notices, oh, wait, shoot. It's rolled under a table, and she has to struggle to get it back. Now, I think this right here was foreshadowing that they're not going to have talismans anymore in season 5, now that they've been taken away by Sophia. This will be foreshadowing for what's to come. Look at this shot right here of the rope missing a talisman. So she crawls around, reaches for it, but by the time she's got it in her hand, Smiley has already entered the clinic. So they take off running to a back room, shut the door, and they try and hang up a talisman so they could keep him out. But they're not quick enough, unfortunately, and so, next thing they're cornered. Mari really went down swinging, though. And he says, hello, mother, to Fatima. Brilliant. And Mari, she takes out a knife and wields it to try and protect Fatima. As if that's going to do anything against this creature. And then he retaliates by ripping her open with his bare claws. So immediate fatal wound right there. And then Fatima screams at him. Not just screams, she screeches at him. And she did a great job faking this. She really, I thought, nailed that scene. All of her scenes she nailed. So anyway, she does a great monster screech. Obviously, it's not really her voice making the screech, but she does a great job faking it, that's for sure. And Smiley seems to get neutralized by her again, by her doing that. Just like the way she saved Kenny. She neutralized his powers and he turned back to normal, to a regular face. And he does that the same way again, and then he says interesting and walks away. So that's, hold on a sec, gotta find the rest of my pictures, which are broken up a little bit. Right here. So that iconic smile where yeah, he just says interesting and turns on his heel and leaves. His work here is done. Mari has a fatal wound. She finally falls to her to the ground. And initially she's like, stay away from me, because she heard and saw Fatima screeching like one of the creatures. And she's like, no, I'm not going to hurt you. How can I help? And Mari tells her to go get Christy's med bag. So, and, it's just a heartbreaking scene. It really is. And then knowing what Christy's about to walk into is terrible. Anyway, sorry. It's had to check something. So anyway, so when Ellis and Christy pull up, she sees Smiley ominously walking away from the clinic, like, uh-oh, like what, that can't mean anything good. So then they run inside, all of them. I think it's dumb that they don't look for a talisman right away, because if he got in, then the talisman must not be secured, and this building is not secure for them. But I think Smiley had no interest in killing any more of them. His job there was done for the night. His mission was to terrorize, and you need survivors for terrorism. You need to have somebody left to be afraid and upset and traumatized. So I think that's why, the monsters just left the clinic alone, even though the talisman is still not up. Fatima's doing a kind of half-assed job of stopping the bleeding somewhat. I mean, she's sitting in a giant pool of blood. It's a really gaping wound. So it's really sad. It's even though I don't like Christy anymore, she's become profoundly unlikable. You can't help but feel for her in this scene. And she tells Mari she's going to be okay, and Fatima goes for her med bag to help, and Marielle tells her it's bad. Can you kiss me goodbye? It's really, really heartrending. So Christy hesitates. She doesn't want it to be goodbye, but she does do it, and then in like mid kiss, Mari dies. It's just awful. Like, talk about the kiss of death. That's terrible. Oh my god. Like, I'd be traumatized for life. So she, once again, hugging a body in a giant pool of blood, like Boyd and Tien Chen, Boyd and Khatri. I felt like there was Boyd and Tien Chen, Boyd and Khatri. I feel like there was one more, but it's slipping my mind at the moment. So yeah, that's a good place to pause there for a moment. The audio was so bad in the last episode, you can't tell if it's Smiley Scream or Fatima. Well, I think it's intentional that at first you can't tell that, because it's supposed to come as a surprise that, oh shit, Fatima was the one making the screeching sound now. Because Smiley had stopped screeching and now you still hear it and it's coming out of her mouth. So I think they did that on purpose to make it a surprise that she's screeching. Yeah, I'm assuming there's just the one Flyboy, one talisman that's down in the tunnels with Jade and Tabitha, and that's it. I think that's the only one. Yeah, I miss Smiley so much too, Taito, in season 3. I love him. Hello, Mother. That was great. Let's see. What else did I miss here? Will Fatima start changing at night and open the cellar door at Colony House? I don't think she'll be able to, as long as there's a talisman up. There should be one talisman up in there. Let's see. Wait a minute. Francis says, I hope the talisman, the hospital talisman, is still there. The clinic one. It could be. It could be. It won't be in an obvious spot where it would be easy for Sophia or Clara to grab, because it was in that back room where they were trying to hang it up when Smiley got to them. If you're fighting drowsiness, think about those ugly kids. That should wake you right up. Indeed. Indeed. I had a nightmare last night that had something to do with From, but I couldn't remember the details. I was disappointed that I couldn't remember. I don't usually get nightmares from this show or from any other horror show, but I dreamed something about it. I just can't remember what it was. I don't remember most of my dreams. Flyboy thinks that season 5 is going to open with a crazy death montage of people getting killed because they don't have a talisman anymore and didn't realize it. Fuck. Oh, that would be crazy. Yeah. That would be crazy. Oh, Smiley is the best monster, easily. The entity has been coming for the 3 since season 2. Randall and Julie still don't understand their power. Right, Amari. Definitely. Hello, Mother. Yes, 10 episodes left isn't enough time. Definitely not. Favorite: Smiley, Jade, Doug, Man in Yellow. Jade is my favorite, and Doug, Man in Yellow, and then I would say Boyd, and then Victor. Straight Edge says, I feel like they should have lost all the talismans. The fact that some are left kind of kills the plot point. It's inconvenient still, but sure. Yeah, it is. We don't know 100% yet, though. But yeah, I think, well, we know Tabitha and Jade have one, unless they somehow lost it, but I doubt it. Okay. Oh yeah, Jade is hilarious. I'm with you, Taito. He's so funny. He's so ridiculous. It's great. He's over the top being a jerk, 100%. Hey, Dub. Welcome. If the talisman still at the clinic too? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I agree that Widow's Bay was perfection in season 1. Absolutely. Yeah, night is approaching. That's true, Omari. So season 5, episode 1 is bound to be really wild. Taito says, why did the Nkui kids point at the post office in that one episode in front of Tabby? Was there a point to that? Yes, and they weren't pointing at the post office. They were pointing at Tabby herself. I had that flipped around at first, too. But they were pointing at Tabby, and they were pointing at also the talisman in her hand so that she would really connect herself to the talisman and realize that the people on the talisman, the stick figures, are her and Jade. And that's what she realized and explained later to Boyd, that she and Jade needed to be the ones going down in the tunnels to get the bones. Just them, nobody else. How you do things in this place matters, not just what you do. And she was right. Sophia said that there are rituals. Rituals have to be done a certain way, and this place is built on ritual. So that's why the kids were pointing at her. Like, it has to be you. Just you. Look at the talisman. It's you and Jade. That's what that meant. Hey, Dr. Soapy, greetings to you too. Okay. Wow, Kaiser, that could have been the only season of Widow's Bay and you'd be happy. But I want more. When I love a show, I always want more. But I'm with you that they gave us enough answers that could be enough to sustain us. Oh yeah, hey, it happens. With this show, there's a lot that you can miss. That can just go by you. There's a lot to process. Okay, so now moving on, we have Sophia and Elgin sitting down talking about her bargain, and Clara looking on like her dutiful henchwoman. So Sophia asks if he understands what she's offering him, a chance to go home, to leave all this behind him. She says, pretty soon this would all feel like a bad dream that fades more and more with each passing day. And he says, I understand, and looks at Clara. She's like, look at me when I'm talking to you. Don't look at her, She says, do you know why it's dark outside? It's because we're getting close to the end. It gets very messy at the end. I'm trying to spare you from that. Elgin, honestly, where do you think you're going to go? Where do you think you're going? Because he starts to get up and walk away, like he's trying to slip away. It gets messy at the end. So that tracks. Remember, Ethan once said, always listen to Ethan. Remember, except when Ethan is overcome by emotion because he thinks someone he loves is dead or is missing. Don't, take what he says with a grain of salt when he's scared for someone he loves. But otherwise, listen to Ethan. And Ethan once said that that toward the end, the quests are scary, and toward the end, that's when they get really scary. And so that's what we're dealing with here. Sophia says it gets very messy at the end. And Elgin tries to kind of slip away, and then Clara literally gets up and blocks him from getting out the door. She is trash, I'm telling you. She is a trash human being. So Sophia is like, honestly, where do you think you're going? There's nowhere for you to hide. And so then she kind of corners him, going into the back room of the diner, into the kitchen, that is. Now, as they're walking back there, I couldn't help but notice that the earthquake knocked this board crooked. The board that's been up since season 1 with the Emily Dickinson poems on it. And one of them is "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul," and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. A huge theme of the show about hope. And then the second part of a poem here is "Forever is composed of nows." And that's all it is. It's just the line "Forever is composed of nows." And that's also the title of one of her poems. And anyway, it's chopped up a bit here because some of the letters are missing due to the earthquake. And so it seems like their hope is taking a beating here. Their hope has been damaged a bit, and that's symbolized by that poem getting damaged on the board related to hope, I think. So anyway, so she makes Elgin give her his hands, saying, "Don't make me say it twice," which is kind of, once again, a cheesy line. She's like, "I'm going to ask you one last time. Would you like to accept my bargain?" Elgin doesn't respond. He doesn't really fight back or anything. He doesn't try to run away, but he doesn't respond. He doesn't take the bargain. He starts praying, saying, "Precious blood, word of God, you are my eternal salvation," etc. And Sophia just mocks him, saying, "You people and your prayers." So she's realizing that he's a lost cause for her, that she can't corrupt him. So she kills him. Just squeezes his hands and starts shaking. And that's the end of that. She makes him start kind of hemorrhaging. He starts bleeding from the mouth, the nose, the eyes. It's brutal. It's really brutal. And yet I was proud of him for standing his ground and not selling his soul. I believe he would have looked at it like he was selling his soul, and that's why he didn't do it, because she seemed like a demonic entity, and he's so religious now because of his grandma. He said she was the religious one, not him, his grandma. But in season 3, he started to get more religious because he thought the kimono lady was an angel, and he remembered how his grandma said that angels look scary, but you should fear not, and all that. And then in season 4, he was sounding spiritual, talking to Julie, saying that there is truth out there to be found, and he thinks that they're all being tested. So he's become religious, which can happen with severe severe trauma, or a struggle, a huge struggle that you're going through. Like, you might turn to religion more, and I think that's why Elgin did. And so he died praying, just like Father Kotri, which was, I think, a fitting way for him to go out. And I was cheering for it to happen, not because I don't like Elgin. I felt bad for him, but it needed to happen so that we can get his nightmare to be manifested in season 5. We need to see his nightmare come into reality. So this is how to do it. We need him to die so that his nightmare will manifest. And he had a crazy nightmare when he first arrived in town on the bus. He never fully remembered it. I am convinced of that, because nothing he remembered was scary enough for him to have freaked out, screaming, "Turn the bus around. We've got to turn around. Bad things are going to happen. You don't understand." And throwing up that visceral reaction. What the hell was he so scared about? And later, he just remembered a boy in white reciting the cicada nursery rhyme. That's not enough to scare him like that. He also mentioned the Brundles. He said, "Is there a body of water around here?" Fatima showed him the Brundles. And maybe that was a mistake. He thought it was the Brundles from his dream, but maybe it was something else. Maybe it was the Lake of Tears. Either way, I'm sure that his dream has got to manifest into reality. I mean, nightmare, that is, in season 5. I predicted it. Like, I thought it might happen in this episode, but now that it hasn't, I really think it's got to come in season 5. And it could turn out to be a flood. Like I've said, my friend in the fandom, Justin White, had a theory about this, that Elgin would die and the flood would manifest from that. And I think it's highly likely to happen now. At the very least, his nightmare will manifest, whatever that may bring, and it has to include a body of water. We need that. We need that. Now that we know nightmares can become reality, they can manifest real things, we need to see someone in our present timeline die, and then their nightmare turns into something real. It's time. It's time for us to see it happen. So Sophia, as she's just drained the life out of Elgin, she looks like so she looks so entertained by it. She's like thoroughly enjoying the experience. What a sadist. As he's bleeding from the mouth and eyes. Awful. Some kind of hemorrhage going on in his brain or something. And Sophia looks around and she's like, oh, how did she put it? She's like, the sun is back. Yeah, she said, she looked surprised, as if she wasn't the one who took the sun away. I don't believe that. She must have been the one who brought on the eclipse, I think. It does seem kind of incongruous, inconsistent with her limited powers that we've seen she has as a corporeal entity. How could she have brought on an eclipse when she's in a corporeal form, seemingly having limited powers, like having to do incantations to make things happen and do blood magic? But I think she did it somehow. She caused that eclipse. So she steps out of the back room, tells Clara to get rid of the body, says it's not her problem, and that's it, you know. Clara asks what happens next, and she just says, now I light the match and I watch it burn. I'll see you soon, Clara. That's an ominous fucking statement. I light the match and I watch it burn. That's season 5 right there. That is season 5. It is a huge setup. And she takes the talisman with her as she goes. And somehow Clara now has to figure out how to move Elgin's body all by herself. And he's not a small guy. So that's going to be challenging. And in broad daylight. I don't know how she does this and doesn't get caught. I really want to see Clara get caught. Cannot stand her now. At Colony House, Donna stops by and asks if Henry's okay after the eclipse ended and the quake. Henry said it turned dark in the middle of the day. She's like, yeah, that's new. And he says, this can't be real. How could this be real? Like, dude, you've seen shape-shifting monsters, for God's sake. The turning dark in the daytime is what means this can't be real? Seriously? It just doesn't make any kind of sense. But it's just the way Sophia's hallucinations, the way her blood in his body that he ingested, the way that's warped his mind. And the suggestion she introduced into his brain, what if it's all just a dream, in addition to the blood, has him all kind of spaced out. Donna urges him to go see Victor, check on him at the station, that she's sure he's okay though. And Henry says he's just going to tidy up a bit first. Like, okay, sure. That's really important to do right now. She asks if he wants help, and he doesn't respond, but then he picks up a can and finds 3 bullets in it. So that's a weird development. 3 bullets randomly showing up now. And then where's the flashback? So he flashes to Victor in the hallucination, telling him, once you accept that it's a dream, the dream will provide you with everything you need. And it does seem pretty strange that he happened to find those bullets now. What are the odds? When Victor said that, I thought it meant that Sophia was going to provide him with the gun and the bullets, but he found them. He stumbled on them. That was weird. And I keep losing my place. In my notes, that is. So then there's so how did he find those bullets? I mean, it could be that he manifested them because he was so convinced now that this is just a dream and that this place will give him what he needs to kill this Victor and get back to supposed reality. Maybe he manifested finding those bullets. This is what I call a manifestation realm. That could be that, because otherwise it's just way too convenient that he happened to stumble on these bullets now. I mean, if the earthquake was caused by the Man in Yellow entity, there's that too. But I don't think the Man in Yellow did create the earthquake to help him, knock over that can, which caused him to find the bullets. Because the earthquake wound up helping Jade and Tabitha twice, saving them from the monsters. So, yeah. And then this made some people look at Donna a bit sideways. Because she comes over, then she urges him again. Well, first Henry asks, why does Victor have bullets? And she says, Victor used to have a gun. Boyd took it away. Henry asks, where is it now? And she says, at the sheriff's station, I imagine. So once again, some people, like Tony, are looking at Donna a bit sideways because of this. Like, is she another mole? Why was she pointing him in the direction of where the gun is? Saying, and then she urges him again, Henry, go see Victor. She looks at him in the eyes, like, Henry, go see your son. And it's like, well, that's kind of weird timing, and also telling him where the gun is. I mean, I'll admit that it makes her look a bit sus, but I think that this is a red herring. I think it's a red herring. I don't think that she's a mole. I've never thought she's a mole. I'm not going to start now. I think that they're trying to make her look sus on purpose. That is what I think. I don't think it's like a nefarious thing. I mean, I think Donna is just trying to get him to check on his son, because she cares, and she's like the den mother of the whole house, and she's always looking out after people and trying to help however it is that she can. So, I don't know, but let me know what you guys think on that topic. If this is sus to you, or if you think this is just Donna trying to help as Donna typically does. I mean, I don't know. I think the writers are once again going out of their way to make Donna look sus. Anyway, so so that's that scene, and then Henry's like, okay, I'll go see Victor, and there are 3 bullets, and so if Kenny had been there, that would have been enough for Henry to kill Kenny, to get him out of the way, Victor, and then himself. It's kind of interesting that it was exactly 3 bullets. So if he had come up against that eventuality, then he would have had just enough bullets to take care of Victor, himself, and Kenny in that situation. He has the look of an insane person in his eyes. Like, these are some crazy eyes at this point. I think this is a good spot to go back to the chat again. We're making pretty good time for a change, actually. It's not going to be 7 hours tonight. Mark my words, it's not. It's definitely not. We're doing good on time, and I can't sleep all excessively late tomorrow. I can sleep in. I can sleep till late morning, but I have a doctor's appointment that's 2 hours away at 2:30 in the afternoon, so I gotta at least be up by like 11:30 or something. So anyway, let's go over to the chat and check in with you again. Where were we? All right. You've only watched 1 episode of, I'm guessing, Widow's Bay, maybe? I forget what show we were... Oh, yeah, Widow's Bay. Must be Widow's Bay. Highly recommend that you keep watching. It was a slow burn. It didn't come out swinging on all fronts like From did in the first episode. It took some time to pick up and get exciting. So definitely keep up with it and you won't regret it. At least it's highly unlikely that you'll regret it. I was like enjoying it, but not hooked after 1 episode, but I fell in love with it by the middle of the season and just thought it was phenomenal. So I would keep on going. Dr. Soapy says, why nobody saw them stealing the talismans, breaking into homes? Yeah, they didn't show people actually taking the talismans from private homes. They showed Sophia getting them from all the public buildings. And Clara brought a bag of them too. I wonder if Clara maybe had some ruse where she went around door to door checking on people and then sneakily trying to, take all the talismans. But how would she get away with that? How would they do that in front of people's noses? That, I wonder. I feel like they should have shown us an example of going into a private home, but they didn't. I don't know how they pulled that off. Abby says, Elgin could have pushed Clara. She's not that strong. Yeah, that's a good point. In the diner, he could have. Jukudal says, why did the monsters stay outside of the chamber until they pulled the tree up if they could get in anyway? Because it was a sealed area with the tarp there and the talisman. But as soon as they pull the tree up, then there's an open spot. So it's just like if you're in the house and there's a talisman hanging, but you open a window, the monsters can then come in. It's the same kind of thing. That's why they were able to pull the tarp away at that point. Only when they pulled up the tree and made an opening. Dub says, "What? Yeah, why couldn't Elgin just push past Clara?" Right. He should have barged her with his good arm. Good points, guys. Clara equals a clown. There's also a back door to the diner, for fuck's sake, Elgin. Oh, that's right. There is a back door. I forgot about that, Geyser. And he is dead. Elgin said, fuck this place, I'd rather die. LOL. Flyboy, that's funny. Oh, it's funny. And then has an orgasm while she kills him. Oh my god. It did look weirdly, when somebody pointed out to me that it looked weirdly sexual when she was killing him, I couldn't unsee it. Because there's a shot where you just see her and her arm, her arm is down low, and she's shaking. And it looks like she's jerking him off instead of killing him. It's really funny. It does look weirdly sexual, and she was talking in this really kind of sultry, sexy voice too. It's just weird. It looks all kinds of wrong. Taito says, why did they make Sophia so cartoony here? Like it was kind of over the top in a Looney Tune villain way. Not my favorite. I have to agree. They really turned her into a cartoonish, two-dimensional villain in the end, and that's not the Man in Yellow. That's not how the Man in Yellow is in all of his scenes. The way Doug, his character is written, and he doesn't play that character in a corny way like Sophia has begun to. So I don't like that. Can't corrupt him again. No. Nope. Elgin was already corrupted by the place once, by the kimono lady, and he was not going to be corrupted again. Why do you guys think the light came back when it did? Why did the light just happen to come back then? I mean, I guess it served its purpose. The eclipse served its purpose. It kept Tabitha and Jade from escaping the cave for the moment. That was the point, I think, of the eclipse, to keep Tabitha and Jade from getting out of the cave. Because they could have used something else. Boyd was going to use the chains to try to go down into the cave after them. Elgin was like, fool me once, shame on you. You ain't gonna fool me again, right? Hey, Samuel. Straight Edge says, if nothing else, Elgin kind of redeemed himself a little bit. At least he got a nice moment of not being a spineless Dumbo. Absolutely agree with that. Yes, I liked that. His final moments were nice. Eddie says, Elgin could have lied to Sophia about making the bargain, then go straight to Boyd. I've heard others say that too. Tony said that. When I called into Tony's live last night, we were talking about that. I said I think he had an honorable death, and I'm glad he didn't take the bargain. And Tony said that he should have taken it and then tried to double cross her. But I think he probably didn't do it because he looked at it like she's the devil, and it would be like he's selling his soul to the devil, and he didn't want to chance that she could be the devil. And she certainly seemed demonic. The devil assumes a pleasing shape and all that. You know, so I understand. He had become very religious, and he didn't want to sell out his friends, and maybe he didn't have the imagination to think he could double cross her. He's not very smart. He was never the brightest bulb. Elgin said, old girl drinking my blood. I lost my eye. I'm ready to go. Y'all can have this. That's great. That is hilarious, guys. Running wasn't going to do anything. That's true. How is Clara going to get rid of Elgin? She's definitely getting caught by someone. Eddie, yeah, it certainly seems that way, but just watch them not even explain it. They'll start season 5 and they won't even explain how the fuck Clara gets rid of his body. I'm calling it. I don't think Elgin will go to heaven, at least yet. His soul will be trapped there, and eventually when they all release everyone's souls, then he'll get to go. Straight Edge says he didn't go out like a puss, though. Running would have been being a puss. Very true. He was brave. Taito says From gets flooded. Boyd builds a boat, becomes Noah, and everyone sails home to Neverland. The end. Yeah, honestly, I think that it ends as part of the ending. A flood, and Boyd's boat shows up. It's going to get manifested by his hope. Boom. You know, the survivors go home on that. I think it's going to really happen. No joke. It's easy to joke about, but I think it's really going to happen. It's been confirmed season 5 comes out November 2029. No, okay. I was going to say, wait a minute. It's Straight Edge. You got me for a split second there. I was like, wait, where did you hear that? My eye gone. I can't really see my diet plan. Please unalive me, Sophia. That's great. That's great. He was just so done with this place. It's soapy. Rain for 40 days and nights, get the goats. Oh, yeah. That would fit with the biblical theme. The flood, it's another biblical thing. Biblical references. Yeah, next year is when we're supposed to get season 5. AA says, I really respect Elgin. I know lost, or most don't, but he stayed true to himself in the end. And unlike Clara and didn't make a deal with the man in yellow. When Elgin started to pray, I got chills. What a way to go out. Oh yeah, it was an amazing moment, I thought. Not as amazing as Katri praying as he died, but it was cool to see that happen again. Are y'all ready for the spin-offs? Oh, I would love it, Soapy. I hope we get spin-offs. I hope we get a prequel. I would love to see that. Prequel series. We need to learn more about the history of the place and the different entities that have been there over the years. Yes, Straight Edge, exactly. I wish the sun had stayed down for the whole episode. Kind of lame to start with the exciting stuff and then pull it back. Weird pacing. You read my mind. You often are like in my head, Straight Edge. You have similar thoughts to mine all the time. At the beginning of the live, I said the same thing. If you listen to the first few minutes, I said I think the biggest issue was the pacing. That it was like full steam ahead, crazy, absolute all hell breaking loose, and then they slammed on the brakes. And I just don't understand it. Like the sun came back too fast. It was just weird. It was disappointing. I was so confused as to why everything was so chill after that. Yeah, that would suck, Eddie. I hope we don't end up with Ethan alone, then a spinoff with another cycle. I doubt it. I don't think so. They're not going to be 100% sure they're getting a sequel, so that would be a big gamble to take. Taito says they could strap Smiley to the front of the boat and dress him up like a mermaid. He'll scare away the sea monsters. JK, don't listen to me. I'm just being silly. Yeah, that would be a cool concept. Laura says, I think Clara will break and tell Boyd or someone about Sophia. Oh, man. Then she would be as good as dead, but that would be a way to sort of redeem herself. The only way, really. I could see it maybe happening. Ryan says, I definitely think Clara will flip back to the good side and die. Okay. Could be. Yeah, the bullets were in a Peaches can, right? Right, Soapy. He's always using Peaches cans for stuff still. Yes, a flood would be cool, Taito. Absolutely. I really wanted to see Eloise in that alternate universe. Yes, me too, Eddie. Soul Divine says, Ethan took a table leg through his leg and didn't scream. I'm stuck. Nah, Ethan ain't right. Right, definitely. Oh, congrats, Akshita. Just got news. I'll be getting my first internship tomorrow. Great news, but I'm so nervous of being stupid. I'm gonna miss having control of my time. Well, don't worry. You're definitely not stupid. From what we've read of your comments, you're clearly intelligent and you're gonna be just fine. Everyone has those kind of fears, but just believe in yourself. You're gonna be fine. And congrats. That's awesome. That's fantastic news. LDN says bullets are Miranda's. 3 bullets, 1 for her daughter, 1 for her son, and the last for her when things got really bad. Ooh, that's dark. LDN, that's dark. Kaiser Bull says the gun was also in a drawer in the post office. You are giving the writers too much credit. About what exactly? The Donna thing? I mean, that's not my idea. That's not my idea. I don't think it was I don't think Donna was doing that to because she's a mole or something. As much as I'm on the Donna Mole train, I think it was a red herring too. This episode, it was too obvious. I think it's just the town's way of manipulating Henry. Yes, AA, exactly. Exactly. Taito thinks it's just bad timing on Donna's part. I don't think she's a mole. Eddie thinks she's not evil. Soul Divide says, you sure that Donna didn't place them there? And he says, so Boyd kept Victor's gun in the drawer, but Acosta's in the floor. Yeah, why the hell didn't Boyd lock up the gun? How stupid. Really, really, like, irresponsible storage of that gun. Unbelievable. Origins of Smiley, first spinoff. Yes, we get Smiley in a pilgrim hat. Wouldn't that be fun? That'd be great, Sophie. David says, Donna is the mother of Colony House, like Boyd is the father of town. Yep, matriarch and patriarch. Or Henry could have used the 3 bullets for Victor himself and Ethan. Yeah, that's true too, AA. If Victor hadn't tackled him. And like Acosta could have gotten Victor's gun, but I don't remember it being there when she looked. Yeah, she ransacked that whole place looking for her gun and bullets, but she didn't come across it, I guess. And I guess she wouldn't have taken it because it wasn't her gun. Everybody loved episode 4 of Widow's Bay, but that wasn't my favorite one. I think it got amazing in episode 6. That's when I totally got hooked on it. And then the rest of the season after that. The second half of the season was just gold for me. Hey, FBA Maroon, welcome. Welcome. Dana is tripping. She didn't take the bullets. What do you mean? You mean Dana meaning Acosta? Danny Acosta? Or who do you mean? Cheetah says, Sophia taking talismans like that was bad, but I don't think it tops the stupidity of Sophia cutting the rope in front of everybody. Yeah, she's done a lot of things in front of everybody. She also changed her eyes to black out in broad daylight where somebody could have walked up and seen her. Yeah, it's getting really stupid how obvious she's being. Quan Solar says, how do you feel now that it's confirmed that Eloise is dead? Like the stream. Thank you. Hit that like button, guys. 103 people watching. Please hit the like button. It really does help. It's not just a pat on the back for me. It matters. And please check out my video that's pinned at the top of the chat right now. I will also link it in the description of this live stream at the end when it's done. I forgot to put it in, but I will link it. I will also link my Man in Yellow versus Boy in White Cosmic Chess Theory videos, which I made a year and a half ago. So you can see when I made the theory, and it was just confirmed that they are playing a game with each other. So I'm psyched about that. And I think that it's specifically a metaphorical chess game, rather. I almost said chess game. Chess game. Anyway. Quan, I'm pissed about the Eloise thing. I am angry. You would not believe how angry I am. I don't understand how they could just lay the breadcrumbs and evidence clues that Eloise is alive for so long, string us along, and then gaslight us and say, no, you just made up these mysteries yourselves in your own heads. She's dead. You're just thinking too much. That's a load of bull. We all know that they planted evidence, they planted clues, and it was not a tinfoil theory. These are clues that anybody could have picked up on, and that's just really upsetting. And I really liked the Eloise theories. I'm very, very disappointed. And I agree that Man in Yellow gave Clara a false promise on going home, Eddie. Definitely. There's no way she's going to make good on that promise. Honestly, saying, fuck this place, I'd rather die when you're in Fromville isn't weird at all. People say, fuck this place, I'd rather die in the real world all the time. Very, very true, Straight Edge. Very true. So it's not so strange about Elgin. The idea of Elgin doing that. Annie says, imagine him bursting through the door. Sophia is evil, he shouts as he is dragged back in and still killed. Sophia relieved everyone on the run. Oh yeah, I wish he had at least somehow outed her on his way out. Run out the door, scream Sophia is evil, and then she kills him. That they needed to out her in this finale. That was a big disappointment for me that they didn't expose her. Akshita said it looked. I thought it worse, like she was having a wank herself. Oh, it's funny when she was killing Elgin. Vaughn says Sophia's overacting a bit much. I want to give her a villain mustache to twist. Yes, I've been thinking the same way. I've been saying she's like a mustache twirling villain at this point. It's really cheesy at this stage. And David says the trickster's overconfidence is what generally brings them down. Yeah, looked like she needed to sneeze. Pet wiggle before school. The light came back right after the Elgin blood sacrifice, kind of like Widow's Bay. I thought of that too, David. That's what I was thinking. That's the reason why the light came back. As soon as Elgin died, like the entity got some blood, so then the light came back. That makes sense to me too. The eclipse was supposed to be the dark the monsters needed for the massacre, right? And I still think that could happen down the road if the total massacre were to happen, but it's not going to. But I think the eclipse could still happen more than once. And I think that's what happened in the 70s when everyone got massacred then, too. That's how everybody got massacred. Kwan says, during the eclipse, the monsters would have been massacring the people in the tunnels and the ones above ground without the talisman to protect them. Right, which is what I think happened in the 70s with Victor's people. We never heard what the bargain was. True, Kaiser. It was probably just, this, you can go home if you do some things for me. And she doesn't have to even specify what yet. She just has to give him whatever job she wants when it comes up, like she did with Clara. She didn't give her a job right off the bat. Samuel says, once you take the bargain, I don't think backing out is an option. Agree. Straight Edge says, I'm going to just say it. I didn't really like season 4, but I also got spoiled halfway through and then figured the leaks were real. So episodes 9 and 10 were ruined for me a little bit. I knew stuff beat for beat. Well, that blows. I'm sorry that happened to you. I can't stand leakers. That's too bad. If he tried to act out a bargain, he'd fail miserably. He's a bad liar. True, Elgin isn't smart enough to lie. Hey, Papa Socks. I think the lightning was showing the shift in balance moving to evil. Hope is now leaving Fromville. Now Mr. Fish and Loaves will have to make a miracle out of limited resources for sure. Definitely. Yeah, I like that. I really like that interpretation of what the lightning meant. I wish that it had a concrete consequence, though, that it would have taken out something important that would have helped them, like somehow fried all their electricity. If it had fried all their electricity, maybe it still will, though. Maybe we'll find out in season 5 that, oh shit, now the electricity doesn't work since the electrical storm. Like there should have been some kind of actual consequence of it, like the storm in season 1 finale that caused the radio tower to collapse. Sulinator says, I don't think it turned dark to prevent Tabitha and Jade leaving. Think about every time you thought this was it for them, they got a reprieve. The light, walls caving in, Fatima stopping the monsters. Yeah, but I think that doesn't stop the entity from trying to keep them from leaving. And they got a reprieve not from the evil entity. I think that was from the side that's trying to help. The side that's trying to help, I think the boy in white or the magic tree itself caused the earthquakes that helped them. And Fatima, that was on her own free will helping them. Hey, Incognito. Hope you're doing well tonight. Thank you so much, Ryan. 90 likes and 105 watching. You guys rock. Let's see if we can get those likes up a bit more. Smash that like button fromally. Thank you, Ryan. Very important to hit that like button. And if you're watching on a TV, I know it takes an extra step, but if you're watching on a TV and you have a phone, If you open up this stream on your phone, you can hit the like that way. I'd really appreciate the extra step. It does help a lot. Oh, there's some thunder here. Hope there isn't a big storm happening. The time for theory is over. We deserve answers for 10 episodes. Well, I think we're going to get a lot of answers too, Kaiser. I think we are. We got a lot of answers already, and I think we're going to get a lot more. Papa says, just an idea. Why else would you bring Iron Abbey and Mr. Fish and Loaves to a clusterfuck unless you need something as strong to compete against the evil? Or maybe they're pulling our leg. Oh, I think that was deliberate, Papa. I think that Mr. Fish and Loaves, there's no way that was a coincidence. That Mr. Fish and Loaves, who was able to adapt to the worst hellholes on the planet in the military and work with the most scant of resources, that he was brought here. This is where the cosmic game of chess comes in, guys. If you watch my videos on that, and I'm going to make an updated version and release it soon, but if you watch my videos from a year and a half ago on the cosmic chess game, I believe the boy in white and the man in yellow both bring people to town to use as chess pieces. I think the man in yellow brings people to town who can cause harm and help keep the curse going. And I think the boy in white brings people to town who can help in some way. Like Boyd. I think he brought Boyd. There's no way to me that it's a coincidence that this guy of all people was brought there. No way. Mr. Fish and Loaves, come on. He had just retired from a career in the military doing all that. And then he comes to this hellhole with the smallest resources you could possibly imagine that he has to make do with and help people survive like he did in the military. I think that's because a helpful entity brought him there. Definitely. Okay, so let me try and skip through these here, get back to the breakdown. Yes, Soapy, there is no Eloise anymore anyway. It was planted. Well, at the very least, she's dead. The Ask Me Anything from Reddit, they did an Ask Me Anything last week, the creators, and said that she's dead. So that blows. AA says, I saw a post earlier that the writers revealed these details about season 5, but I don't know if it's true. Here they are. The creature's true nature will be explored more. Spider symbolism will finally be explained. Julie's story walking will play a major role. It will reveal she was always part of it. The mystery of the motel will be revealed. I think I heard that from the AMA about the motel. Maybe. I'm not sure. I know they mentioned the spider symbolism will be explained in the AMA. I didn't hear anything about the story walking, but I haven't read the whole summary yet. The talisman symbolism is a major clue to the mythology. The boy in white aging is part of the mythology. Those who believed Eloise was alive, she isn't. The ballerina and the music box may return. Yeah, they said stay tuned about that. That was from the AMA as well. The ending has been planned in the first season and won't change, and episode 1 has more answers than most fans realize. Yes, all that was from the Ask Me Anything from Reddit. And thank you for sharing all that in a little summary for us, AA. Yeah, so you're right, David. This is very much like a Faustian bargain that was made with the Man in Yellow, a pact in which someone trades their moral integrity, values, or soul for worldly gains. Absolutely. More biblical references. How can you guys think that Elgin moment was good? He took the photo to the devil and asked, yo, is this you? Good point, Soul Divide. Yeah, no, it was stupid. It was totally stupid. Yeah, and I agree, Akshita. Donna, I don't think she's a mole, but she's mostly important for keeping things at bay. She is not special like Boyd or Jade. She's important because she's a leader of Colony House and helps to keep things together and keep people together. Yes, they definitely gaslit us with the license plate Eloise thing. Absolutely, Quan. They gaslit us with that, and with Victor saying, I think so. There were just pieces. She was so small when asked if that's Eloise in the grave. Let's see. Yeah, David, I think that the man in yellow entity is the one that offered the bargain to the original parents and townspeople for eternal life. I think it's the same entity. Bargain is a polite word for I screw you over, but you don't know it. Very true, Incognito. Also, the boy in white is Thomas. He was manifested by the pain and hurt of Jim and Tabitha. Well, if you're talking about the voice on the phone, I'm pretty sure it's the man in yellow entity, because then he met with Tabitha right after. He said, "Meet me at the RV," and he was Thomas on the phone. You know. Okay. Yeah, but Papa Socks, Elgin didn't know what he was bargaining with the kimono lady. He thought she was an angel. He thought he was helping. So I don't think that he gave up his soul already. My opinion. Clara didn't recognize the man in yellow. She recognized the entity. Then Sophia said to Clara, "Remember our bargain." Right, indeed. They used the same word, bargain. And Fatima used that word bargain about the original townsfolk making a bargain with something horrible for eternal life. So I think we're supposed to draw the connection between, that word bargain. So it's probably the man in yellow entity that made the original bargain with the townspeople for eternal life. And then go back on it, went back on it. Clara said she would get to go home, same as Sarah with the voices in her head. No, it's not quite the same. With Sarah, she was promised everyone would get to go home. And she was threatened that if she didn't do what the voices said, her brother would die. So it's different. Sarah is not as bad of a person. She was trying to help. And Elgin was also trying to help everyone and told everyone would get to go home. Yeah, Ryan, I was thinking that the next live stream we would have people call in and share their thoughts about the finale. Later this week when we do our second live stream of the week. Akshita says the leaks did ruin the season for me. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry about that. Who planted all the food out in the woods? Soul Divide, I think Boyd manifested it with his hope. That he was so hopeful he would find resources out there. He manifested it to actually be there. That's what I think. David thinks that Man in Yellow's true form is probably a giant spider or humanoid spider like Iktomi. Could be. It could very well be. Dr. Soapy says, how long had Clara been there and he did not let her go home? It's been years. But the entity hadn't... Yeah, that's a good point, though. The entity hadn't come to town yet, but, why is she still doing its bidding? It's been years. Why isn't she asking when? How come I would be asking when do I get to go home? How much longer? She's been there, longer, at least longer than anybody since the Matthews came, and we don't know how long before that. So, let's see. Yeah, they confirmed that Clara made a bargain with the entity before on Reddit. That's true, before the Matthews arrived. Chris says there's a rule where Boy in White can only talk with people Man in Yellow manipulated, like Sarah, like Victor and Ethan have been off screen. That's why we barely see him. Oh, maybe that's true, Chris. It could be. Samuel says, I enjoyed season 4. It's my least favorite, though. 1, 3, 2, then 4 is my ranking. I would have to say my ranking would be 1, 3, 2, and then 4. Actually, I agree with you on that. Yeah. Amory thinks the man in yellow is collecting souls and the boy in white is saving souls. Yeah, I would have to agree with you there, or at least trying to save them as best he can. Yeah, exactly, Papa Socks. That the writers and directors opened the door to Eloise still being alive, left it open by having her run out after her mother and Victor saying she was good at hiding and never said what happened to her until season 3 when all of a sudden he said she was dead. But then at the grave he said, I think it's her body. I think. That's not closure. Hey, Clyde, Fatima is not gone yet. Quick tip, Fatima goes home. I think Fatima is cooked, though. She's a nightmare creature now, and I don't think they can undo that, in my opinion. Ryan says, Julie, I only heard like 1 or 2 people in my Siri From Facebook group that thought Man in Yellow and Boy in White were in a game together. Out of 300K people. Wow. I'm sure you are the only one with this theory. Damn. Wow, that's cool. Damn, it makes me wish I had released an updated version of the theory right before the new season so that more people would have actually watched it, because I didn't get that many views. I released that in the off season in December 2024 and January 2025. So not that many people watched my video, but I did reference it a lot in my videos and in my live streams. So hopefully enough people heard about it through that, because I'm really psyched that theory has been proven right. So wow, thanks Ryan for pointing that out. That's wild. I didn't think it was a common theory. I had almost never heard anyone else mention it. Chris says Henry will get a redemption arc. I don't know how else he can continue to be around Victor otherwise. Yeah, he definitely will. He'll get a redemption arc, and I'm sure Victor will forgive him because that's Victor's nature. He's not a vengeful, mean person. He'll forgive him. He could probably forgive anything or anyone. Chris says Ellis basically will have to kill Fatima if she poses danger to townspeople. Yeah, I think he would just let her kill them first, knowing Ellis. He doesn't have the spine. Can you please change the creepy Henry picture? Yes. Now that I'm caught up with the chat, I will move on to the next scene. Kaiser. So now we have Boyd coming in and checking on everyone who stopped at the clinic when it was still dark, and finds Randall out there looking dejected. And Ellis is comforting Fatima. She's devastated and explains what happened, leaving out the fact that she screeched like a monster, though. She says Mari tried to defend her, and then the thing killed her, and then he just smiled and left. She doesn't mention that she let out a freaking monster screech. Doesn't want to worry Ellis, I guess, once again, trying to coddle him. And then Boyd comes in, and he finds Christy holding Marielle's lifeless body and just completely out to lunch. Like, she has lost it. And as usual, Boyd is the rock here, holding on to Christy and comforting her. Yeah, this was heartbreaking scene. Not much to say there. I thought she did a great job acting it, and there's just a crazy amount of blood, just gnarly to look at, and her wails were just bone chilling, absolutely bone chilling wails, and you could see Fatima and Ellis reacting to them. So horrible. Fatima not doing enough to save her. Yeah, I didn't understand, Kaiser, why Fatima couldn't save her, but I guess Smiley just moved too fast for her. She, she has that power to neutralize Smiley, like she saved Kenny that way, but Smiley took Mari out so fast instead of, doing that silly villain speech like he did with Kenny, the long villain monologue that causes so many villains to lose. He did too much of that, and as a result, Fatima had the time to tap in and she neutralized Smiley and saved Kenny, but she wasn't able to move fast enough to save Marielle. Yeah, I couldn't understand why. It was hard to understand, Island. It was weird that she wasn't able to do it. Marielle basically got GOT, Game of Thrones, gutted, I guess. She left out the hello mother. Yes, she did. She did. Clyde says Fatima is the difference on this occasion. Basic writing rule, show don't tell. Seriously, I have to accept Eloise is dead from some thread confirmed by writers. Sheesh, how is that not bad writing? Right? Exactly. I hate that. Don't tell us in interviews and on a Reddit thread what happens in the show, what is true or not true in the show. I hate that. They also told us in an interview, essentially, they implied that the man in yellow is the big bad of the whole show, which is a terrible thing to reveal in an interview. I was so invested in Eloise being alive too, Island. Totally. Now Christy is single and ready to mingle. Not quite, Chris. I think she's going to be grieving for a long time. This is a primary example of why the season is ranked lower. You have to stick the landing. Classic. Not what you do, but how you do it. Right, and they said that in the episode twice. It's not what you do, but how you do it that matters. It's not just what you do, but how you do it. And then they didn't follow their own advice. Sophia said it about rituals, and then Tabitha said it too. Chris says Fatima basically gives up her humanity. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, she kind of just gives in. But I think she was gonna lose it no matter what. She wasn't gonna be able to hold on to it. The Sophia's blood that she ingested, Sophia said that would speed up the process of that particular game. So it was going to happen no matter what. Fatima should have been the one to confront Smiley. Yeah, that would have been cool. And shield Marielle. Right, and save her. Chris says Fatima got Marielle killed. She's matchmaking for Kenny. Oh, man. Yeah, maybe she's shipping Christy and Kenny. Oh, 2 Ks. It actually goes well together. Alliteration. Samuel says Fatima got more experience with her powers due to Mari dying, which allowed Fatima to save her friends in the tunnels, in my opinion. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Gives her a little more experience. 10 more hours of story. Hey, I'm happy we get that. I wish we got more. Chris says Smiley was like, well, no one died this season. Let's fix that. Pretty much, yeah. Kaiser says hero's journey, and then turn into the monster. Right. Ryan says, so why did Marielle come to town? What was her story arc? To become one of the Cicada 3, I would say. Also, to come in between Christy and Kenny. I think the evil entity wanted to throw a wrench in their budding romance, just to mess with them. Also, to mess with Christy's head, because she practically gave Sarah permission to hurt Ethan in order to be able to see Marielle again. Sarah said, if you could see Marielle again, would you do one bad thing? And Christy said, well, hypothetically, yes, I would. And then Sarah tried to kill Ethan, and Christy felt guilty as if she somehow gave Sarah permission to do that. And then when Marielle actually showed up in town, she said to Boyd that she felt responsible somehow. Like Like maybe somehow she brought her there by saying that to Sarah. Like it made it happen. So I think it was to mind fuck with Christy's head, and also Marielle was maybe destined to become part of the Cicada 3 as well, but mainly the Kenny breaking up Kenny and Christy and messing with her head related to that conversation Christy had with Sarah. That's why she was brought to town. Chris says Smiley told Marielle no more bad haircuts. Yeah, your haircutting days are over, lady. And she told Julie she loved her new haircut. Like, no, you gotta go. Soul Divine says maybe the entity just wanted to give Kenny a break, right? Okay, so moving on. Now we have the red lightning scene over at the tree. It comes initially right out of the hole in the ground. Literally out of the hole in the ground where the tree was. So up into the clouds. And what does that mean? What is this? It doesn't actually do anything for now. Not that we know of anyway. I've never seen lightning that was that color. It's not normal lightning. So I don't know. I wish it had done more because it feels like a bunch of pomp and circumstance, a bunch of bluster, and not enough actual like substance, like actually causing something to happen. Boyd comes out and he's like, the fuck did we do? It definitely is enough to put them all on edge. Like, this is not good. This is a bad sign as to them pulling the tree out. That was a cool shot right there. The sky looked crazy there. Yeah, that was wild. And then over at Colony House, they're watching on the porch when the van pulls up. The van pulls up without Tabitha and Jade in it. And Ethan tries to go run to the van, but Donna has to stop him. Ellis and Fatima also see it from the clinic. So everyone is noticing it all over town. So there's the van. As usual, Ethan loses all reason when his family members are in jeopardy, and he wanted to go run out there in the middle of all that lightning. They had to stop him. So they see everyone getting off the van except Tabitha and Jade. And Ethan and Julie look pretty downtrodden when they see that Tabitha's not there. They see Donna talking to Acosta. And they're just putting two and two together. Donna's face looks crestfallen here. She really cares for those kids. So Ethan runs inside. Meanwhile, at the church, Sophia takes a talisman off the wall. It gets kind of tedious. She goes in building after building, like, hello, is anyone there? And then she takes the talisman. Hold on. I got some extra images in here. And then Henry gets to the sheriff's station and calls out for Boyd, Kenny, Victor, and when nobody answers, starts just rifling through Boyd's desk until he finds the gun pretty easily, too. He finds it just where it was supposed to be, in the sheriff's station, almost as if it was there waiting for him. Like, just like the hallucination said, that the dream will provide everything that you need. It's pretty weird. So then Kenny shows up, and Henry makes some very brief comical small talk about, hey, did you see the lightning? And then he's like, gotta go, bye, and just takes off. Kenny is not doing a very good job minding the store. Like, don't leave Kenny in charge. Nothing ever better happened to Boyd. Like, he keeps, like, missing out on important things, or, he fell asleep that night at the clinic and Sophia slipped out without him noticing. Now he's not watching the sheriff's station, and Henry makes off with that gun, although it should have been locked. That drawer should have been locked. Boy should have made sure it was locked. And then in this scene, Ethan is distraught, asking if his mom is not coming home. She says she's not coming back, is she? So again, I always say trust Ethan, listen to what he says, believe him, except when someone he loves is in danger, and then he loses all hope. And then you can't believe him at all. When he feels like someone he loves might be dead, he loses hope, and he's not a trustworthy figure anymore. So he's thinking his mom is dead. Of course, it's a reasonable conclusion to come to. And Donna starts to say that your mom and Jade are still in the... And then the friggin' cabinets start slamming like crazy. We thought this was kind of a dropped, plot, because there hasn't been anything else to come of this early in the season when Jim was missing and the cabinets started opening and closing, banging like crazy, and stuff flying around the room. And it happens again, like plates fly around the room here and smash. The cabinets open up and close. So what is the conclusion? Well, Ethan's like, it's happening again. And then he comes to the conclusion that, his mom's definitely dead. Because the last time this happened, Jim was dead. And so this is like a sign that she's dead now. That makes me think that the evil entity made that happen so that it would trigger him and make him think she's dead, like his dad. But was the initial experience, was the initial thing also the evil entity, or was that actually the spirit of Jim? I wonder. And this is just the evil entity trying to make him think he's losing another parent, and that's what that means. But let me know what you guys think in the chat of that situation, and I'll get over there after this scene is done here. Ethan says, Mom is gone, and soon you'll be gone. Everyone here is going to die, and I'm going to be all alone. And Julie promises him that he'll never be alone, but he says, you're lying. That's what she said. He's got a point there. That's what Tabitha said. He does a great job with this scene, too. And Julie says, you and I are going to take care of each other. He asks how, and she answers honestly, I don't know, but we'll figure it out together. I really liked that scene. I thought that was some genuine emotion from both of them, and especially have to give kudos to Simon, who plays Ethan, because that's really difficult for a child actor to be that emotional and crying on camera. He did a fantastic job. His acting skills have truly improved over the years since he first started as a small child on the show. You could see his experience showing. So, okay, let's go over to you in the chat. We're making good time, actually. We got let me see. Let me count how many more scenes. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sort of, 7. Yeah, we're pretty good. We're gonna probably get this done within the next hour, I would say. And I really need to get it done in the next hour. Okay, so sick, red lightning, special effects padding. Yes, indeed. Clara versus Fatima. My blood is your blood. My blood is your blood. Mother fucked. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Maybe the lightning is energy release that is usually used to teleport people. Oh, that's interesting, Chris. Like the energy that would have teleported people through that faraway tree. Interesting. I like that. I like that idea. That's cool. It could be. Ryan thinks one of Marielle's purposes, or her purpose, was to become one of the Cicada 3, and then, but like I said, to mess with Christy and Kenny. David says, Sophia said it's time to light the fuse. Then the pink lightning shoots out of the grave into the sky, upside down world, inside world, underworld. Right. Light the fuse. Yeah, it does kind of fit right there, doesn't it? Chris says, Boyd too. Step back. Last episode became Fatima and Sophia's show. Yeah, kind of. It kind of did. Boyd didn't have a really strong episode this one. It really didn't. The fabric of the universe is crumbling as they come close to the end, just like a fantasy crumbles the more we remember. That makes sense. Yeah, I like that, David. I like the way you described that. And they are remembering more and more. Papa Sock says, I'm going to need a 6-month flash forward after this season. I need to see what life looks like 6 months later with no talismans, etc. But they won't do that because time is running out. Ugh. Right. Yeah, it would be cool, but I think shit's going to hit the fan a lot faster than that. Morning, Diana. L'éclair est peut-être venu de osmond. I don't know what that means, incognito. The eclair, as in like the dessert, it must mean something else. It possibly came from, and I don't know what osmond means. I'm trying. Chris says, Ethan versus Men in Yellow, Revenge of the Jedi, right? Henry gets guns and bullets, but Acosta gets a hoodie, right? Greedy God says, motherhood is Tabitha's deepest fear. That's why when she dies, she always ends up with kids. Oh, I'm dead. That's great. That's great. Maybe so. Chris says, next season, Sophia goes to church and gives a sermon on end of days. Yeah, I bet she does. Tries to start a cult, probably. That's what I thought she would do this season, with as much as she quotes the Bible to get people to listen to her, and so that she'll be influential over people. Ethan had me howling, and Julie. Yay, Poltergeist Jim is back. So you think it's actually Poltergeist Jim Island? Okay. I'm invested in it being Jim. I was at first, but now I'm not so sure. David says, yeah, Ethan is Bastian and the Moonchild is the Anima. It's all the same. Diana says, well, when you come right down to it, there aren't any original stories left, just different spins on a theme. That's true, and a lot of them are the hero's journey. Lots of emotion from Julie's wig, right? The wolf is the man in yellow. The flying white psychopomp is boy in white. Okay. Matthews are bad homeowners, always messing with their houses. Right. Diana says, I had a problem with Donna in that scene. She didn't offer any comfort to those kids as they melted down. Yeah, she just kind of stood back and left them alone. She should have definitely offered more comfort. Normally she would, but I think she could see that they needed to really focus on each other in that moment. Maybe she was waiting till they had their moment together. Hey, Amy, Pixie Vine TV, welcome. Hope you're doing well this morning. Kaiser says Simon has always been a good actor. Yeah, but if you look back at season 1, it looked like he couldn't quite cry on cue yet. When Julie was being mean to him, he wasn't as believable in being upset. And now it looks more real. Crying on cue and being upset, it's not easy for a child. It's not easy for anybody. David says the root origin of all mythology is the same ancient astronomy. I mean, I'm just saying that there's a metamorphosis in terms of him getting better and better. Not that he wasn't good to begin with. Chris says Victor is going to need a new roommate, maybe Sophia. Yeah, he might want to kick Henry out of his room now. Let's hope it's not Sophia, though. Hey, Umbra. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Crazy season finale. Yeah, did you like it? It was polarizing. I liked it. I didn't think it was the strongest finale, but I did enjoy it. I loved the ending. The ending confirmed my theory, my game theory between Man in Yellow and Boy in White. But yeah, did you like it or not? Ash says, I think they really fumbled Julie's story walking this season. Is it really going to matter when she goes back to save her dad? It had to happen this season just for gravitas. I don't think, I mean, I don't think she's going to really save him. I don't think she'll be able to save him. And, maybe they're holding back because I don't know why. Like, they didn't want to advance that plot too much this season because she could have too much power. She could show us too much too soon or something from past cycles. I don't know. Maybe they wanted to keep their cards closer to the vest for a while longer about the past, and Julie could have shown us too much. Let's see, Ruby says, Fatima, question, if she miscarried, could the Man in Yellow have seen that as a sacrifice, willing or unwilling sacrifice? Is that why Fatima now lives forever as a monster? It's possible, but it certainly seems unfair because it was unwilling. It's nowhere near fair. Not that Fromville is fair anyway. David says it's all a reiteration, just another hero's journey of the sun. Right. Just like Karl in Walking Dead. I've never seen Walking Dead, Sophie, but I will take that for what it's worth. Good morning, Ryan. You need to get some rest, Ryan, I'm guessing. Yeah, we have just a little bit more to go here, and I need to get some rest after that. Next season going to be mad by all accounts. There's more important things to story walk to. That's definitely true, Ash. Kaiser says the bottle tree looked like a paper mache high school drama prop. I don't know. I think it looked a little better than that. Jeez. Eddie says the first episode of season 5 needs to be epic. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, it needs to be. They need to just take off running. Papa Sucks says, I guess it is a game of chess because Sophia taking each talisman is like taking pawns off a chessboard, I guess, but it just seems like a waste of airtime. Yeah, I think they kind of went overboard with showing her take so many. They could have made it clear that she got them all without showing us each one. Or not all of them, but they showed us a few. Chris says Ethan needs his goat as a support animal. Well, that's for sure. That is for sure. CPS needs to show up in Fromville too. Right, Amy? Let's see. When Man in Yellow was killing Elgin and he was praying, her jealousy of God and his belief in him made her angry. I agree, Diana. She said, you people and your prayers. That was her jealousy of God and their faith in God for sure. Chris says, Donna not going to give it up to Henry when she hears Henry tried to end Victor. Yeah, I think that's the end of the shipping Donna and Henry together. She's very protective of Victor. Yeah, I don't think Victor could sleep with his dad having a gun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to confiscate that gun back from Henry now, Amy, for sure. I think they'll make up, though. I bet Sophia can make the puppet talk. Yeah, maybe it'll finally talk. Umber says, I liked it overall. I feel like we're still kind of left without any solid answers, and I feel like the series will end with a lot unexplained. I mean, I think they've given us a lot of answers, but not always overt. So you got to kind of read between the lines. And they're probably not going to give us a lot of overt answers, but they did show us a lot of things like who's making the voices in Sarah's head. Well, Sophia's doing at least some of them. Who's making the jukebox work? Sophia's doing it. Stuff like that. They showed us indirectly. It's a game, book, and song all in one. They are the characters and notes and archetypes, the parts making up the whole journey. They are putting traditional roles in a new nightmare setting. And it's a story too, David. It's a story and a game. Ruby says, I just want to know where they are. That would solve some things in my head. That would be nice to eventually know. I think it's a pocket universe. Hey, King of Crank. I doubt the man in yellow gave the monsters the immortality gift. Sophia kept forcing people for their hands and infected them with her blood without asking. Right. I still think it is. I think it's the same entity. They use the same word, bargain. Okay. Maybe Ethan eats hope while the man in yellow eats fear. Oh, you mean boy in yellow. Yeah, I was going to say. I mean boy in white, rather. Yeah, maybe it's something like that. That's fascinating. You need to give that gun in the lunchbox to eat. And maybe so, greedy God. At this point. 2 guns appeared in the finale. One went off. Sophia's plan for the town to tear themselves apart was working. Definitely Papa Socks. Hey there. Let's see. How do I say this? Let's see. So, well, I don't know how to say all of that, but welcome anyway. I don't know how to pronounce that. Maybe they are all offered a bargain when they get to town. Probably not everybody. Yeah, but that's an interesting idea. Guess it's possible. Hey, Mitchy Mitch. Hi, why can't the man in yellow kill Victor? Henry was brought in to do the job. Oh, I think because this was a way to break that person. I think the man in yellow could kill him if she wanted to, but it was more fun to try to trick Henry into doing it instead and break Henry. It's all about breaking these people and turning them into metaphorical monsters. And in some cases, real monsters like Fatima. That's what it's about. Okay, so let's move on to the next scene. Got just a few more scenes to go. We're way more than halfway through the episode. Boyd comes back to the sheriff's station, and he's really devastated, thinking Tabitha and Jade are definitely dead. And he doesn't know what more to do about it. He's lost all hope. Where was I? My notes. He says, Victor was right. We never should have pulled that tree. Well, you definitely should have listened to Victor, that's for sure, instead of locking him up. Acosta comes in and says they need to go back for the bones, but Boyd doesn't want to because they don't even know how to use them. The only 2 people who knew anything about them went in the tunnels and didn't come out. There was only one exit, and if they were alive, he thought they'd be there right now. But Acosta, she went from being someone who wanted to end her own life to saying they can't just give up. And I was really impressed with that. I thought that was strong of her. I liked that she was encouraging him not to give up. But Boyd said, we just made the sun go down. We just tore a hole in the fucking sky with lightning. So tell me what we can do that could possibly make anything better. We lost 3 people today. And he says, I'm not going back to that. And then he gets interrupted by Sarah, who's saying, Boyd, because she's hearing a Morse code signal. And if he had shut up and listened, maybe they would have heard more of it before it stopped. That's what they talked about, using Morse code with Jade on the radio, since there wasn't enough of a signal to be able to hear voices. So he's down there doing Morse code until the radio runs out of battery. Now, did anyone actually believe Jade and Tabitha were dead? Did anyone actually believe that? Because I know I didn't. They have plot armor for days. There is no way. They have plot armor until, I would say, the series finale. And then I'd say either of them could go, but I would bet money that Jade will sacrifice himself and Tabitha will be able to get out with her kids. She'll be able to raise her kids. That's what I think is going to happen. But until then, until that series finale, neither of them is going anywhere. There is just no way. He apologizes to her for their predicament because it was his idea and all. Hey, what happened? Okay. And like she says, no. Her usual, no. Do not give up. We are not dying here. And then she suggests that they dig until they could get under these bars, since they can't break the bars off. And he says, it's worth a try. So they start digging with their hands, which is not a very effective method for sure. Over at the clinic, they carry Marielle's body out to the cart. Christy then accompanies the body to the church with Randall. This is one of those things that should not have been in the finale. The pacing was all kinds of weird. In the finale, normally there's no time for something like this. And you don't see the cart pulling a body to the church until the next episode. You don't see this in a high-intensity episode like this finale started off as. So I just found this weird. They should have saved that for the next season, bringing Marielle's body to the church. So then Christy leaves. And Boyd tells Ellis that he's going back to the cave alone. He doesn't want to risk any more lives. Ellis insists on going too, and Fatima says she's also coming. She says that she can feel them when they're close. She says, I knew that thing was coming to the clinic. If I'm down there with you, then maybe I can warn you. And, at this point, when we heard she was going down there with them, I thought, yeah, she's not coming out again. She's, someone said, like, she's going to turn when she's down there. And I was like, yeah, she's going to turn and then stay down there and not return with them. So, at any rate, they agree to let her come. Sophia enters the... What building is this? The diner. And takes another talisman, making her way all over town. Now, here's the dreaded scene with Henry and Victor. Henry loads the 2 bullets. He loads 2 out of the 3 bullets in the gun. I guess 1 for Victor and 1 for himself. I knew that would be his plan. Murder, blank word that begins with an S that YouTube doesn't like it if we say that word. Victor comes in, the poor guy, looking for support from his dad, say, today was scary. Nothing like that ever happened before. And his dad is not in any position to give him any support. And he finally tries to reach out and talk to his dad about what's been going on with him, saying, did I do something wrong? You were happy. We were going to be roommates, and then I told you about the man in yellow and showed you that picture, and I ruined it. And just felt so bad for him. It made me think of like little kids who think that they caused their parents to get divorced or something. And it's really their parents who are the screwed up people. And Henry says, you didn't ruin anything. The problem is it was never real. And he takes the gun out from where he hid it under a blanket. And Victor is like, what's going on? And so Henry points the gun at Victor, and he's like, this isn't real. You have a son. You're happy, and you told me to do this. And Victor is looking at him like, no. He says, something here lied to you. And then the next thing you know, Henry says, I'm sorry. And he's about to shoot him when Ethan opens the door at the worst possible time, or really the best time, because he saves Victor, and then Victor in turn saves Ethan. Because Ethan opens it, he points the gun at Ethan like a nutcase. I don't know what made him suddenly do that. Like, he was going to shoot Ethan first to stop him from intervening. I mean, what was he thinking right here? He could have just quickly still shot Victor and then himself. Why would he point it at Ethan? And then Victor just flew into hero mode and tackled Henry, knocked the gun away from Henry and yelled, "Run," to Ethan. And he just grabs Henry, looming over him. And suddenly Henry looks so small here. And he's like, "Why are you doing this? You said it would be okay. You said you'd protect me. Why did you come here and do this? Why?" It was a great scene. It was a powerful, emotional scene. Horrible, for poor Victor. Henry did promise more than once that he'd protect Victor, that it was his job now to protect him. And they started out, just think of how they started in season 3 when they reunited, their emotional reunion, when they hugged, they embraced, and Henry and Victor were both in tears. And then they had another teary scene at Eloise and Miranda's gravesite in the season 3 finale, where Henry promised that he would always protect Victor and said, I'm your dad. I'll always be your dad. Because Victor thought Henry would blame him for not saving Eloise and not keeping her safe, and for telling Miranda about the bottle tree. So she wound and getting killed. And Henry just promised he'd always be there for him. And then they were so cute when they became roommates. And just think of that emotional scene in the season 3 finale that they had together. It was beautiful. And now this horrible scene in this finale, and how far they've fallen since then. When they were going to be roommates. It was adorable, and it's such a shame that it came to this. But I think Victor will probably forgive him when he hears what Henry's been going through with those hallucinations. And they'll move on eventually. They'll be able to get through it, I think, especially since nobody got hurt. Nobody died. Nobody got injured. Lucky for Henry. And Ethan saved the day here. Ethan saved Victor, and then Victor saved Ethan. Both saved each other. Yeah, that was heavy. So from there, we've only got like the scenes in the cave. That's the only thing that's left now. The scenes in the cave, the last ones, and the Sophia Boy in White scene. So we're almost done. So let's go over to the chat again. Let's see. Ruby wanted to know, has anyone seen the Carl Jung theory for From? It really made sense. David here in the chat has used Jungian theory to analyze From. I haven't seen like an overall theory for it though, but I would like to hear about it for sure. David said something about, Ghost Story, 1972, season 1, episode 6. Okay, I'm definitely gonna take a note of this. Alter Ego has, it has the duality of two boys in a game of chess. In the end, he beats his doppelganger in a game of chess because of the elixir he gets from the goddess. It's a short 25-minute episode, free on YouTube, required watching for From fans. Well, you got me. I definitely want to check it out. I will look it up. I'll probably watch it when this stream is over. Mike Light says some of the writing can feel uneven for ex-Tabitha and Julie convo in episode 9. Julie tells her mother about her going back and seeing the man in yellow. Tabitha just glosses over. Right, she tells her that she saw the man in yellow eating people, and they don't have Julie doesn't really open herself up to much conversation. She's very closed-minded, but Tabitha should have pushed more to hear more information about that. That's pretty big. 2 gunshots in Boyd's vision. That's true, Amy. Okay. King of Frank says, if I was in From, I would force feed Jade and Tabitha mushrooms 2 weeks straight until they figure out everything Fromville. If they die, knowledge comes at a cost. Wow, damn. Hey, that might help. David says it's amazing how people think this show isn't that deep and get upset when pointing out the psychology in a psychological horror show. Maybe they realize their worldview is also just the son's journey. How can anyone think this show isn't that deep? Of course it's deep. It's extremely deep, and it's very psychological. I see it. Shikwe says this season was weak, and also this episode a disappointment. Oh, I'm sorry that you were disappointed. I know a lot of people share that feeling. Ruby says, I feel like we are in Ethan's head. Yeah, maybe the whole thing is in Ethan's head, perhaps. I don't think so. I mean, if you're talking about like literally, I think this is gonna turn out to be a real place in the end. Real place, real situation, real stakes. But I could see how somebody could come to that idea, and think that it's possible for sure. And all the childlike stuff. Okay, Ella's going to try and be a monster so he can join Fatima. That's a joke, but honestly, Ellis would if he could. He totally would. Like, that's how devoted he is to her. He would just go down there and join the monsters if he could do it, and not just be torn to shreds. The poor guy. I mean, he might just kill himself trying to still be with her. Sophia going to wear an Ellis suit. See, Ethan did have a seizure. Yes, he did. Victor gonna need a support animal. That's for sure. Hey, JT Moore. Is Christy on the S watch? We'll say, because YouTube doesn't like the word. All of a sudden, that's what I'll say, out loud anyway, because YouTube doesn't like when we say that out loud. All of a sudden, Patty just calmed down and she no longer wants to unalive herself. That's why we use that silly word, unalive, even though it's a made-up word. Why isn't she being locked up like Acosta was at the beginning of the season? Yeah, that's a good point, honestly. She should definitely be watched. She grabbed a gun and pointed it at her head, for God's sake. That's a good point, Jay. Chris says Ethan is the new Clara, coming into the middle of important conversations. Now he's going to be the new mole. Oh no, I doubt it. Amy says, will Fatima be the outside the window waving at people? Probably. Yes, I'm sure she will. I'm sure she'll be waving at Ellis. Imagine how devastating that's going to be for him. Francis says Victor can't forgive Henry after this. I think it'll be difficult because Victor is a very childlike person, and he'll be mad for a while. I think it'll be very hard for him to get past this, but I believe in the end he will. Ruby says there are a lot of terrible parents in Fromville. Very true. David says Victor asking the right question. Why come here and do this? Why did he come to this place? Why did he even come to Fromville if he was just going to do this? Not that it was his choice or anything. But was he picked? Did the evil entity pick him to come there and do this? To target it? Was this a long game? Remember, with chess, you play several moves ahead. You think several moves ahead. Was Henry targeted to come there and be an agent of chaos and do this? It's possible. Chris says Henry isn't Acosta. He didn't go shooting all over, killing people by accident. Yeah, I was relieved that he didn't, and I didn't think he would either. If CPS showed up in From, they wouldn't know where to start. That's true, Amy. CPS wouldn't survive in From. The Noob Gamer says, I was right about Fatima. She turned into a monster without losing her humanity. Yet. I mean, so far she defended her people against the monsters, screeched at them and protected them, enabled them to escape. But I don't think she's going to be able to hold on to it much longer. She won't have a choice. She won't be able to. It's the nature of the beast. No pun intended. We'll have to wait and see. Samuel says, right, Victor asking why over and over again was so good. Hopefully Victor and Henry can communicate and figure this out. I think so eventually. Victor will just be very childish. I mean, obviously, he has a right to not be forgiving. It's not just a childish thing when your dad just did that to you. But, he'll be childish about it, like, all angry and, moody about it. That's what I would foresee, but he'll eventually be able to get past it, I think. David says it's more like a mixture of all theories, Jung versus Freud versus Lacan versus Buddhism versus Gnosticism. It is like they are playing different theories off of each other more than following one completely. I think you're right. I think you're spot on with that, David. And same with mythologies. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope Jay is doing well. And yes, I agree that we needed more Man in Yellow, not Sophia. I'm so mad that she was not exposed in the finale like I predicted she would be. And I think just imagine how much more impactful and perfect that final scene with the boy in white would have been if it had been the Man in Yellow instead of Sophia there with him. Didn't make any sense for it to still be Sophia when it should be those two iconic, not villains, but those two iconic figures, boy in white and the Man in Yellow, named, no specific name and only referred to by the color they're wearing. Like, they should have been the ones there, not Sophia. Ruby says, I am down for any show that uses a philosophy, psychology, religion. It's been a wild ride. Me too. I love deep stuff like this. Diana says Ellis should not be left alone at this point. Agree. Poor Ellis, devastated. Citizen Kasny? Don't know if I'm saying that right, but I like both the Man in Yellow and Sophia. Both actors are great. Well, I agree that they're both great. I just felt that the Sophia storyline has been played out now, and she should have been exposed. She's been way too obvious for nobody to pick up on any of her shady stuff by now. And I'm done with it. I'm ready for the Man in Yellow to come back. I want her to turn back into the Man in Yellow, and that's what I think she will do in season 5 once she's exposed. I think that's probably her favorite form, the Man in Yellow, out of all her human forms. With all those woods, Chris, there is no wildlife around at all. And also the Reddit AMA, in the Reddit AMA, the writers did say that we haven't seen the last of Doug, so he will be there in season 5. Jay says the Man in Yellow is not the same. Sorry, the Man in Yellow is the same as the Man in Black from Lost. They can only take the form of someone dead from there. The bottle tree was just like the cork stopping all the evil from escaping. Oh, shit. Yeah. It probably is. The bottle tree probably is like that. And I definitely see that the Man in Yellow is just like the Man in Black from Lost. And now that From season 4 is over, Jay, I know you wanted me to do a Lost stream, and I want to plan on doing it soon. I'm going to just kind of brush up on my Lost a little bit and go back and watch some key episodes first. So maybe give me like a month or so, especially because I've got to get used to covering Silo too. Silo is just about to start, but I definitely want to plan a Lost stream soon, and I'll let you know when. I'll be in touch because there's even more to talk about now, Jay. I'm glad that I didn't do the Lost stream now, because now we have even more From parallels to talk about with that crazy ending with the game being played between these two entities, which I predicted would happen, and I predicted that. I made a theory that the man in yellow and the boy in white would be playing a game, a chess game specifically, metaphorically, a chess game, even before I ever came close to finishing Lost. So I didn't know about the whole Man in Black thing, and I didn't know about those entities on Lost when I made my theory. Anyway, I'll get to that in the end of the breakdown coming up. I understand why the sky got dark, but why did it clear up? Yeah, why did it clear up? It could have been because of the blood sacrifice of Elgin, the evil entity. I think it was because the evil entity, it went from being angry to happy because it just got, another victim. So since she was pleased, the darkness turned to light. So Diana says, I would like to see that also. Her transformation is inevitable, and that story has been told. The white satin gown. Wait a minute. Wearing that white satin gown we saw in the suitcase in caves. Oh, yeah. That would be interesting. David says, oh, David is asking Grant if he could request an AI music video. That would be cool. He does do amazing AI videos. Diana says, this is a huge homage to all things horror, mystical. That's my take on it. It definitely seems that way. The mix of all the tropes. Hey, the Mole 47. I really don't get all the other YouTubers who didn't like this season/episode. I thought the season was amazing and the episode was 10 out of 10. Well, I thought the season was amazing too. I very much enjoyed it. I didn't dislike this episode. I have some criticisms of it, and I wouldn't say a 10 out of 10, but I would give it maybe 8 out of 10. I think I rate it higher than probably any of the other from YouTubers who I've heard from. And, maybe I'm biased because my main theory for the entire show got proven right in the end. The Man in Yellow, Boy in White game thing. I've had that theory for a year and a half. So, I was pretty psyched about that. But it's not just that. I'm happy with how a lot of it turned out. I really am. Jay says, prior to the start of the show, did the Man in Yellow share his blood with Sarah in order to speak to her in her head? Probably not. I don't think it was necessary. I think when the Man in Yellow is not in corporeal form, it's more powerful and it can do more. So I don't think it had to do that every time it wanted to get something done. I agree. They need to make Doug a main cast member already, Amy. Oh, Shepard. You're back, or you're still here. I cannot wait for season 5. Yeah, it's gonna be maybe a year and a half if I had to guess. We haven't forgotten about Toby. I want my Jade and Sarah talking about Toby scene in season 5. Me too, Sam. Me too. Sarah should keep what happened to Toby to herself. She shouldn't tell Jade that. It would just cause problems. Absolutely. Yeah. AA agrees that the eclipse stopped because Elgin died. So the Golem Mud Dookie monster's still in the house chilling. Yeah, Amy, what the hell happened to that? What about the Golem Mud Dookie monster? I love that. Okay, so let's finish this breakdown now. Sophia goes and gets another talisman from the bar. She meets up with Clara, who has a bag of her own. So she's been all a busy bee here, working for her. Horrible. Clara. I still think she's a terrible actress. I don't think she's carrying these scenes well at all. She's also a very cartoonish villain, Clara. We don't have enough motivation, a background for why she's doing this. And she's doing it only to save herself. It's just so cliched, so cheesy. Anyway, so Sophia meets Clara and says, "Did you get them?" And she hands over a bag, and Sophia's like, good girl, which is another cheesy line, yet another. And then she saunters away with both bags. So she has count them, 2 bags of talismans. Clara has the one from Colony House, and she has another over her shoulder that she collected herself. So I would guess Clara went around to the private homes and found some way to steal the talismans from the private homes and the one from Colony House. And possibly the one from the basement of Colony House if she knew it was there. But we've still got the one that Jade and Tabitha have. So that's one that they still have. So Boyd, Ellis, and Fatima are at the cave entrance, and he wants to know how this smiley power works, the smiley vision that Fatima has, and she says that she's not sure. It's a little different each time. And Boyd says, if anything goes wrong, you both run. No questions, no arguments. Promise me. Ellis promises, and Fatima just nods her head. But, of course she doesn't. She goes back on that promise in a big way. Now, meanwhile, Tabitha and Jade use the bones to start digging because using their hands isn't getting them anywhere. And it's Tabitha's idea to do it, too. She's had most of the ideas in this episode versus Jade the genius, which I thought was odd and unusual. Boyd, Fatima, and Ellis make their way through the tunnels. Always a cool shot when people are walking through the tunnels like this. And then she starts to sense the monster's presence nearby. So as Tabitha reaches in to get bones to dig with, she finds this skull. And she just so happens to pull out the skull of their own daughter in their original lifetimes. That's a heart-wrenching moment right there. And she remembers seeing her in the season 3 finale come up to her when they played the song at the bottle tree. She came and knelt down in front of her. And that's when Tabitha had the revelation. They both did, about their past lives. And it was heavily implied that this little girl was their daughter. Heavily implied. And they had said that, she said that one of them was ours. We tried to save the children and one of them was ours. It was heavily implied this was the one right here. And then we see another shot of her, which we never saw before, where she's kind of playfully like flipping her hands up in the air at the camera, both hands with the claws and everything, while smiling. This must have been an outtake. This was never shown before. When Tabitha was being surrounded by all the monsters who were grabbing at her, this must have been part of that. But it doesn't even look sinister. She actually looks kind of cute here. It was really, again, this was heart-wrenching because she actually looks sweet and adorable. So Tabitha says, this was her. So I was hoping that it would trigger more of a flashback, because usually when Tabitha touches something from her past here and connects with it, she remembers something. She flashes. She doesn't just remember something, but she has a flashback to the past. And in this case, she just remembered something and realized something, but we didn't get a flashback, like a real flashback. Something new that we hadn't seen before. So that was kind of disappointing for me. But, a poignant moment nonetheless. And then they hear the monster screeching. And Fatima says, they know where they are. Jade and Tabitha, they know where they are. We have to hurry. So Jade starts freaking out, and he's just so done trying to dig. He starts kicking the bars and swearing in typical Jade fashion. Like, I'm not going to fucking, die out here. This stupid shit, or whatever it is that he said. And then Boyd hears the sound of Jade ranting, the familiar sound of a Jade rant, and he runs over. He and Ellis, they try to bust the bars open with rocks, and when that doesn't work, he has the two of them back up to the back of the cell, and then he shoots the bars out with his gun. Smart move. And then Tabitha and Jade are able to climb out of there and run with the bones. And Fatima senses that the monsters are now arriving there. The others all stand back, and she says, "You have to go. I can buy you time." Ellis is like, What are you talking about? And then she says that really poignant line, "Remember who I was." Wow, that really got me. Remember who I was. Wow, that's horrible. I mean, it's beautiful and it's horrible and just devastating end to this devastatingly hopeful character. I mean, this like impossibly hopeful character. I mean, how many people could see positivity in a place this dark? She said, if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare could look like a dream. And now, where does she get to live? Like Karl said earlier, underground with the monsters. It's about as low as it gets. This place brought her down that low on purpose. I think that was no accident. She was chosen to suffer this fate. She was chosen to carry one of the monsters because she was such a beacon of hope. And hope is a powerful thing here. It's not just nightmares and fears. Hope can manifest things too. And she could have been a powerful figure if they figured that out. Her hope could have manifested things. And like the hope of the children created the magic bottle faraway tree when they were being sacrificed. And I think Boyd manifested the animals in the woods with his hope, the livestock. I think he manifested Donna's pulse to come back. But Fatima really didn't manifest anything because she was being dragged down too much by this place because of that Smiley pregnancy. I thought she was going to manifest the golem to come to life, but that didn't even happen. And I don't know. I have a hard time believing it will at this point, not with her in this state now. And of course, her being targeted establishes another purpose of also breaking Boyd because it hurts him. She's his daughter-in-law. She's his son's wife. This is going to hurt Boyd as well. And this place loves to break Boyd. So Ellis watches in horror as she turns, and she literally turns and starts to become a monster right in front of them. Finishes the transformation. She must have been feeling it coming on and holding it back, I think, for a while, like for the last day or so. She turns and you can see her hands become monster claws, old gnarly, long fingernails. And like her neck and chest get all veiny. And then her face starts to shapeshift. And for the life of me, I don't know why it looks so wonky. They have a $5 to $6 million budget on every episode, from what I heard. I don't know if that's true. I didn't confirm it, but I feel like this should have looked a little better. And it's also really crooked. Why is it crooked? Why is this this looks like something some rando made and not this high budget, well, not high budget, but pretty decent budget show. Why does this eye look different from this eye? And this nostril looks different from this nostril. Her nostrils are asymmetrical. What the hell? It just looks so weird. Maybe it's because I can only conclude that they couldn't have screwed up. It couldn't have been a mistake. Maybe it's because she's not done completely transforming yet. So this is her almost done with her transformation into a monster. She looks a little wonky because she's not done with her transformation yet. This left side of her face looks more human. The eye looks more human. The forehead doesn't have these ridges in it. It's more human. And the nostril, again, is more like her nose on the left. It's the only explanation I can come to. And even when her face fully turns here, it's still asymmetrical. This eye is lower than this eye and droopy. It's weird. It's so weird looking. She opens her mouth and just lets out a crazy monster screech. And she literally gets in a shouting match with the other monsters. They screech at each other. And Boyd has to haul Ellis's ass away because he will not stop trying to go after her, even when she's full on monster mode here. Like, he would just let her rip him to shreds if he had the opportunity. He would. And that's what we thought back in season 3 when she was pregnant with Smiley, and it seemed like she was turning into some creature then. Like there was something seriously wrong with her, and she killed Tilly, and yet Ellis didn't want to get away from her. He would have just let her rip him to shreds and kill him too, if given the chance. That's how much he loves her, I guess. But that was really hard to watch. I liked her motions. It kind of reminded me of a bird. The way she pushed her head forward and her arms back as she screeched. It was like a bird, the way a bird walks with their head pitched forward, and the arms back like wings. That's what it reminded me of. And the motions she made were very bird-like. So Boyd drags Ellis away, and she keeps the monsters back long enough for them to escape. Now, I call bullshit on something here. They didn't need somebody to hold the monsters back while they got away. When Tabitha and Victor were down there and the monsters started waking up, they just ran like hell and got out of there. The monsters moved slow. They were still able to escape even with the monsters right on their tail, just saying. And Boyd and Kenny were just down there at the beginning of this season, and they were very close to the monsters. Boyd even saw Smiley get reborn, and he got out of there. It's not always a deadly thing to be down there, and yet now they needed somebody to sacrifice herself for them to get away. It just seems like a plot point that they wanted to do. So, yeah, that's that gut punch of a scene right there. Look at that. Look at that horrible CGI. That's some pretty bad CGI. So let me go to the chat, go through this, and then we'll do the last scene and we'll be done. Let's see. Does anyone think Clara will risk her own death at this point because her guilt is consuming her now? I doubt it, Diana. Clara doesn't seem like she feels very guilty. She looks like she kind of feels guilty, but honestly, I think she's more selfish than anything else. She didn't mind going out of her way to help Sophia keep Elgin at bay in the diner. She didn't even just do things on command. Sophia had to command her to do stuff at first, and now she's just doing stuff all on her own, like blocking Elgin from getting out the door. Amy says Marielle had a dream that Smiley was coming at her in the clinic. Then it happened in real life. Oh, shit. Yeah, Amy, that's right. She had that dream in season 2 that Smiley was coming for her. That's haunting, isn't it? And then it really did happen. Her dream manifested. Oh, shit. Amy, that is I didn't put that together. That's the nightmare realm. That's the dream manifesting into reality thing. We saw it happen already. That's it. That dream literally came into reality. Damn. That is awesome. I mean, it sucks for Marielle, but Smiley was lunging at her in her nightmare, and it literally came true. That was no coincidence. Oh, shit. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wow. Now, wow. Wow. Now, were there any other nightmares? I guess Kenny could dream about cicadas. I guess the cicadas could come back again since Kenny dreamed about them, but I doubt it. I hope the cicadas are gone. Bacta and Randall are the only ones left from the bus. So was the bus a waste of time? I wouldn't say that, Jay. I mean, at least it allowed us to keep some of our season 1 people instead of having more of them get killed off. It's great for cannon fodder. I don't like the bus people nearly as much as the season 1 people. So I was saying earlier this season, I hope they kill off more of the bus people. And hey, I got my wish. Maybe I manifested it. I don't think the bus people were a waste of time. I mean, they did serve important purposes, though. I just didn't like them as much. Marielle revealed what her trauma was from being chained up, so then her days were numbered. We could have gotten that from Julie's account. True, Jay. Lucas says, my new theory is that the original Tabitha also had a son and a daughter, just like Miranda and present Tabitha. That the daughter got sacrificed and the son survived, baby boy in white. Baby boy in white appears to Victor and Ethan because they all have the same mother. Oh, that's a cool theory. It's possible. Amy says it jumped from Fatima only being able to sense Smiley to being able to sense all of them. I noticed that too, yeah. It's not as strong with the rest of them. I don't think she could see through their eyes or neutralize their powers, but she could sense them at least. Diana says, why did the Ankui kids have long monster nails when appearing to Tabitha and Ethan? They don't otherwise. Makes me question that vision. They don't otherwise? I'd have to go back and look at the pictures to compare. I thought they always did. Huh. Umber says, I feel by the end of the series we won't be fully satisfied as there will still be things left unexplained. We should start a list that still needs an explanation. Oh, definitely. I'm going to make a video on unanswered questions and another video on answered questions coming up. Just a couple of my ideas. Yeah, we definitely need to keep track now because there have been a lot of answers given and we need to keep track of what's been answered and what hasn't and what has been sort of partially answered or evidence given for, Highlander Connor McLeod says Fatima has powers. Yeah, and it is tragic. Yeah, she has powers. Now she has monster powers. Amy hopes the curse will break and Fatima will return human. Probably not, though. Yeah, sad. Maybe in the end, when they break the curse, that could happen, but I don't think so. Fatima is immortal now. It's a fate worse than death. If she doesn't bite Ellis's off and then slit his throat. Tian Chen and Fatima's deaths affected me. Oh yeah, that was another brutal one. Tian Chen's death, Diana. Fatima is pretty much invincible now that she's a monster. That's true, but who wants to be one of those things, Highlander, I mean, you wouldn't want to be that. Lose your humanity just to be immortal. I don't think they would either now if given the choice again. Diana says you could see Ellis's heart being ripped out when seeing Fatima like that and him powerless. Oh yeah, and he did a great job acting the scene. AA says the golem might be used in a later cycle. Hope the golem comes to life. I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know how. Yeah, that CGI was wonky. I don't know how at this point it comes to life. Later cycle as in the show's universe because next season is the last one. Unless we get a spinoff with Ethan being the last survivor. Right. Yeah. Because, there shouldn't be any more cycles in this world because I hope that they're going to break the cycle. I hope it's not going to be Ethan as the sole survivor. I don't think so. Samuel says maybe Fatima is a special monster like Kimono Lady. She didn't sacrifice anyone, unless this counts as a self-sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is another way they can become monsters, though, even though it's very unfair. Half of her face transformed. That's probably it. She doesn't have all her monster teeth yet. Right. So it's just like she hasn't done the full transformation yet. She's half human, half creature. Right, Mike Light. That's what I'm thinking. Umbra says, I wonder if Fatima will essentially be the golem who protects Boyd and the folks from the creatures, or if they'll use her to torture Ellis and Boyd. Oh, it could start off like she's the golem protecting them, and then she finishes her transformation, and now she's just being used to torture them. That's how I see it. Samuel says monsters will move quickly when they need to. Fatima may have sensed that something was up and realized she had to sacrifice herself. Probably. Chukudal says, are we bringing people up tomorrow? I have a few theories. Well, not tomorrow, but in a few days, absolutely. I've got to get to work on my breakdown video. So for the next few days, I'm going to be working on my breakdown video for this episode. But my next live will either be Thursday or Friday, depending on how fast I can get that video done. Probably Friday, realistically. I would say Friday. And yes. So it'll be probably about, I want to say 10:30 or 11 p.m. Eastern Friday. And I definitely want to let people call in and share their theories, because I know this was an episode a lot of people have thoughts on. So Samuel says, I don't think Sophia likes Clara like she or he liked Jim and the pastor. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it either. No, it doesn't. Amy says, and Sophia told Marielle she was a prophet. She probably has some foresight powers. Right. Music box and ballerina fitting to come back too. I don't see how. The ballerina will be back next season. They implied that in the AMA, but I don't see how that has any relevance anymore. So that'll be interesting. Shay says we will never find out what Elgin was in his dream on the bus and his fear of water. Huge plot hole. We don't know that, Jay. Elgin is dead now, and nightmares become reality here. So why can't we have Elgin's dream, or nightmare that is, come into reality now? You know, like, that's how it works. Usually when someone dies, their nightmare comes to fruition. That's how it's supposed to work. So I have faith that we will find out. Finally, I have faith that we're going to find out what the hell he was so scared of on the bus. And we're going to find out in next season when his nightmare manifests. And it'll probably be related to water. Maybe that brings on the flood. Mike Light says, I hope them losing the talisman isn't something that's resolved in the first episode of the next season. Something tells me the townspeople are not going to be in that much danger. Oh, I think that's not going to be resolved that easily. It can't be. They can't just tease something like that and then have it resolved in one episode. I hope not. I hope it's going to be absolute pandemonium, and they have to go live in the woods, go amongst the woods, and encounter all these new things out there that are worse than the monsters, the kind of things Martin was talking about that are worse than the town. We need to find more of those places that are worse than the town, those entities that are worse, and just be done with the town, pretty much. That's what I'm hoping will happen. That's my theory for what will happen in season 5. Answered questions will be a lot better because there are so many of unanswered videos, and I want to see how many answers have been answered. It will be motivating to me. Oh, I'll definitely be doing that. I'll be making a video on that, on both. I wanted to do one during the season, but I just didn't have time. I wanted to do them as it was going on. Like, okay, how many questions have been answered so far, in this season? Let's see. Old Dwarf, welcome. What do you think about the man in yellow having the bag of teeth in his old original car he came into from town? I don't think those are teeth from the townspeople. I think he was a serial killer in the real world. Oh. I don't know. I would say they are from his victims, though, because Sophia took a tooth from the pastor, and the man in yellow said he kept a tooth from Jim, too. So that shows a pattern of taking teeth from a tooth from each victim in town. So I think it's from many victims from the town. That's what I think. And then he just stored them in that car as a hiding spot. The car that he pretended was his, but it was, it really belonged to the guy who had that suit to begin with, the original man in yellow before he was the entity, the guy that he killed, whose shape he took. Throw the golem in the magic lake. Jay says, based on your description of Fatima's transformation, is she going to ultimately become one of the crows? Probably not. I would say she's gonna be full on monster. Full monster in the end. And thanks, Diana. Umbra, I'm thinking Friday night because I'm gonna need a few days to get my video done. So I'm thinking Friday night for the call in live at like 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And that would be cool if you'd be able to call in. It's been a while. It'll be fun. Island says, I was wondering why Jade pressed Kenny about what he did in the real world. Yeah, I was too, actually. Diana thinks they will revisit the bus next season as more of the evil plot is exposed. Yeah, that's what I'm counting on. Let's see, Umbra doesn't believe they'll reference Elgin's dream at all. It would be a huge plot hole if they don't. Huge plot hole. Papa Sock says Mari served her purpose, and they have the perfect opportunity to do it because they have nightmares manifesting into reality. So why not? Why not? They'd be stupid not to do it. Papa Sock says Mari served her purpose. She saved Randall and told Fatima her purpose. Fatima was hopeful till the bottle tree was taken down. Elgin realized he was deceived and declined the final deal. Indeed. Amy says maybe Elgin's dream is something that's already happened. Oh, I'd say it has to have something to do with water. Nothing horrifying has happened about water yet. Jay says there are 2 talismans left, one in the cave tunnels and one at the basement door. Unless Clara got that one, but hopefully Clara doesn't know about that. Did the other talismans reset, go back to where Boyd originally found them? I wondered that too, Jay. Maybe it's one of those loops, an infinite loop. Bootstrap paradox. We've seen that with throwing the rope to Boyd, so it could be. And it would prevent them from being able to just go back to the talisman hut and easily get them again, because they would be back in time. Diana says Marielle had to die exactly because she was a prophet of sorts with a deeper understanding of what's going on. That makes sense. Diana says I will check in Friday night. Awesome. Umber says, yeah, Friday works perfectly. Hopefully it works for a lot of people, start of the weekend. Diana says Man in Yellow is eliminating his biggest threats right now. It is a good war strategy. I definitely agree. You're right, nothing's happened with water yet. It will probably be the last season. Probably the flood. That's what we've been waiting for, a flood. So now the final scene, of course, the big reveal about the Man in Yellow versus Boy in White game. Scene I've been waiting for a long time. Sophia just strolls over to the bottle tree, looking all smug with a bag full of talismans. And then, who should we see but the Boy in White walking into the shot with her? I was in complete disbelief that it was actually happening, even though it confirmed my longtime theory. I couldn't believe it was really happening. Finally, they walk up to the tree together. Wow, what a visual! The two of them in the shot together. And she says, well, look at you all grown up. And that doesn't mean that they're friends. Tony said that, that's too friendly. They must be friends. But no, I mean, that's just her thing. She's friendly to everyone that in that wicked villain way, even the people she's murdering, she's friendly to, like, I always liked you, Jim, as she's ripping his throat out. it's the same with everybody. She has that evil friendly wickedness to her. It's like a friendly wickedness. That's how she is. So, and that's also acknowledging that he's, growing still. Look at you all grown up. I think he's still got a little more growing to do. Next season, he'll have a full beard, I'm sure. And they built that into the mythology of the show, that the boy in white grows, I guess, in the final. I don't know. Maybe this is like the final cycle. It was fated to be the final cycle, and so he grows as a result. I don't know. Like, why this cycle and not the last one? Anyway, I don't think they explained it well enough as to why he's growing. Maybe because Tabitha and Jade made more progress than they ever had before, and so everything started to change, including him. I think that's what they want us to believe. He told Victor, everything's changing now. Anyway, the boy in white says they have the bones. And Sophia says, well, the tree is gone. Boy in white says, you're going to lose this time. Sophia says, I've always admired your optimism. I guess we'll see. And pours the talismans into the faraway tree. So, with a wicked grin, of course. And there they go as she's smiling. You can see her smiling as she dumps them down the hole, down into the tree. So let's just dissect that very brief scene. They have the bones. So that means it's a good thing. That confirms that the boy in white says they have the bones, and he thinks that means that she's going to lose this time. That means it is a good thing that they have the bones. They do matter. They just have to figure out what to do with them. I think they take them to the Lake of Tears, but they have to figure that out. So it is something important. They did need the bones. He just didn't want them to chop down the tree to get them. I think the tree is important. Sophia says, well, the tree is gone. Well, that confirms that the tree being gone is bad. I think it means no more reincarnation cycles for Tabitha and Jade. This is their last cycle, their last lifetime to save the children. And if they fail this time, then they're done. It's over. That's why I think it's bad that the tree is gone. It powers their reincarnation cycle. And that's M.G. Merkin's theory from our community, and I think he's right about that. And if they fail in this lifetime now, then I take it a little further than him. I think that everyone will continue to get new people will continue to get trapped there forever. The place will continue to go on with new people getting trapped, and no Tabitha and Jade to break the curse. The curse has to be broken with them. We got that. That was one of the answers we got. That the curse needs them to break it. They had to be the ones to gather the bones, for example. Tabitha said, I think it needs to be us. The Ankui kids pointed at her and at the talisman. They're the ones represented on the talisman by the stick figures, so it needs to be them. So if they can't reincarnate after this lifetime, then everyone is screwed. They'll be cursed forever. No one will ever get out. No one will ever get home. So that's why it's bad chopping down the tree, because they won't be able to be reincarnated again, I think. So this scene with so little dialogue confirms that the tree being gone is bad, because Sophia's happy about it. Well, the boy in white saying that they have the bones, that means it's good, because he says you're going to lose this time based on that. So they need those bones. He just didn't want them to get them that way. And she's like, I've always admired your optimism. That tells us they've been at this for a long time. And he says, you're going to lose this time. That means they're playing a game. And he's the optimistic one. He's the hopeful one. I've always said that the boy in white represents hope. He represents the hope of the children. She represents fear. And, if you can go back and look at my theory video, I said this over a year and a half ago. I made a two-parter theory on this: the man in yellow versus boy in white cosmic chess game theory. And the boy in white, I said, represents the side that wants to help break the curse, break the cycle. He is on the side of hope. She is on the side of fear. That is the man in yellow. It is on the side of fear. And it feeds on fear. It wants the curse to continue forever. And they are fighting each other and using the people who get brought there like chess pieces. So it's very much like a cosmic chess game. It may not come out to a literal chess game where all the people represent specific chess pieces, but I think it works as a loose metaphor. They're using the townspeople like chess pieces. I think, in my theory, the boy in white brings people to town who can help break the cycle, like Boyd, for example, who is Mr. Fish and Loaves, who actually can help, and he helps them. He's helped them immensely with staying alive. And I think that she, or it, man in yellow, brings people to town who can help cause chaos, cause harm, people she can manipulate, or it can manipulate into causing harm and keeping the curse going. That's how I think it works. They both try to influence people in their own ways, like chess pieces, and that's why chess has come back into the show over and over and over again. It's been there since the very first episode, and the creators have said that they hid a lot of answers and clues in the very first episode, more than people realize. So chess was always there. The first scene with Kenny and his dad, they were playing chess. You know, chess, Kenny compared their situation to chess, where with his dad, he was always down to his last piece, just moving around on the board trying to avoid him. And he said that it's kind of like that. It's basically like that with the monsters. They don't run, they only walk because they know there are only so many places for them to hide, and they're running out of spaces on the board. Then he handed Boyd a bloody chess piece that represented his dad, who just got taken off the board. And later, Ghost Khatri first appeared to Boyd sitting in front of a chessboard. It goes on and on, you know. If you look back, when Boyd wasn't listening to him and didn't want to follow his advice, Ghost Khatri walked up behind Boyd and pointed a bloody chess piece at him, as he was trying to influence his behavior. That was a hint that Boyd, the boy in white sent Ghost Khatri there, or maybe the boy in white was Ghost Khatri and was trying to use Boyd like a chess piece in that moment. Then you had, like, even in this season, Jade used 2 chess pieces in his model of the caves, the cave model. He used 2 chess pieces there. Chess just keeps coming back again. Also, many, many game references. Boyd always says things like, we can still win, and we're losing, we're running out of time, and we don't even know the goddamn rules. Constantly game metaphors, game terminology. That's because it is a game. It's a game between these 2 entities. That doesn't mean it's for fun. I don't think it's for fun. I think the boy in white does not want to be in this game. He doesn't look like he's enjoying himself at all. He looks miserable. She's enjoying it because she's sadistic. He's playing it because he's trying to help these people escape and break the curse as best he can. And Sarah once said that she thinks he's trying to help, but he doesn't really know how. And I believe that's correct. So, amazing reveal. I couldn't believe we actually got this reveal. It really happened. I've been saying it. You guys are my witnesses, because I'm not one of the bigger YouTubers here. I'm a small channel, a very small channel. And so I've been saying it for like a year and a half. frequently in live streams and in videos. Those of you who are regulars have definitely heard me say it numerous times. Probably got sick of hearing me talk about it. So you heard me say it, even if not many people actually watched my videos on this topic. I know a lot of you remember me saying it many, many times, and I'm just psyched to have gotten a confirmation. So let's go over to the chat and then wrap this thing up because I need to get some sleep in a few minutes. Oh, it's cold in here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I think I still have the poll up about the nature of the relationship between the boy in white and the man in yellow, and I think I had multiple other polls I was going to do, and I forgot. I'll do more polls the next time, the next live stream. So Oltorf thinks they're frenemies. Diana says, let's think about that, about this. If the man in yellow sets a fire, then the boy in white will send a flood to put it out. That may be our end game. Oh, I like that. I like the way you think, Diana. Nice. But I worry that the boy in white, I don't think he's nearly as powerful as the man in yellow. And that's why there's been such an issue, you know. I don't think he's as powerful. And he doesn't understand how things work as well as she does. She knew the exact ritual that they needed to do with the bones. And I don't think the boy in white fully understood what they needed to do, but he hoped that the bone plan would work. So he sent Ghost Khatri to convince Boy to listen to Jade's plan. Highlander says they're just enemies that have history. Diana says, I think the boy in white is gaining stature as they get more clues and challenges the man in yellow more and more. Yeah, maybe so. Oldorf says Ethan is going to be 6 foot next season. Probably. So is this biblical? I don't think it's Island. I don't think it's going to be literally a biblical story, but there are strong biblical themes and references throughout. Many, many, many of them. Island, it's everything. That's why it's so hard to solve. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The oldest game in the world. Diana says this story isn't sticking to any one genre. It's mystical, religious, it's childish games and serious moments. It's all over the place. 100%. David says they got the bones and lost the tree, like in chess, sacrificing one piece to get one. But they still need to get the talismans back for the ritual to work, I reckon. Yeah, maybe. I think they could do without the talismans, but they'll lose a lot more people and it'll be a lot harder without the talismans. But yeah, they feel like they made a mistake pulling up the tree, but they did get the bones out of it. And could they have gotten the bones successfully any other way? I don't really think so. So I think the boy in white was kind of wrong that they shouldn't chop down the tree because I feel like it was the only way they could get the bones. I don't think the boy in white is right about everything. I think he gets a lot of stuff wrong. He doesn't know everything. So they feel like they made a mistake by pulling up the tree, but now they have the bones. So they did get something that they need to succeed in the end. So now it's just a matter of, figuring out what to do with those bones and surviving through to the end after what they just did. Now there's going to be big retribution for pulling up the tree and unearthing the bones. Big time retribution from the man in yellow entity. Major suffering, worse than they could have imagined, just like he threatened Tabitha. Diana says, and I think there could be at least 2 talisman they didn't retrieve. At least I'm hoping so. There's at least one, because Tabitha and Jade have one down in the cave with them. So there's at least one. Akshita says, Miranda and Christopher didn't have the bones last time, so I wonder why Miranda ran to the bottle tree. Whatever it was she was trying to do, she wasn't doing it right. Yeah, they definitely were not as far along in this process. They did not have the bones, but Tabitha ran to the bottle tree at the end of season 2, remember? So that was earlier in the process. Miranda was still earlier in this game. But it all came to an end faster at an earlier point, and we're not sure why yet. We need to learn more. We need to learn more about the 70s cycle to find out why it ended earlier. What triggered it? Diana says the boy in white needs to keep quiet. I think he can't share much. I agree. Don't give up a crumb of anything to Man in Yellow. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Something like that. Julia Doyle is deviously cute, by the way. Yeah, she definitely is, Umbra. Okay. Highlander says, does anyone else think the boy in white is useless? I don't think he's useless. I think that he can't help as much as he would like to, though. His hands are tied a lot in this game, and he doesn't know as much as the man in yellow, in my opinion. The real boss says, did they get the one in the clinic? We don't know. We don't know. The last we saw that talisman, it was in the back room where Mari was trying to put it up when Smiley busted in the door. Yeah. Jade and Tabitha also have one. So yeah, you were listing Colony House cellar, bus. Well, we don't know. Clara could have gone on the bus and taken that talisman. We don't know where she got her talismans from. But definitely the one in the cave, maybe the one in the Colony House basement, maybe the clinic. That could be 3. So Umbra wants to know why Boy in White can only give clues or thoughts vaguely aside from yeah, I mean, back in the 70s, though, it appeared that he gave a lot of information to Christopher and it backfired, and that's why he changed his tactics. Christopher snapped and he didn't believe him. And it made everything go to hell. So I think that's why he pulled back, and he kind of tries to lead people carefully toward the answers with subtle clues. Chess is the ultimate war game. Oh, yeah. PIS equals plot-induced stupidity, for anyone wondering. I was wondering. Thanks, Umbra. I didn't know. He can only give thoughts or clues vaguely aside from plot-induced stupidity. Right. Boy in White. Diana agrees. Boy in White is too cryptic. I have found myself yelling, "Spit it out for God's sake," at him during episodes. I understand. I feel that. It's frustrating. Tez Sorrento, welcome. Good morning. Did anyone go back and watch episode 1? I haven't, not since before season 4 began, but yeah, maybe I will soon too. And don't forget to hit the like button if you're just joining. We're about to wrap it up in a minute. Shout out Phil the Issue Guy. Oh yeah, I love Phil the Issues Guy. I've watched the first episode of the series many, many times. There's a lot hidden in there. There's a lot of answers disguised in there. Akshita says Boy in White, White has the best detergent and Man in Yellow has the worst toothpaste. Yeah, it's very true. Oldorf says, do you think we will see Julie's monster boyfriend in season 5? I don't think so. I think we're done with him. I think he only knew who she was because the monsters know everybody's names and can get in their heads. He was just playing his game with her, manipulating her, probably trying to make her think he's someone she knew from school. Like Granny Monster tried to make Megan think she was her grandma. Diana says, Julie, I am hopeless. I love happy endings, even if they are bittersweet. Me too. I want a happy ending for them for the most part. Amy thinks they could be father and son, these two entities. Tess says they have to abide by the rules, but he seems limited or can only give so much. Agree, as far as the Boy in White.
Hellrel says, hopefully Clara gets caught moving Elgin. Oh, I hope so. I really hope she gets caught. She deserves it. Diana says, oh, then there are 4. 1 in the bus, basement, 1 on Jade and Tabitha, and 1 in the clinic. Maybe. We don't know about the bus, and we can't be sure about the clinic or the basement either. But hopefully. Jay says they are different versions of the same entity. What happens when you cut a worm in half? You get 2 worms. If Martin was real, is he from the future or the past, since he mentions Abby? I would say he used to be there in the past, but he was the man in yellow pretending to be Martin at this point, like pretending to take on the guise of someone who died there and giving the blood to Boyd. It was another version of his blood ritual. That's what I think. I don't think it was really a person anymore. That's interesting, though, what you said about the cutting a worm in half and getting 2 worms. Different versions of the same entity. That's interesting. It's interesting. I still think they're 2 diametrically opposed, different entities, but we'll see. Akshita says Miranda seems so eager too because according to what little information we have, she left her children to be killed by Christopher or the monsters. Well, she hid them in the basement in where Christopher wouldn't be able to find them, or at least tried. And she was going to plan on coming back for them. She thought they were going home that night. But she was really ill-informed if she thought she was anywhere near getting to the point of going home that night. Diana says, we just got our talisman delivered last week. Oh, that's so cool. Nice. I've got a talisman too. I have a keychain as well. Akshita says, would Jade really react the same way like Christopher did when Boy in White spilled every information? Most likely no. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure he wouldn't, but yeah, I guess he just felt like he had to change his tactics from the last time around. Papa Sock says, yep, you are right. Boy in White told Christopher everything, and then he didn't believe him. He said everything here lies. Victor said Chris was supposed to go through Bottle Tree. Why, though? Yeah, why? I don't understand that either. I really don't understand that. Why him and not Miranda? Miranda's the one who came to town believing that she was a chosen one who was brought there to save the children. So why wasn't she told by the Boy in White to go to the Bottle Tree? That's something they need to answer in season 5. They really do. They need to give us a lot more information about what happened in that cycle and why it ended that way. Shepard says, Jade, could use that information that the Boy in White was trying to give Christopher. Yeah, definitely. But maybe it just ended so poorly in every previous cycle when he gave more information that he had changed gears and he didn't count on Jade being so smart. Remember how a monster told Jade, you never were the smart one? Maybe that's because he was dumb in all the previous cycles, and Boy in White is counting on Jade being dumb too. Oldtorf says, need to check those out. Haven't seen any of her interviews. Yeah, Julia Doyle has some good ones. There's no way in hell the Man in Yellow hasn't made a deal with Victor. Oh, I don't think so. Personally, I think Victor is innocent. And Victor wouldn't. He's too allied with the Boy in White and trusts Boy in White as his friend. He wouldn't, maybe the third thing that the Boy in White was, remember the Boy in White told Victor, there are 3 things that you need to know to survive here. The 3 things you need to do. He said, you need food, you need to have a way to avoid being lonely, and maybe the third thing was never make a deal with the Man in Yellow. I don't know, probably not. He probably wouldn't be allowed to tell him that much, but Victor may not even remember. I mean, he does forget a lot of things, but he follows the Boy in White too much. I don't think he would do that. Quentin says, how did Sophia not know about Victor? The monsters knew about him. Don't the monsters work for the Man in Yellow? Not know about Victor. Not know what about Victor. The monsters knew about him. Well, I think that she did know. Of course, I think she did know. She just let him live on purpose, and didn't have the monsters kill him, in my opinion, because he made a good victim to try and convince people not to go out looking for answers, because people who go looking for answers don't come back. That's what he would tell everyone. He was so traumatized, so he would try to convince people not to do that. That's why I think they kept Victor alive. Let Victor stay alive on purpose. Nonfiction says Fatima did manifest the golem. The golem is her. Golem lore is that first it protects and then has to be locked away because it goes badly or something like that. Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe that's all it comes down to. I like that, Okay, guys, I need to sign off. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you all for the awesome conversation as always. Thank you for being here all season. We're not gonna stop covering the show. I'll be here again Friday night to discuss theories, and we'll let people call in and share your ideas, and that should be starting around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, but watch for updates in case I need to change the start time at all, because that does happen sometimes. Oh, sorry you just got here, Recon. I've been here a long time. It's time for me to go to sleep. So I'm sorry you couldn't make it earlier, but next time try to make it earlier if you can. I always feel bad when that happens, when someone comes right at the end. And Recon, you're such a lovely person. Anyway, thank you all for another great discussion, another great season. We're not going to stop with the From Lives, though. We'll be back Friday night. Watch for my episode 10 video within the next few days. And if you have a hype that you want to give me for anything this week, please save it for that. And then we'll be back Friday around 10:30 Eastern, 10:30 p.m. Thank you, Diana. And yes, Karl is on the mend. At least we hope so. We're doing what we can. There's a lot more that has to happen. More doctors and tests.
We're trying.
We're trying. We're trying. So we just keep us in your thoughts, and we'd appreciate that. Thank you. So anyway, guys, we will see you Friday night. And also, I will be covering Silo starting next week. That'll be the next show. So if you like Silo, come back for those lives. Probably gonna stick with the Monday night live time. So Monday nights will be for Silo starting next week. And thanks, Umbra. Yeah, excited to talk with you too. It'll be fun on the call-in. It's been quite a while. And see you next time. Hope you can make it next time, Recon. And thanks for the well wishes also for Karl. Good night. Good night, Sam. And see you on the next one.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't